Great American Landowner. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1, Luck Comes. F City, F Province. There is a king iron mountain. The mountains are covered with lush trees and weeds. If you are not a local, you can't even find a path to the mountain. There is a Taoist temple on the top of the mountain, called San King Temple. Its existence is unknown. It is only known that it was built on King Iron Mountain when the ancestors of the Zhou family moved here to avoid disaster. The ancients worshipped ghosts and gods, so the incense has never been cut off. To this day, after several ups and downs, it is still there. Zhou stood at the door and looked carefully. In front of him was a dilapidated Taoist temple. You can vaguely see the vermilion gate and emerald green tiles, but unfortunately they are gone. The red door paint has faded, and the green tiles are full of cracks. Pushing open the door, you can see a 3-legged tripod standing in the middle, and the tripod is full of wooden sticks left after the incense burned out in the past. Behind the tripod is a small room, in which the 3 pure ones are enshrined, and there are several side rooms behind that used to be inhabited. Now it is uninhabitable. Zhou smiled helplessly, but his mouth was full of bitterness. It was like this before, and it's still like this now. You haven't changed, and I haven't changed, haha. Zhou whispered. He reached out of his pocket to take out a cigarette, put one in his mouth, and then took out a counterfeit Zippo lighter to light the cigarette, took a deep breath and exhaled, raised his head 45 degrees, to look up at the sky. A gust of wind blew, rolling up the yellow leaves on the ground. The image of a deep decadent man emerged spontaneously. At this time, there was a sudden loud noise in the sky, and a bright light ran out, and then another Bagua pattern seemed to blast through an invisible barrier and hit the light in front. Do you think you can run away if your soul attaches to this little god? Even if I sacrifice myself, I will destroy you, said the master of Bagua. No, the light in front died. Of course, there is also Zhou. Before he died, he thought of a sentence. Sure enough, don't pretend to be cool, or you will be struck by lightning. I'm not deceived by the truth. Why is it a bit like cultivation? The scene is a bit too grand. Otherwise, there will be a battle between the Emperor of the Universe and the Justice Knight, and then some oil and water will leak out, and I will faint, and travel through time. It makes sense. Zhou nodded and muttered to himself. Hey, what happened? In fact, it is simple to say. When Zhou went to the Taoist temple on the mountain, to pretend to be cool, a bright light came from the sky and hit him. After he woke up, he returned to his old house in his hometown, and found that he had traveled through time. Why was he so sure so quickly? It was because, when he returned home, he saw that the little nephew who was looking for him for food before was back in his sister's stomach. Then after saying hello, he immediately returned to his room, and imagined the above paragraph. Haha, Zhou could only smile foolishly. No matter what the future holds, at least he is very happy now. What is more rare than winning the lottery is that it has come to him. What else can't come? Haha, Zhou was thinking foolishly. After experiencing these waves of passion, weirdness, and happiness, Zhou couldn't stand it anymore, so he lay on the bed and fell asleep. Mother Zhou came in and saw her son lying on the bed, frowned, and came over to help Zhou cover the quilt. Looking at her son's face, Mother Zhou showed a worried look. As for her son's work and his future, she, who came from an ordinary family, couldn't get too many benefits for her son. She was worried about her son not having a job. She was also worried about her son having a job, and she was still worried about her son not working at home. It seemed contradictory, but it actually contained a strong maternal love. A mother's love is a watch that never leaves, just like a drop of water condensing into the sea, seemingly ordinary, but so broad. It's a pity, it's just a bit unbearable, Zhou always said in his heart. After a while, Zhou's mother turned around and walked out of the room. When she closed the door, Zhou's mother seemed to see Zhou suddenly glowing. Then she looked again and felt that it might be the light reflected from the window behind her son. Without thinking too much, she closed the door. Zhou Jixi, who was tired and fell asleep, of course, could not find out what happened to him. Zhou Jixi, who was sleeping, had a strange dream. In the dream, he found a group of little people with wings. They should be little fairies, with pointed ears. Yes, they were little fairies. Wow, what kind of people are these? They are so shameless even in dreams. The little fairies shouted, "We are spirits, not fairies, and we are still little." I saw that those little fairies looked at Zhou Jixi nervously, as if he was some kind of prehistoric beast. What expression, like guarding against thieves. How can I be like that? Zhou Jixi shouted. The goblins over there became even more nervous. Some of them even looked back, looking flustered, like a high school student who was masturbating at a critical moment, and suddenly someone knocked on the door to come in. He wanted to stop, but was unwilling to do so. His expression was full of confusion and he just wanted to hurry up. Hey, surrounded by layers of goblins, a dazzling green light suddenly flashed, and the group of goblins became nervous, and some even showed a look of despair. Zhou Jixi's mind moved. There must be a ghost, there must be a ghost. The Chinese people under the great wave of online novels are not afraid of ghosts, gods, and harasses, which can only prove that he has had a strange encounter. Even if there is nuclear radiation, he may become a new human being and master special abilities. So he threw all the words like think twice before you act, and caution as the eldest son of wisdom out of his mind. He rushed towards the group of goblins without thinking. When the goblins saw Zhou Jixi rushing over, they chanted a spell. A bang sounded, and Zhou Jixi felt as if he had hit a wall, and he was a little dizzy. Ah, nonsense, how dare you go against the will of heaven? Zhou Jixi shouted. It is said that dreams are in parts, and Zhou Jixi, who was hit, had a martial arts dream. Look at my 18 dragon subduing palms. A group of golden dragons gathered around and flew towards the goblins and also hit the invisible wall, and a small crack appeared on the wall. Hey, it works. Come again. To Thagata palm. A big palm condensed and flew towards the wall, and another crack appeared immediately. Okay, 3-point return to Yuan Key. Dark palm, tantric big handprint, Kamehameha, King fist, Dang Dang wave, thunder strike. Pegasus Meteor Fist, Goddess of Dawn's Forgiveness, Lushan 100 Dragons. The wall held up by the group of little fairies on the opposite side was already full of cracks, and the little fairies' faces were pale. The treasures that the little fairies wanted to hide also revealed more brilliance, and Zhou Jixi was even more excited when he saw it. It seems that it's almost over, so I'll use a big trick. Ah, my big stick is thirsty. Take my old Zhou stick. Hit. The giant stick in the air gathered and formed. Okay, I won't describe the details of the stick. Everyone knows it. One stick was swung at the little fairies, instantly breaking the giant wall, and the shockwave blew the little fairies away. Haha. Haha. Zhou Jixi laughed a lot, but he was very villainous, wasn't he? With a thought, the treasure that glowed all over was in Zhou Jixi's hand. Hey, if I had done the same thing just now, wouldn't it be better? Zhou Jixi was embarrassed immediately, but then he thought, how could that reflect the heroism and greatness of this uncle? Looking at the thing in his hand, it looked like a green crystal emitting green light, which made people very appetizing. Regardless of whether it can be eaten, I really want to swallow it in one bite. I really want to eat it. Zhou Jixi looked at the emerald, and skipped the question of whether it can be eaten. He considered eating it this way. Fry, deep fry, stew, boil, and roast. Zhou Jixi got out pots and pans like a new method. He carried out the above steps. No reaction. Zhou Jixi tilted his head and looked at it, thinking, drip blood to recognize the owner? Forget it, just eat it directly. Thinking of it, he picked it up and put it in his mouth. The crystal entered his stomach and immediately a wave of ripples spread out 365 degrees. After a while, it seemed to bounce back, and Zhou Jixi, spiritual body, also shrank into a small dot. At this time, the spiritual world was blank, only the little thing was emitting light. In Zhou Jixi's room, Zhou Jixi suddenly shuddered, and woke up slowly. It felt like there was something extra in his mind. A burst of thoughts passed on some things to Zhou Jixi, but they were not complete, making him even more confused. However, Zhou Jixi's face was full of surprise. Haha, it turns out that it was not a dream. It was so surprising. Sometimes luck comes, and you can't stop it. The world is so beautiful. Haha. Haha. Zhou Jixi smiled happily. Enter Zhou Jixi disappeared strangely in the room without a sound, and suddenly appeared in the room again. Haha. So that's it. Entering and exiting are all based on thoughts. You can enter and exit as you want. Well, wait a minute and try the time ratio. According to what was said in the novel in the previous life, there should be some time ratio or something. Zhou Jixi said to himself. Then he got to work, took the old alarm clock in the room, and adjusted the time to the same as on the mobile phone. After entering the space again, he finally had time to look at the space. At a glance, he saw a big tree that was connected to the ground and the sky. The tree was a bit like a banyan tree, with many roots hanging vertically from the branches. Some of the roots formed small balls at the bottom, which was a small tree house. The little elves that Zhou Jixi dreamed of lived in it. The little elf said, "It's a little elf, damn it." It can be seen that the roots are the little elves weaving their own little houses. At this time, the elves were hiding in the house and secretly watching him. The leaves of the big tree were blue cat ears, and the trunk was bright green. There were no fallen leaves under the tree. The surrounding land was glowing with a layer of luster. There were no plants on the land, which looked empty. Outside the circle of land glowing with fluorescence was a circle of water. The land outside the water circle was of ordinary style. The outer periphery of this layer of land was a void. The entire outer land area looked to be about 4 or 5 acres. The land under the big tree looked to be the size of 2 football fields. The outer river was about the same width as the Olympic track. No one knew where the water started or ended. It just kept going around like this. Zhou Jixi appeared beside the river in a flash. He looked at the river water. There was nothing in it except water. In this space, Zhou Jixi felt that he was the master. So, he moved his mind, and the constantly flowing water seemed to have a walkway, and formed an arch bridge, which flowed up and then down. But it didn't last for a few seconds, and it returned to its original state. Zhou Jixi sat down on the ground at this time, and then lay down, gasping for breath. His face was pale, sweat kept coming out, and his eyes were extremely red, as if they were congested. What a rip-off, what a rip-off. These words echoed in his mind. Chapter 2, Fairies, Elves. Zhou Jixi, after trying the control he felt, was an infinite regret. Why bother? Why am I doing this? Headache, exhaustion, weakness, in short, it was uncomfortable. Zhou Jixi was lying on the ground, unable to move now, and he didn't even have the strength to bend his fingers. It just came for a while. How come all the energy in my body is exhausted? Zhou Jixi was really confused, and could only say, "This is not scientific." Zhou Jixi thought helplessly. The mythical garden was silent at this time. Only Zhou Jixi was alone, lying on the ground in a big letter shape, and suddenly a wave came, not felt by the eyes and ears, but just that sense of control. Feeling the movement, slowly flew towards him, flew over the land, flew over the river, and came to Zhou Jixi. It flew very low, with a somewhat panicked expression, but the stubbornness and determination in its eyes. Just looked at Zhou Jixi for a while, bowed on the ground, and said something. But Zhou Jixi didn't understand. It was an unknown language. Anyway, he couldn't judge the origin of this language from the grammar, pronunciation and other things. Suddenly, Zhou Jixi felt as if there was something in his mind. Anyway, he understood the words of the little goblin who was kneeling 1 meter away from him. Please forgive your ignorant, humble, weak and low-level servant. Respect the noble master. Please forgive your ignorant, humble, weak and low-level servant. Zhou Jixi now understood what the little goblin was muttering. Little goblin, come here. Zhou Jixi said weakly. The little goblin stopped moving and looked up at Zhou Jixi. At this time, there was a big question mark in its head. Are you calling yourself? It should be, there are only me and the master here. What are you in a daze? I'm talking about you. It's you. Hi. Come here. Zhou Jixi said weakly. Why are you so stupid? Stupid and silly. Zhou Jixi thought unscrupulously again. Yes, master, I'm coming. The little goblin said in panic. Before it could finish, it was surrounded by a force and sent to Zhou Jixi. This feeling is still useful. Tell me what happened. Tell me everything you know. Zhao Jixi said. The bound little goblin looked at Zhao Jixi in panic, then lowered his head and told him everything he knew. It turned out that this place used to be the territory of a strong man, and then there seemed to be a war, and the strong man died. This place also broke into pieces and became a small place like now. The thing that Zhao Jixi swallowed in his dream belonged to the former strongman, that is, the owner of the little goblin. Now I know they are little spirits, but who cares? It's better to call it a little goblin, Zhao Jixi thought, is his core, which can understand the Yuanshan, Jindan, Godhead and other things. Anyway, he didn't explode after eating it, and he didn't become very powerful. So it shouldn't be a high level thing. If that strong man had a spirit, he would have sent down thunder to kill him. Unfortunately, he didn't, so. At that time, the little goblins wanted to protect this legacy, so they stopped Zhao Jixi from approaching it, but whether they wanted to protect it or take it for themselves is unknown. Anyway, the little goblins are now saying that they are loyal to their master and have to do it when they have no choice. It is wrong to try to stop the righteous master with a mantis arm. Now they want to surrender to the new master in hope that the master will treat the captives well. Zhao Jixi's current appearances, because he tried to change the operating rules of the river of vitality, so he has been drained of his strength. If you take some water from it, there is no problem, but don't try to change it, because Zhao Jixi is not strong enough. It's like a knife. Yes, it's yours, but if you don't know how to use it, it may still hurt you, and then bleeding and breaking the skin are inevitable. This space used to be an extremely large space, but now it is a small space. The original words of the little goblin are nonsense, to be sure. However, the little goblins only know that it used to be very lush, with many plants, all of which were delicious, and some fruit trees and so on, which were very full of vitality, but now there are only them, and the mother tree. It is the only big tree in the space. The mother tree in the space is a barrier that supports the space. Under the mother tree is the land of vitality, the river is a river of vitality, and the periphery is the land of abundance. There is also a group of little goblins living under the mother tree. The height of the mother tree is the height of the space, about 30 meters away. Anyway, it is very high. Well, I understand. Then you are the representative? You want to surrender to me? Zhao Jixi looked at it with his eyes slanted. Yes, my respected master. We pray for your forgiveness. The little goblin said. Then what are you good for? We can take care of plants. We are natural plant experts. We used to do this. We look after crops, fruit trees, deal with pests, prune branches, etc. We can take care of everything for you. The little fairy said proudly. Wait, stop talking. You only know this? And some. Do you know magic? The little fairy shook his head. Elementalization. Okay. The little fairy shook his head. Can you control plants? The little fairy nodded this time. Zhao Jixi's spirit gradually recovered, and he felt that the little fairy looked much better. Then how can you control it? Report to the master. We can control the growth of plants and improve them, so that they grow better and mature faster. The little fairy said. In addition to these, we can control the attacks of plants, etc. Zhao Jixi said anxiously. The little goblin blushed and said, Master, we are peace-loving elves. We used to take care of this, not responsible for fighting. Zhao Jixi looked at it and said, if you can't fight, what are you doing when you block me? Zhao Jixi said sarcastically, that is a defense we formed in the spiritual world, just like you. It's just that it's your spiritual world. We are not worth mentioning. Your existence is incomparably great. We actually compete with you. Stop, you flattered me well. Here it comes again. Okay, I roughly know what it means. Then tell me what I should do now. You can talk for half a day. How should I move? Zhao Jixi said helplessly. The little goblin knelt down in panic and said, it's my negligence, great master. You just need to take some vitality water to drink and eat a leaf of the mother tree. You will be fine. Zhao Jixi moved the water himself, and the little goblin picked a leaf with a painful look on his face. When the leaf was picked, Zhao Jixi suddenly had a palpitation, feeling as if something was missing. Yes, it was very uncomfortable. After drinking the water and eating the leaves, Zhao felt his strength slowly recovering, much faster than when he was lying on the ground. It was a slow growth that you could feel. After lying for more than an hour, his upper body and lower body slowly became active, and Zhao could already walk. This leaf and this water seem to be good things, but this leaf seems not to be picked casually. I felt palpitations after picking one leaf, and this space is supported by this tree. If the space can't support it after picking it, it will be bad luck. I don't know what the consequences will be. Moreover, this space is very similar to the plant space in the popular rural novels later. You can plant things and raise things. Haha, it seems that my lucky day has come. Thinking of the future, Zhao couldn't help but smile, and his mouth was a little cracked. Turning his head to look at the little goblins, now a group of them have flown over and stood neatly on the ground. There are a total of 132, which is the correct number Zhao got through the space. You can rest assured in the future. I, Zhao, am not a stingy person. I will not pursue the previous things anymore. Now I grant you the right to live here. I will also plant things here in the future. You can take care of what I plant here. If you have any questions, please raise them now. I will consider them as appropriate. Zhao looked at them formally and domineeringly and said. The little goblins were happy at first, and then they cried. Anyway, there was a mess for a while. Finally, the little goblin who had just come out to see Zhao stood up and agreed on behalf of everyone. Then the little goblin saluted Zhao in unison. They shouted loudly, "Greetings, Master." Zhao hummed, which was considered an agreement. Don't call me master in the future. It makes me look like a slave owner. Call me, Calling boss, Mr. Zhou, and big brother seems to be in novels, and it's pretty bad. Hey, Zhao suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of some vulgar movies. A feeling of mischief came up, and the corners of his mouth secretly smiled. From now on, you can call me Zhou first, and change it if you think of something better in the future. Do you understand? The little fairies shouted in unison. Yes, Zhou, we understand. Well, Zhao nodded and smiled, and suddenly a thought popped up in his head. Should he ask them to change it to ZHA and call me Wuai? It's a pity that I'm the fifth in the family. If my mother gave birth to me earlier or had more children, it would be pretty cool. Thinking about it, Zhao couldn't help but smile again. It's too vulgar. It's all poisoned by Mango TV. If his mother knew what Zhao was thinking at this time, she would beat this unfilial son to death. When the little fairies saw Zhao silly smile, they couldn't help but have black lines on their heads. If this person was not the master of them, they really wanted to beat him up. This smile was too touching. Zhao woke up after the vulgarity and suddenly felt that his performance was a bit embarrassing. So he coughed twice awkwardly and said to the little goblins, I'm going out now. You guys go and have a rest first. I'll bring something in next time for you to look at. Yes, young master. I'll take my leave now. Zhao also slipped out. Chapter 3 Family. Zhao room was empty at this time. Suddenly, there was a ripple-like movement, and a person came out. He looked around, looked at the alarm clock he set, and compared it with his watch. He found that the time difference was about 10 times, so he calculated it 10 times. If it is too detailed, we are not mathematicians, so there is no need to make it so clear. After looking at the time comparison, Zhao kept going in and out, and he was having a lot of fun. It was like a child who had just received a gift and had to play. There was also another similarity, that is, the 3-minute enthusiasm. Look, he felt bored after playing for a while, and he felt stupid. It seemed like this. In fact, the goblins in the space couldn't stand it anymore. Their heads were full of black lines, but no one said anything. To say bad things about the boss was like lighting a lamp in the toilet, looking for death. Although they didn't have this Chinese saying, they still understood the truth. Maybe it was because he was in and out so much, which was very exhausting. Zhao was a bit exhausted now. Moreover, after so many changes, Zhao could still maintain this state, which was enough to show how strong his nerves were. So he lay down on the bed and went to sleep again. The sun set in the west and rose in the east. Zhou Jixi slept so deeply that his family almost took him to the hospital. Fortunately, his eldest brother-in-law came out and said that he was too tired once. His parents at home couldn't wake him up, no matter how they called him, so his parents sent him to the hospital. Who knew that everything was fine in the hospital? The doctor said that it was caused by being too tired. He was given some nutrition in the hospital and woke up after a good sleep. Fortunately, the old doctor at the time was not bad and didn't charge a lot of money, otherwise he would have been slaughtered. However, the ambulance fee, hospitalization fee, and intravenous drip fee cost hundreds or thousands of yuan. Zhao's father also thought that he should observe it because there was no need to waste that money, and his son's breathing and other things were also normal. But Zhao's mother disagreed. Children are the apple of their mother's eye. If she loses money, she can earn more. But if she loses her child, what can she do? Zhao's mother slammed the table and pointed at Zhao's father and scolded him. Zhao Guangzhou, if you don't want your son, I still do. You haven't sent him to the hospital, even though he is in this state. You are just worried about the money, but you don't even want your son. You are not his father. How can you be a father like this? Zhao Guangzhou. Zhao's father also got angry when he heard it. It was an unprovoked disaster. How could he not love his son? He only had one boy, and he was born in his old age. He always gave him everything he wanted. If it wasn't for the limited financial conditions, or if his son wanted to fly, he would have wanted to buy him a plane. So he retorted, Jiuo Xiangmei, you are being unreasonable. What are you saying? How can I not love you? I just said that there is no need to spend some money. Look at what you said. You have been looking at me like this for decades. You look at me, Zhao Guangzhou, like this. Zhao's father also said with a red neck. The two usually have a good relationship, but Zhao's mother becomes a little irrational when she encounters her son's affairs. The two quarreled without warning. Several daughters hurriedly came up to separate. The eldest sister also said that it was all the eldest brother-in-law's fault. What can you say? You are arguing here and there. The eldest brother-in-law did not talk back. Now the situation is getting worse and worse. The eldest sister's firstborn little daughter was so scared that she cried when she saw this situation. The child born by the second sister also started crying. The scene became more and more complicated. Seeing this situation, the second sister had to use a trick. So she said, my stomach hurts so much. The second sister suddenly said, while holding her big belly. The second brother-in-law was so nervous when he saw this situation. He hurried over to support her and kept shouting nervously, wife, you are fine. I want to say, you can shout if you are fine. The answer is yes. Wife, you can't be fine. The second sister looked at her husband's face in front of her and winked at him. The second brother-in-law was not stupid. Seeing this situation, he immediately put his heart at ease and just shouted louder. Zhao's father and mother saw that the situation was not right and stopped. Only the eldest sister was still talking about the eldest brother-in-law and arguing non-stop. At this time, Zhao's father hurriedly revealed his domineering and shouted, enough, what are you arguing about? Don't you see that my second sister has a stomachache because of you? Stop it. The daughters were all depressed at this time, and even Zhao's mother couldn't help laughing. Zhao's father also reacted at this time, but he couldn't laugh with him, otherwise it would be more embarrassing. Just as everyone was about to gather around, they were stopped by Zhao's mother. Don't get too close, don't get too close, let the pregnant woman breathe. Second sister, come, take a big breath, and then exhale, Zhao's mother said with a serious face. The second sister took a few breaths and stopped pretending, saying that everything was fine. Everyone stopped and sat down for a while. When Zhou Jixi was sleeping soundly in the room, he kept feeling that there were a lot of ducks and flies around his ears, making a lot of noise. He tossed and turned and woke up in a few seconds. When he heard the noise outside, he immediately thought about why it was so noisy in the dream. As expected, women, sometimes the metaphor is quite correct. He shook his head helplessly and quickly put on his shoes to go out and take a look. When Zhou Jixi came out, the noise had already ended and everyone was sitting. Seeing this situation, Zhou Jixi was a little confused and didn't know what was going on. But not knowing If he could ask, Zhou Jixi asked, with a somewhat complaining tone, "What are you doing? You were so noisy just now. Now it's so quiet again. Does mom have food? I'm so hungry. I think I overslept. You didn't even call me for dinner. It's too much." "Call? Why didn't you call? I see you've been sleeping like a fool. You don't even know how long you've been sleeping? Even pigs can't sleep as long as you do. People who don't know would think you've hibernated. It's been a whole day and a night. No matter how I shake you or how I call you, you won't wake up. Tell me, are you a pig demon?" The hot-tempered third sister got angry and shouted at Zhou Jixi. The eldest and second sisters also started to criticize. The third sister was still not satisfied and stood up again. She continued to talk and criticized Zhou Jixi for everything that happened just now. Zhou Jixi saw this situation and quickly tried to divert his attention. He immediately walked over to care about the second sister's belly and the baby inside. At the same time, he winked at the fourth sister, who only gave a helpless look in return. He winked at his second and eldest sister again, but they didn't help him this time either. His two brothers-in-law also looked helpless. Finally, he winked at Zhao's mother. Zhao's mother couldn't stand her son pretending to be pitiful, so her heart softened. She said to the third sister, Forget it. Your brother didn't do it on purpose. He might just be too tired. Don't blame him for this. Mom, you just spoil him. Look at how you spoil him. Tired? Why don't I see that he is tired? What else does he do except eating, playing, and sleeping? I found him a job, and he quit it not long after I started it. And the eldest and second sisters, they found him too few jobs, but he just doesn't cherish it. He's always picky about this and that. You're a high school graduate. What else do you want? The third sister was so angry that she said everything, saying things she usually wouldn't say. That's enough, third sister. The eldest and second sisters interrupted. He is only a few years old. You can't help but say this. I can still support him now. When I'm gone, I don't need you to support your brother. I'll left him a house. We will demolish the old house and add some money to build a storefront. It will be enough to eat. If you don't want to take care of your brother in the future, just tell me. I won't make things difficult for you. Zhao's mother suddenly said with a gloomy face. Seeing this, the third sister was also panicked. Mom, I don't mean that. I just don't want to see him become incompetent. How can he survive in this society in the future? Now this society changes so fast. Who can predict the future? Let him have a skill. It will be a guarantee in the future. The other sisters also hurriedly persuaded. Mom, third sister doesn't mean that. You know she has a bad temper. Zhou Jixi also hurriedly persuaded at this time and went to Zhao's mother and kept acting cute. Zhou Jixi actually has a very good relationship with several sisters. When he had difficulties in his previous life, they didn't say anything and tried their best to help him. Moreover, he was a scoundrel during this period. It was not good to say that he was good. Later, he woke up and went out to work hard. However, the society was too cruel. College students could not do well, let alone him. No matter how well he did, he could not be promoted. There were always some people with connections who occupied the high positions. Those who were not related were more capable than him, and they flattered him better than him. Not to mention the academic qualifications, they were also higher than him. Well, he could not get ahead even with this. In the end, he came back. It was enough to take care of this little family property. He stayed at home to surf the internet, ghostwriters, and write novels. He could get full attendance and a little VIP at some point. Anyway, he had a lot of time, so he lived the life of a otaku. He was fantasizing and making fantasies all day long. But now it is different. Although he could not do anything in his previous life, he has a space. Even if he doesn't know about lottery and stocks, he can live a good life in the future with the space. Thinking about the future, he is now full of confidence. In fact, who doesn't have ambitions? Who doesn't want to eat well, drink well, live well, and make money without working? Want those beautiful women, those luxury cars, those villas, yachts, and airplanes? Eat healthy food, breathe fresh air. Look at the air in China's big cities later. The rich build villas in the suburbs, buy villas in the countryside, and go abroad, not to mention batches. Who doesn't want such a life, but they just don't have such opportunities and luck. Zhao's mother had to step down after persuading everyone, so she took the slope and went down. Okay, I'll get you food, sit and wait. Zhao's mother got up and went to the kitchen. Seeing this situation, Zhao's father said to Zhao Jixi, tell me what's going on. Zhao Jixi certainly couldn't tell the truth. It wasn't a question of trust or not. Some secrets were better not to know. The more people knew, the less safe it was. Who knew if something would happen? Zhao Jixi planned to keep this secret for the rest of his life, and he would never tell it, even if he was beaten to death. He didn't want to be taken into the laboratory for continuous research. At that time, his family would definitely be implicated, which would not be good for anyone. Chapter 4 White Lies. Zhao Jixi organized his thoughts a bit, thinking about how to make it sound decent. His brain was like an engine running at full power, but thinking alone would not work. Zhao, I'm asking you a question. What are you thinking about? The elder sister said. Oh, yes, I saw an article about Qigong exercises on the internet the other day, and I tried it. It said that I should practice continuously at midnight, absorbing the moonlight, until I feel the ki. Otherwise, if I don't practice all night, all the practice in the previous few days will be wasted. So I practiced secretly for a few days, and yesterday I couldn't stand it anymore, so I fell asleep. Zhao Jixi said with a blush, but it was not known whether he was blushing because he was lying or blushing because of embarrassment. Anyway, they thought he was blushing because of embarrassment. You believe this? What era is this? The elder sister said. Tell me, what do you want me to say about you? Second sister I won't comment on this matter, but you still have perseverance. I hope you can use it in the future. Third sister sneered Zhao. Do you have any reaction? Fourth sister I asked you to practice boxing with your uncle, but you thought it was too hard. Now you practice by yourself. What if something goes wrong? Do you want to piss me and your mother off? You are not allowed to practice in the future. Zhao's father said with an angry face. I'm fine, Zhao Jixi muttered in a low voice. Zhao's father stood up. I promise not to practice in the future. I promise. Zhao Jixi promised quickly. Zhao's father's face looked a little better at this time, but he also snorted and sat down. Several sisters also scolded Zhao Jixi one by one, but Zhao Jixi didn't have any emotions, because he knew that those who would talk about him were also people who cared about him. It was not as good as some people said. In fact, he didn't know what to do in the mainland to dig up the ancestral graves. After eating, Zhao Jixi was almost done with the scolding, so he went back to his room. This is the Zhao family's ancestral house in the countryside. There are 7 brothers and sisters in Zhao's father's generation, 4 boys and 3 girls. Zhao's father is the eldest son and grandson, and there are several younger brothers and sisters. A few years ago, Grandpa Zhao divided the Zhao family's property. He is so old that he doesn't want to be confused when he passes away, and conflicts affect harmony, which is what the old man doesn't want to see. So it was divided at that time. Zhao's father didn't live in the village, so he didn't want any land. What's more, he was the eldest son, so he had to inherit the ancestral house and several antiques. The second and sixth sons were no longer in the village. They bought houses in other places, so they took the gold, silver and antiques. The third son's family was in the village, so he took all the land and antiques, and the 3 daughters also took some gold and silver jewelry. The Zhao family used to be a big landlord. They served as officials in the Republic of China and the Qing dynasty. This history can be traced back to the era of the 5 barbarians' invasion of China. They served as officials in various dynasties. They were considered a big family. However, the dynasties changed several times, and some branches moved back and some moved away. Now there are 3 branches left in the village from the Qing dynasty. Because of the war, the ancestral house was destroyed at that time, so some branches were also cut off. Later, the republic was established. After a long period of peace, some people came back to recognize their ancestors. Zhaojia village, you can tell from the name that there are more people with the surname Zhao. Zhao is indeed a big surname. There are also a few other sporadic surnames. This time the whole family came back because they happened to compile a family tree, and the daughters happened to be free and wanted to breathe fresh air, so they came together. Fortunately, the ancestral house is big enough for Zhao family to live. In the early morning of Zhao village, Zhao, who had woken up long ago, couldn't help getting up. After eating the millet porridge cooked by Zhao's mother, he went out. The third sister also said that he slept too much yesterday and got up so early today because he was excited. Zhao took a deep breath at the door and felt that his whole lungs were refreshed. The air in the countryside is good, without pollution, and without the exhaust gas in the city. There is an indescribable attachment when breathing. I went out today for a purpose. I have to collect some seeds and plant them in the space to see what they can grow. I can rely on them for food in the future, but I still have to think about how to do it. I guess it's impossible to be a farmer at home. My father used to dig for food in the fields. He knows the hardship and depends on the weather for food. Just because they knew there was no future, several brothers went out together at the beginning, working everywhere to get the right to live in the city and have a well-off family. If I want to come back to be a farmer, it would be a slap in his face. Besides, there is no land, and my mother will definitely not agree. There are many better jobs than farming, and she thinks her son is too hard. She is not willing to let her son come back to farm. It's hard to accept here. If you want to live a hermit life like in novels, plant crops, raise fish, etc. How old are you? Are you so disillusioned with the world? How will you get married in the future? Which girl will be willing to come back with you to be a farmer? Although you know that you will make a lot of money in the future, your parents don't know. Do you think they will believe you after a few words? Based on your idiotic performance at this time, the possibility is very low. You have to make some plans. Forget it, don't think about it for now. Let's see how the things planted in the space are, and then we can talk about it. Zhao thought helplessly. While thinking about things on the way, he unconsciously walked to his third uncle's house. His third uncle had already gone to the fields. Grandpa and grandmother didn't want to leave the countryside, so they lived in his third uncle's house and were taken care of by his third uncle. The other brothers and sisters gave his third uncle a sum of money, as well as living expenses for the two elderly people. In addition, his third uncle was also filial, and the wife at home was also very good, so the food and accommodation were not bad. The two elderly people were in good spirits and strong. Zhao is here. Coming quickly. You have already had breakfast. Auntie will lay a few eggs for you. Auntie Sun put down the work in her hands and said enthusiastically. Zhao smiled and said, no need, auntie, I have already eaten. I just went out and drank millet porridge. You go ahead. I'll go see grandpa and grandma. Okay, your grandpa and grandma are in the house. You go and see. Auntie Sun said. Well, I know. The old man in the house had heard the noise outside and called the eldest grandson in with full energy. Zhao walked in and saw the old man sitting in a rocking chair smoking a cigarette. Grandma was picking vegetables not far away, and she had also put it down. She wiped her hands on the bib and came to see the eldest grandson. Zhao saw him and greeted him quickly, then chatted with the two old people. Seeing their grandson, the two old people were also happy, so they said that they should not leave at noon and eat here, and called everyone in the family to come over and eat together. When they came back, Zhao quickly agreed, but Zhao's father had gone to the village committee early today, and he didn't know if he would be back in the afternoon. He chatted with the two old people about other family matters. Then he told the old man that he wanted to find some seeds, saying that the old man and his friend's family wanted to plant some to pass the time because he knew that he was going to the countryside, and asked him if he had any. Yes, I missed these things after moving to the city. There is no effort to raise flowers and plants. They can't be eaten, and they are not easy to survive. Grandpa agreed with him. Then go to the cabinet and get some. There are still some cabbages, tomatoes, radishes, loofahs, eggplants, watermelons, pumpkins, cabbages, cauliflowers, green vegetables, etc. Find them yourself, Grandpa said to Zhao. Oh, I know. Thank you Grandpa, I'll go get some. Zhao said happily. Zhao Jixi took a little of everything. Anyway, he would try to plant them and then go to the seed store to see slowly. Later, Zhao Jixi's family also came, chatted here, and had a farm meal. The taste is still very pure. Although the food is delicious, Zhao Jixi feels tortured. He wants to find a place where no one is and then go to the space to plant the seeds. Time always feels slow when you want it to be fast, and it seems to be fast again when you want it to be slow. It makes you suffer helplessly. Zhao Jixi waited and waited and ate and ate. He also drank a little wine at the table and was a little tipsy. But it seems that he is not like before, and his alcohol tolerance has improved a lot. After discovering this, Zhao Jixi himself was even more happy. He laughed very cunningly, and his third sister couldn't help but give him a slap, and then he woke up. The people around him also laughed at this. Grandpa also said, "The third girl is still like this." At this time, the third sister's face also blushed. Zhao Jixi also muttered, "Violent girl, I won't argue with you." His sister almost couldn't help but give him another slap. When Zhao Jixi saw that she was moving, he immediately dodged, and everyone laughed even harder. The table was full of laughter, and the excitement of exchanging cups was unusual. Finally, everyone had eaten and drunk well, and the family said goodbye and went back. Zhao Jixi thought that he had finally waited for it, and it was not easy. After returning home, Zhao Jixi hurried back to his room and locked the door. The family saw it and couldn't help laughing again. They also went back to rest. After all, they drank a lot of wine, and it was still their own rice wine, which was still strong. The women also drank some sweet wine and were a little tired. In Zhao Jixi's room, Zhao Jixi checked, pulled up the curtains, turned off the lights, and flashed into the space. Stepping on the land of the space, Zhao Jixi's whole body became excited, and he quickly called the little fairies to come out. The little fairies flew over when they heard the shouting. In fact, the space was empty. When Zhao Jixi came in, they knew it, and were about to fly over to meet him. "Meet the master," the little fairies said. "Well, I got the seeds and you can try to plant them now," Zhao Jixi said excitedly. "Yes, young master." The little fairy stood up and said. Zhao Jixi took out several small packets of seeds, and the different types were already divided. He also told the little fairies not to plant them together, but they were all professionals, so they didn't need Zhao Jixi to remind them. But he was the boss, so they all said they knew. Chapter 5: Planting and Separation. The goblins looked at the seeds first, and then they started to divide the work. One team began to emit green light to the seeds. Some seeds absorbed the green light, while others could not. However, there were only a few that could not absorb the green light. Zhao Jixi estimated that they were dead seeds and could not grow anything. A team went to the land of plenty to dig holes and turn the soil. They also emitted green light to start trimming the land, making it form pieces. According to the types Zhao Jixi brought, they divided the land into several pieces. The goblins here also prepared the seeds and then started to plant them. They sorted the seeds according to different types and put them into the soil and then covered them. The next step was to pour water on them. The goblins flew to the river of vitality and filled some water with green light and moved it to the land where the seeds were planted. Then the carrier formed by the green light suddenly revealed small holes in the middle and sprinkled water like a shower. Zhao Jixi couldn't help clapping his hands when he saw it and couldn't help but sigh that professionalism is different. This process is not only professional, but also very fast. It has only been a short time since Zhao Jixi came in, and then he gave them the seeds, and then he selected the seeds, turned the soil and watered them. However, I didn't check the time just now, so I don't know how many minutes it took. However, if they were citizens, they might be awarded a model worker. Well, they should definitely be awarded. I guess the mechanization in the United States is not as fast as this. After the little goblin was done, he came to greet Zhao Jixi. Zhao Jixi waved and let them play by themselves. He wanted to say a few words or praise them. However, the sudden fluctuation in the space made Zhao Jixi have no mood to praise them. This sudden fluctuation came from the seeds that had just been planted. They were absorbing things in the space, maybe energy or something. Anyway, they were absorbing. So it caused fluctuations, which Zhao Jixi felt. Zhao Jixi began to use his thoughts to sense, hoping to get the result, but he just couldn't get it. Suddenly, a little bit of the fragmented memory absorbed in his brain emerged, and Zhao Jixi could get the answer if he increased the absorption speed of the seeds. Zhao Jixi thought of it and started to do it, but this time he knew to be cautious. He first strengthened the energy supply to a seed. Slowly, the seed began to sprout. The green sprouts tore through the seed shell and grew out. They began to extend their roots downwards and slowly push the shell out, making it break through the soil. At this time, it started to be a little different. The seedling was also absorbing energy, but it was also exhaling a kind of energy. At the moment it exhaled, Zhao Jixi suddenly felt a kind of joy. This was a feeling that seemed to have been expected for a long time, and now it finally came. Zhao Jixi carefully calculated that according to its breathing method, after absorbing 1 energy, it can release about 2 energy converted by the mother tree. In other words, it started to make a profit and could provide energy to the mother tree. Zhao Jixi understood it now. That is, if you want to expand the space in the future, you have to plant more plants. The seeds absorb a little and release energy B. After breaking the soil, the mother tree absorbs B and then exhales A. The mother tree can also grow after absorbing B, and the larger the mother tree, the larger the space. It becomes a virtuous cycle. At this moment, Zhao Jixi suddenly felt that there seemed to be an extra skill in his brain. It should be a skill, or it was like instinct. Anyway, he just knew it. The name probably means the vitality of the earth. According to that pit father's memory, he can release the energy he absorbed in the space to the earth, making the earth full of vitality, so that the land will not become nutrient deficient due to excessive planting, and the plants can grow better. Well, it's a farmer's skill. Oh, this dead guy must be a god of agriculture or something like that. Why doesn't he give me a Midas touch, or a large-scale magic, meditation, or cultivation technique, or perspective, invisibility, or some other supernatural power? Zhao Jixi thought helplessly. Zhao Jixi is typical. He got a bargain and still acts cute. He is content with this, thinking that maybe it will be useful in the future. There are no useless skills, only people who don't know how to use them. Thinking about the sayings in those novels, Zhao Jixi was relieved. After self-examination and self-consolation, Zhao Jixi became active again. Zhao Jixi didn't know how useful this skill would be in the future. When that happened, he would laugh secretly again, and often boast about his good character. He looked like a smug villain. If the third sister saw him, she would definitely give him a slap. Let's see if he can still smile so badly. Haha. Zhao Jixi came to his senses, and began to accelerate the other seeds to seedlings. Then he stopped stimulating them, because there were not many vegetables planted now, and there was no need to waste them. When you stimulate them quickly, it doesn't give you 2 portions. It just absorbs but doesn't exhale. Although there is not much waste, it is still unnecessary. There is also a slow stimulating, which can still harvest energy. However, when the vegetables are mature, they will slowly stop spitting out and start to die. Fruit trees may be better. After all, their lifespan will be longer. Seeing that everything was almost done, Zhao Jixi flashed out. When he returned to the room, he put on his slippers and went to sleep. He was still shouting, "I'm so tired, it feels so good to lie in bed. I was dizzy." He didn't do any work, just watch the work of the little fairies. He was still saying he was tired. He slept until dawn and stayed in bed for a while. Mother Zhou called him several times outside the door, and Zhao Jixi got up reluctantly. After tidying up, he went to have breakfast. He was the only one on the table who hadn't eaten yet. Even his 2 little nieces laughed at him. While eating, Zhao Jixi asked Mother Zhou, "Mom, why are all the people gone? You little brat, don't you see what time it is? Your sisters got up a long time ago. After breakfast, they said they wanted to go out and breathe some fresh air. Only you are still sleeping." Mother Zhou said to Zhao Jixi. How could Zhao Jixi dare to talk back? He just touched the back of his head and smiled foolishly. Then he kept eating. "Slow down, no one is competing with you," Mother Zhou scolded with a smile. After that, we stayed in the village for 2 more days. Everyone felt that it was enough. We had been away from the city for a few days. We had things to do at work and the store, so we couldn't stay there all the time. so we discussed going back. It happened that Zhao's father was also busy, so we prepared to go together. Zhao Jixi was also busy for the past 2 days. He wandered around all day, dug wild vegetables, or went to someone's house to dig up a small sapling, and then broke some branches. Now the space is much more lush, and a vibrant atmosphere arises spontaneously. It was time to go back that day. The family said hello to their relatives and left. When they left, the third uncle, the third aunt, and the grandfather and grandmother gave a bunch of local specialties to the people in the village. Everyone in the family took a bag of them, and even the 2 children carried a lot of things. The family returned with a lot of things. There was laughter and joy along the way. Everyone was in high spirits when talking about the harvest of the past 2 days. After all, they didn't come back to the countryside often, let alone the 2 younger children. These 2 days, I just ran around the mountains with the children and the village, and had a lot of fun. The family took a car ride for more than 2 hours and finally returned home. After a simple lunch at home, the eldest sister and her husband went back to their own home first. Their home is close to this community, so it is convenient to walk around. The third sister will go to work in 2 days, and the fourth sister will go to work tomorrow. The 2 have booked tickets, and will leave in the evening, and fly directly to Zhanghe. Both of them went to college there, so they found jobs there. The 2 are doing well now, which is something Zhao Jixi can't compare with. In the evening, Zhao Jixi helped send the 2 sisters to the airport. The 2 also explained a few words, saying that they would help him, and ask him to go to Zhanghe to try his luck. After going to a big city, no matter what else, but his knowledge will definitely be broadened. After talking for a while, it was time to board the plane, so the 2 got on the plane. Zhao Jixi waved goodbye, feeling a little melancholy, because in the previous life, the 2 of them had settled down in Zhanghe. Zhao Jixi himself lived a stay-at-home life at home. They were rarely together, so it was normal to feel strange when they were away. Zhao Jixi took the car back home, ate the dinner his parents had specially left for him, and went back to his room. Zhao Jixi closed the door and entered the space again. At this time, the space was lush and green, with pieces of vegetables and fruits growing in it. The little fairies flew in it, pollinating the flowers and checking their conditions. Some of them were resting under the mother tree. They also paid attention to the combination of work and rest, and worked in shifts. When the little fairies saw Zhao Jixi, they flew over one by one, because Zhao Jixi had already greeted them, not to fly over in a group every time, just one on duty each time. The one on duty this time happened to be the little goblin that Zhao Jixi had seen. It was called Little Demon. Originally, it was called number 32, but Zhao Jixi thought it didn't sound good, so he asked for its opinion. The little goblin said with tears in his eyes, "Finally, I have the demon power. Have I asked? Can I speak? How about calling it Little Demon in the future?" This little goblin didn't let the trick of giving a name make him cry and bow his head. He thought about it for a while, and agreed after thinking it was okay. This made Zhao Jixi depressed. Zhao Jixi also thought about it in his heart. Sure enough, not all novels can be trusted. Little Demon came to report the growth of fruits in the space. Now the fertile land outside is full of plants. There are also some subspecies in the vegetable area, melon area, and fruit area. Zhao Jixi also went to take a look. When he arrived at the watermelon area, he saw a forest of watermelons with big watermelons in the middle. This forest of watermelons was created by Zhao Jixi. It is March now, and it will take another month or 2 for the watermelons to be put on the market. Some of the watermelons on the market are produced in greenhouses, but they don't taste very good. They don't have that crunchy feeling when you eat them, and they are not pleasant and very expensive. Chapter 6. Preparing to sell watermelons. Zhao Jixi knocked on a melon and felt that it was ripe, so he picked it up and held it, then looked around. Oh my god, there is no place to put it. It seems that I have to bring something in next time to dress it up. No matter what, let's eat the watermelon first, Zhao Jixi said. Zhao Jixi carried the watermelon back to the room, found a fruit knife in the drawer, and returned to the space. When he arrived in the space, he remembered that he forgot to take the watermelon, so he went out and brought the watermelon in. He went to the vitality land under the mother tree, placed the watermelon, picked up the fruit knife and inserted it, then slowly moved to cut it open. After cutting it, he took a big piece first, put it in his mouth, and ate it non-stop. After Zhao took the last bite of watermelon seeds, it's so delicious, really, so delicious, sweet and delicious, full of sugar, it tastes crunchy, a bit like the taste I ate when I was a child. Zhao sighed. Come here, try it together, Zhao said to the little goblins. The goblins looked at each other, then those in the distance flew over, and those near the tree came directly over. Thank you for the reward, young master. Zhao waved his hand and said, eat, you're welcome, most of this is due to your contribution, Zhao said in a lavish manner. After eating the watermelon, Zhao returned to the room, and lay on the bed, thinking about where to sell it tomorrow. There are about half an acre of watermelons in the space. They are all local large watermelons with green skin, black stripes and red hearts. As for what variety they are, Zhao doesn't know, and he's not a professional. As long as they taste good, it's fine. There are more than 500 of them in total, about 10 pounds. My watermelons are almost 8 or 10 yuan per pound, which should not be too much. The watermelons on the market are also 4 or 5 yuan per pound now. Mine are so delicious, there should be no problem. Scarcity makes things valuable. I don't have the conditions now. If the conditions are good, I will sell them and auction them directly. At that time, it depends on how much I'm willing to offer. The Japanese watermelons are just black-skinned, and they are said to taste very good. 8 kilograms were auctioned for 650,000 Japanese yen, which is about $6,100. It's only 16 pounds. How much is a pound? Although there are some element of auctioning here, which are uncertain factors, I will be satisfied if it is half of its price. Forget it, I don't want to think about it. I have to get up early tomorrow to sell the watermelons. I'll go to bed decisively. Zhao thought about it and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Zhao got up early and he forced himself to get up. For the sake of money, come on. After a loud shout, Zhao put on his clothes and tidied himself up. Why did Zhao get up so early today? Usually you don't open the door before 10 o'clock. Come and have dinner, Zhao's father said in surprise. Zhao's mother also looked at Zhao strangely and went to serve Zhao porridge. Zhao couldn't help blushing, thinking about how he had been messing around during this period of time in his previous life. Zhao sat down and looked at Zhao's father and said, my sister is right. I decided to go out today to see what I'm going to do in the future. Ah, what? You said you were going to find a job. You're not going to be enthusiastic for 3 minutes again. Zhao's father didn't react to what Zhao said. He was surprised for a while before he said. Zhao's mother, who had just come out, happened to hear it. What are you talking about? Your son knows how to make progress now, and you are pouring cold water on him. Zhao's mother felt unfair and said to Zhao's father. The second sister also smiled secretly after hearing this. Big belly, taking care of the baby at home. Husband went to open a shop. When Zhao's mother sat down, Zhao said, I will go and take a look, and then think about what I will do in the future. I don't know anything about the jobs my sister and others introduced before. I got in through connections, but I don't know how to do it, so it's meaningless. This time I will try it myself. In fact, Zhao didn't say that his sister's connections were not very strong, so he would be excluded, and sometimes he was quite angry. The unit has always kept secrets from the superiors, but not from the subordinates. Zhao couldn't afford to sue for a little thing, so he didn't want to do it anymore. If life was more difficult in that life, Zhao would have endured it, but he didn't have no food to eat, and his family was well off, not as good as the rich, but better than the poor. There was really no need to abuse himself and put on a smile, but this was also related to Zhao's mother spoiling, since he was a child. Well, you know that it's good to make progress, so it's good to go and take a look. Come and eat more, this is your favorite, Zhao's mother said lovingly. Well, thank you, Mom. Mom is still the best. Zhao acted cute again. Cough, cough. Zhao's father coughed unhappily. Hey, my dad is the best too. Come on, Dad, eat this. Zhao Jixi hurriedly said to Zhao's father, and diligently picked up something for Zhao's father. Zhao's mother looked at him, smiled secretly, and cursed this old man inwardly. Zhao Jixi, after finishing his meal, hurried out. "This kid, look at that monkey look, he learned it all from you." Zhao's mother said to Zhao's father. "From you? I remember you were also so impatient when you were young." Zhao's father also retorted unwillingly. Seeing this, the second sister hurried back to her room and didn't follow them to get involved. Hearing the sound coming from behind getting weaker and weaker, Zhao Jixi also went downstairs. After leaving the door, he touched his pocket, which contained more than 600 yuan as the capital. Zhao Jixi stopped a taxi and said he was going to Chaoyang Market, which is the largest market in the city. It has both wholesale and retail, and the purchasers of big hotels also come there to get fresh goods. When he got there, Zhao Jixi rented a temporary warehouse in a remote place nearby. He agreed with the landlord to pay 200 yuan for 2 days. The landlord saw that the warehouse had not been rented out anyway, so it was useless to leave it there. He asked Zhao Jixi what he was going to put there. Zhao Jixi said he was going to put watermelons, so he rented it to Zhao Jixi. But he had to pay first, and then the landlord wrote Zhao Jixi a receipt, and the deal was done. The warehouse was about 20 square meters, with a rolling door, but there was nothing inside. The inner market was about 200 meters long, and the way in and out was not bad, quite convenient. Zhao Jixi went in, and turned on the light, pulled down the rolling door, and then moved the watermelons that had been picked in the space out, and put them inside. After finishing, Zhao Jixi opened the rolling door, walked out, and quickly closed it. Zhao Jixi went to the market management office and rented a stall. He paid the money and gave a badge, and then he left. Then he went to buy a watermelon knife, and then went to buy some big bags, and then called a tricycle outside. After agreeing on the price, he asked him to go to the warehouse with him to pull some watermelons out and transport them to the stall he rented. He asked him to leave his phone number, and if he needed more later, he could find him. At the stall, Zhao Jixi remembered that he didn't have a scale. He saw that the aunt selling vegetables next door had two, so he asked her if she could rent one to him. The aunt looked at him and probably felt that this young man was not bad, so she agreed. After all the preparations were done, he started to sell watermelons. Watermelon, big and sweet watermelon, watermelon, big and sweet watermelon, 10 yuan per catty, 10 yuan per catty, the quicker the better. Zhao Jixi shouted loudly. The aunt next to him was shocked when she heard him shouting. What kind of watermelon was so expensive? Zhao Jixi saw that no one came after he called for a long time, and he felt disappointed. Did he buy it too expensive? Should he lower the price? Zhao Jixi began to doubt himself. Suddenly, Zhao Jixi had a flash of inspiration. Why am I so stupid? Others have to cut the watermelon for people to try when selling it. My watermelon looks okay, but they don't know it tastes good and can't even smell it. Zhao Jixi thought of a way, clapped his hands happily, and went to find a watermelon knife to prepare to cut the watermelon. Zhao Jixi took out a watermelon and placed it, cut it in half with a knife, and then a fragrance floated out and slowly spread out. Then Zhao Jixi cut the watermelon into smaller pieces, making the fragrance more intense. It seemed as if time had stopped around him. People stopped what they were doing, turned their heads to look at him, and kept sniffing with their noses, as if they wanted to suck the fragrance into their lungs. Young man, what kind of watermelon is this? Why is it so fragrant? It smells amazing, the aunt next to him said with shining eyes, but there was still a trace of crystal at the corner of her mouth. You can see that she sipped her lips from time to time, swallowed her saliva, and her tongue moved at the corner of her lips, trying not to let her saliva stay. The surroundings seemed to be quiet all of a sudden. The vendors and passers-by all pricked up their ears and stared at Zhao Jixi without making a sound, as if they were afraid that they would not be able to hear what Zhao Jixi said if they made a sound. So the strange incident in this market happened. In this area, where you can smell the fragrance of watermelon, it seems unusually quiet. It doesn't matter in general occasions, but compared with the noise of the entire market, it seems a bit weird. Moreover, these people all have their eyes wide open, their noses keep breathing, and the muscles in their ears are stiff. If their skin was whiter, I would think it was a biochemical crisis. Zhou also felt uneasy in front of these people. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, rubbed his hands and said, "Fellow villagers, uncles, aunts, grandpas, grandmas, brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts. This is a new variety of watermelon cultivated in our latest technology greenhouse. It is cultivated in imitation of Japan's black-skinned watermelon. You know the black-skinned watermelon, that is, a 16-gin watermelon can be sold for $6,100 US. We cultivate it in that direction. Now we take out a batch to test the market, so the price is not high. It's hard to say in the future. Anyway, I think it won't be cheaper than this." Everyone was shocked when they heard that a watermelon cost $6,100. When they heard that it was still in US dollars, it was even more amazing. They all exclaimed, "And this one was cultivated in that direction. No wonder it smells so good." Chapter 7, Hot and Leisure. Of course, it's useless for me to say that. Whether the product is good or not depends on whether you compare it. How about my watermelon? You can try it. Whether it tastes good or not depends on your own judgment. I won't talk about the nutrition inside. My watermelon is all about the taste. It is absolutely this. Zhou said to the people around him with a lively and sincere expression. At the end of his speech, he directly gestured with a thumbs up. "You are not 1PO selling melons, bragging about yourself." Questioning voices came from the crowd. Zhou smiled slightly without changing his face, and said, "You may not have heard me clearly just now. Look here, this is what I cut. You can try it first. Anyway, it's free, but one slice per person." At this time, the crowd suddenly became agitated, and people rushed up. "Let me try," a group of people said. "Give me a slice too," the middle-aged aunt said. "Young man, here, give me a slice." The fat aunt kept pushing forward and shouting, stop pushing, old man, keep pushing, I'm talking to you, fat woman." An old man shouted at the fat aunt who was pushing forward. "What are you talking about, old man? Tell me again. I beat the old and the children." The fat aunt said to the old man with a fierce look in her eyes, as if she would give him a big slap if they disagreed. Zhou saw that it was not okay to continue like this. No matter what, it would be his loss if he fought, and he would not be able to do business then. He quickly persuaded them, Stop arguing. It's just a small matter. I didn't mean it. There are still some here." The people around also persuaded them, and the two of them stepped down. After a few words of shouting, the big thing became small, and the small thing was forgotten. Only then did Zhou breathe a sigh of relief. You say there are all kinds of people in this world, and it is bad luck to meet such a top-notch one. The people around were eating watermelons, and their mouths were chattering, just like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. It was particularly funny, but the ginseng fruit was not available, and the watermelon was right in front of them. Those who reacted quickly stopped immediately. There was a small piece in front of them, but there was a whole piece over there, and they immediately had to make a choice between gains and losses. So, they immediately asked Zhou to sell watermelons, and they didn't buy them one by one. A middle-aged uncle bought a 13-gin one, and those who looked good picked 5 or 6, threw 1,000 to Zhou and asked him to put it away in the back. After all, how could one person carry so many watermelons? But this is not a lot. There are also people who buy 10 at a time, and also want to deposit them. It only took a few rounds for this pile of watermelons to be sold out. Seeing that the watermelons were sold out, the people who didn't buy any were not happy. They just finished eating, and were about to buy more, but you bought all of them. What kind of thing is this? Seeing that they were about to quarrel, Zhou immediately said that there were still some, and there were still a batch in the warehouses around. Everyone has some. So the ones in the market were not sold. After the people who deposited the watermelons took away, Zhou took a group of people to the warehouse and started selling directly there. As for the borrowed scale, Zhou bought it directly from the aunt. Now he had no shortage of money, so Zhou waved his hand and bought it. When they arrived at the warehouse, everyone saw that there were still many watermelons, so they were no longer in a hurry. Some people who were good at doing things began to direct everyone to line up and buy in an orderly manner. This not only made Zhou Jixi feel better, but also accelerated the speed of trading. Zhou Jixi looked at the line and couldn't help thinking, if he was selling watermelons next to the apples when they were popular, there would be a long line, and people who didn't know would think that watermelons were smartphones like apples, seeing the long line. And those who wanted to buy their own watermelons would think that apples were new varieties and would ask the shopping guide, "Can I try your apples?" Her face would be very interesting. What a bad taste. Zhou Jixi was selling watermelons and still had time for bad taste. I really don't know if he was a genius or an idiot. He wasn't even afraid of getting less money. Zhou Jixi really wasn't afraid. After all, it was a business with no capital, and a little loss was acceptable. Besides, how could he suffer a loss when he was so smart? Zhou Jixi had already recruited the fat aunt and another aunt at the price of a watermelon, asking them to help weigh the fruits, while Zhou Jixi himself only collected the money. In addition, he would replenish the watermelon mountain in the warehouse from time to time, little by little at a time, so busy that no one would notice. It didn't take long for the watermelons to be sold out. There were still some left. This also made the uncle who started to buy them home come back and buy them all. Zhou Jixi gave the 2 watermelons he had left for the 2 aunts and gave each of them 200 as a red envelope. The 2 of them said no. Zhou Jixi insisted on giving it to them. After all, he had earned so much and they helped him, so it was normal to give them a red envelope as a reward for their hard work. Besides, we are not short of money now, and we will not be short of money in the future. After saying goodbye to the 2 aunts, who left with a smile on their faces, Zhou Jixi closed the iron door and counted the money in the warehouse. Licking his saliva, Zhou Jixi didn't mind the dirt and counted them one by one. After spending some time, the order was finally completed. Zhou Jixi let out a long sigh and smiled happily. 67,377. All I have is in there. I've earned so much in just a short while. If I can do it a few more times, I'll be rich. Haha, good luck, that good luck. Zhou Jixi was so happy that he couldn't help singing. His eyebrows were flying, and his mouth was almost grinning. In the future, we can also live in a Mercedes-Benz, drive a BMW and collect Ferrari. But how to live, I still need to plan and think about it when I go back. After all, in this land of China, money and power are inseparable. When you have a lot of money and it's of unknown origin, it will be a big deal. If you don't have any influence, any second generation can destroy you. It's easy to find a pretext to accuse you of a crime. It's useless to find a lawyer for this matter in China. Zhou Jixi said happily at first, but he fell silent again. After thinking for a while, Zhou Jixi suddenly laughed again. I'm suffering from paranoia. How can there be so many things? I'm still a little bitch without a house or a car. How can I think so far? I must have read too many novels. I only think of villains who are stupid and will be killed in the second generation. Zhou Jixi smiled and divided the money into 10,000 stacks and then kept a few hundred yuan in change and put the rest into the space. The best anti-theft method. If I want to do smuggling in the future, I will be a business elite. Haha, maybe a thief is not bad either. Like Jimmy, I can move it directly into the space without using my hands. Thieves can play a cameo role in the future. Zhou Jixi thought vulgarly again, and now he is a fantasy boy. After closing the door of the warehouse, Zhou Jixi's work for the day was half done. It was only a little after 11 o'clock, and it was almost time for lunch. Zhou Jixi wanted to find a decent restaurant to eat and celebrate for himself. Zhou Jixi walked into a restaurant with nice decoration. A waiter came to him and said, "Welcome, sirs." Zhou Jixi felt particularly happy when he heard the girl's soft words. If he had no money, he would feel uneasy and afraid of spending too much money when the girl called him like that. But now he has money. Although it is not much, it is a business without capital. If he loses it, he can earn it again and don't have to worry about anything. It doesn't matter whether he spends money or not, or how much money he spends. As long as he can afford it, he can pay for it, even if he spends everything. His mentality is different from before, so his temperament is also different. After hearing the girl's words, Zhou Jixi took a look. She looks okay, and is someone who can make people have an appetite for food. If she looks worse, the boss will not let her greet guests. That would drive the guests away. One person, but give me a private room. I like to eat in peace, Zhao Jixi said in a suit. The girl looked at Jay Chou and didn't respond to his pretentious temperament. She just said a few words very appropriately and took Jay Chou to the private room. When Jay Chou arrived at the private room, he said to the girl, "Just give me a few signature dishes, a bottle of beer, and a soup or something. You can order anything else. Just pay the minimum consumption in your private room." "Okay, sir," the girl replied sweetly. "And serve the food faster, I'm a little hungry," Jay Chou suddenly said. "Okay, sir, I'll tell the kitchen. Please wait a moment," the girl said sweetly, smiled slightly, and then went out. Soon the food came up, and Zhao Jixi couldn't help but sighed. Big hotels are different. You say you want it fast, it will be fast for you. Unlike some places, you say it's fast, but it hasn't served the food for half an hour. You urge it, and it tells you that others have been waiting for an hour. You are already fast. Zhao Jixi drank a little wine and ate the food and couldn't help but sighed. It's different when the hotel is big. The dishes are beautiful in appearance, the food is delicious, and the most important thing is that the ingredients are sufficient, not bad. Zhao Jixi ate voraciously, cleaning up the food on the table until his stomach couldn't eat anymore. Then he stopped and leaned on the chair to rest. When Zhao Jixi paid the bill and left, he sighed in his heart. The hotel is big, and the price is not cheap. $6,000. Just eat it. No one has ever eaten such expensive things in the previous life. To asterisk. Zhao Jixi finished his meal, but didn't know what to do, so he wandered aimlessly on the street, walking through the streets and alleys, admiring the busyness of passers-by, and sighing at his own leisure. He didn't want to express the happiness and pride in his heart. Looking at the park in front of him, Zhao Jixi crossed the road and walked in. "Let's sit inside and walk for a while. I'll almost digest it," Zhao Jixi said as he walked into the park. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 is so bloody. Afternoon. The park is full of lush trees, green grass, and cobblestone paths. The breeze blew gently, blowing up 2 or 3 fallen leaves, caressing the green grass, slowly drifting across the lake, and creating ripples. A few birds were startled by the sudden wind, and flew up suddenly, dropping a few feathers into the water. It's a pity that I haven't seen this scenery before. I would rather go online to see it than sit here bored. It's a pity, but now I'm reborn, which is also a favor from God. In addition to the space, I even doubt whether I have any relationship with the god of luck. Haha, keep a low profile. Zhao Jixi, who was sitting on a park chair, thought. I don't know if it's the effect of the space, but Zhao Jixi's 5 senses are now much more sensitive. He closed his eyes and listened carefully, and he could hear some subtle sound coming. Zhao Jixi felt that there was a sound coming slowly from a distance, and it gradually became louder. 2 people came over, and they walked to the chair next to Zhao Jixi and sat down. Zhao Jixi didn't open his eyes, and he was still lying on the chair. Although Zhao Jixi is not a voyeur, he can't help but have good hearing. The whispers of the 2 people still reach Zhao Jixi's ears from time to time. Zhao Jixi felt annoyed when he heard it, and thought that the 2 people were idle. But they were indeed idle. Yu Jiankang was no longer there. They both had terminal illnesses, and they were old. Treatment would only increase the pain, so they stopped. The old man wanted to go back to his hometown to see his hometown. The 2 of them ended up here. These were all Zhao Jixi's guesses, based on the words of the 2 people, but they were almost the truth. However, Zhao Jixi's words also made his heart move. They were childless, and if they could buy time, they would pay any amount of money. Unfortunately, the doctor had already sentenced them to death, and it would only take 2 weeks. Zhao Jixi didn't know how much money they had. But just if, I have the ability to extend their time a little bit, that doesn't mean I don't think saving people will have that effect, but extending it a little bit may work. Zhao Jixi couldn't help But think of using leaves and vitality water to delay death and strengthen vitality. Thinking of this, Zhao Jixi couldn't help but laugh at himself. What am I thinking? It's a bit shameless not to say that. I really think it's a novel. I meet big officials and escort you in the future. He shook his head and threw these thoughts away. Zhao Jixi glanced at the two old people. At this time, one of them was leaning on the shoulder of the other, looking at the lake and slowly closing his eyes. Hey, it's still a foreign woman. This old man is not bad. Zhao Jixi thought secretly. Suddenly, Mariah. The old man shouted a few words softly, tears left in the corners of his eyes. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it, as if he couldn't bear to quarrel with her. But his eyes were full of regret and sadness, and the people who saw it couldn't bear it. Zhao Jixi's heart also clenched. Maybe the old man still had a little wish to fulfill, just a little bit, but time was not given to them. Could it be that they could not leave peacefully and happily at the last moment? Zhao Jixi's expression seemed to have made a decision, and he walked over slowly, looking at the sad old man. I don't know what disease you have, but I may be able to help you delay a little bit of time. Zhao Jixi looked at the old man sincerely and said. The old man looked at the young man, and his heart was moved when he heard what he said. Although he didn't know what his purpose was, he knew that both of them didn't have much time left. If he could buy a little time, he would be willing to say anything. The old man immediately blurted out, thank you. No, I just make me feel better. Zhao Jixi said. Zhao Jixi took out a pill from his pocket. In fact, he asked the little fairy to pull out a leaf, then smash it into pieces, and add some vitality water, and then asked the little fairy to emit green light to make it round. He made 2 pills, and sent them to his hand. If there weren't more crops planted in the space, and the leaves that were picked before were slowly growing out, Zhao Jixi would not be willing to pick a leaf for the old man. But he was also in pain, so he handed the pill to the old man. Just when Zhao Jixi was pulling out the leaves, he felt palpitations again, and the old man saw it. After decades of experience and ups and downs in the business world, the old man could see that Zhao Jixi was really in pain. Knowing that this was an important thing for Zhao Jixi, the old man also calmed down and had more confidence in his heart. After taking the thing, he made a decision in his heart, as if it would increase his luck. The pill slid down his throat, and the foreign woman's face suddenly blushed. She opened her eyes and saw the old man smiling gently. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly coughed. I don't know if it was because she had confidence in herself, or it was real. Zhao Jixi felt that the foreign old woman's aura had improved, and the old man, who had been with her day and night, certainly felt it. The old man was also very excited. His whole face was red. Although he was excited, he did not forget to gently pat his wife's back. His movements were still so gentle. The old lady coughed well, took a deep breath, and said to the old man with a face full of surprise, honey, I feel much better, as if there is energy slowly released from my stomach and radiated to my whole body. Now I feel really great. The old man also smiled happily and was about to speak, but suddenly he began to inhale continuously. His whole body began to tremble, and his eyes looked at his wife unwillingly. He wanted to say something, but couldn't say it, but he looked at her deeply. Honey, you haven't fulfilled our agreement yet. You are doing it. You can do it. Hold on. I'll call the doctor. Where's my phone? The foreign woman began to look for her phone anxiously, and 2 lines of tears kept flowing. Zhao Jixi looked at her and couldn't help but frown. I'm here. I have no sense of existence. Huh? What kind of person is this? I saved you. Zhao Jixi couldn't help but complain in his heart. Well, seeing that she was so anxious, Zhao Jixi thought he should take the initiative. Who said I'm a good person? Anyway, I've made 2, and I've given 1, so it doesn't matter if I give another one. So he said, Madam, don't worry, let me do it. What do you think? Zhao Jixi said to the foreign woman. Hearing Zhao Jixi's words, Mariah couldn't help but slap her forehead and hurriedly said to Zhao Jixi, I'm sorry, please help us, I'm so anxious. Sorry, madam, don't worry, please let me help this old gentleman first, okay? Zhao Jixi said calmly. Okay. Zhao Jixi gave the old man another pill and then watched his reaction quietly beside him. This time, he also blushed, and then the blushes spread, and the old man's eyes slowly regained clarity. Mariah covered her mouth with excitement when she saw it, and then hurried over to put the old man on her lap, looking at him gently. Zhao Jixi was also watching, and after a while, the old man gradually recovered. The two of them were still talking about love, completely forgetting about Zhao Jixi, their lifesaver. After chatting for a few sentences, they remembered that there was a person named Zhao Jixi, and they were immediately embarrassed and quickly apologized to Zhao Jixi. Zhao Jixi said generously that it was okay, you just experienced life and death. It's normal to cherish the time and chat. The old man's words made people feel very comfortable, and the two kept thanking him. Zhao Jixi even said no, and said to them, do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup? After all, you just went through this. No, I seem to be able to feel how much time I have left. The medicine you just gave us is being consumed slowly in my body. At this rate, we can still live for another month or two. The old man said gratefully, and looked at his wife, who nodded in agreement. Can you still feel it? What is the feeling? Zhao Jixi asked. I can't explain it clearly. It's as if God gave me a clock and I can feel when it stops. That's about it. The old man was confused. It seems that the Taoist priest didn't lie to me. This medicine can really help people prolong their lives. Zhao Jixi said to himself. In fact, he wanted to deceive them through this, so that they wouldn't ask about the source of this medicine. The old man suddenly blushed, thought for a moment, and said to Zhao Jixi, I know this request is a bit excessive, but do you have this medicine? When Zhao Jixi heard this, he thought to himself, here it comes. Facing the desire for life, no matter who it is impossible to remain calm. Zhao Jixi showed a look of embarrassment on his face. Looking at the old man, he was actually very embarrassed. I have it, but I can't keep supplying it. Besides, I don't know how long this medicine can last. And there is a danger of exposing myself in the future. I would rather die than die. All I can do is give you little time. I have done my best. I can't risk being put on the test bench in the future to fulfill you. Besides, there are more people in the world who need help. At most, I can help others more in the future. In fact, there are not many of these things. The Taoist priest who gave it to me before didn't give me much. He took 5 pills. I experimented with one on animals and knew the effect. I gave it to you. Zhao Jixi said. The old man looked at his wife and saw her nod. He turned to Zhao Jixi and said, then can you find the Taoist priest? How is that possible? I helped him, and he said he had nothing, so he gave me a few pills, saying they could prolong my life at a critical moment, and then he left. Zhao Jixi recalled and said, trying his best to control his emotions, as if this incident really happened, replacing the space with the Taoist priest saying, it's all an adventure anyway. Seeing that Zhao Jixi didn't seem to be lying, the old man gave up thinking about the Taoist priest. There are legends about hermits and sages in ancient China. You can only see them if you are destined to do so. You can't force it, so you might as well cherish what you have in front of you. Chapter 9 The First Money. The two old men left. They now cherished their time together and wanted to finish many unfinished things in the remaining time. The old man gave Jay Chou a cash check, $1 million in US dollars, and asked for Jay Chou's phone number, saying that this was just the beginning. He smiled mysteriously and strangely. Jay Chou was confused. Jay Chou was not Lei Feng. He would get what he paid for. He would not do any tricks to get money. He accepted it without hesitation. The old man also laughed and said that the young man was very straightforward. He was good. After several people exchanged names, the old man said goodbye. Jay Chou also muttered, why didn't you even treat me to a meal? You are really Chinese. You have been abroad for a long time and you are practical. For the sake of $1 million, I won't care. Haha, I'm happy today. He hummed a random song again, shaking his head and looking very proud. Jay Chou collected the bill, then rushed to the bank to withdraw the money, and then asked the manager to deposit the money into his account. When Zhao Jixi was at the bank, he finally enjoyed a VIP service. Usually, he had to queue up, but this time, he went directly into the VIP room. The female manager even asked what he wanted to drink. The service was very thoughtful. Of course, in addition to these, the female manager also sold a lot of things to Zhou. She almost sold herself out, but those who eat the country's rice bowl are smart people. After all, they are all single plank bridges crossed by thousands of troops, or they have some connections. So they won't eat so ugly for you, a millionaire. So the romantic encounter that Zhou expected did not come. Zhou could only cry silently in his heart. Why is it different from what is said in the novel? Time is a butcher knife. It turns grapes purple black fungus, and thousands of green and astringent things mature. What's more, even cherries are now purple. Cherries are more delicious than red ones. Of course, this is in terms of fruits. Whether the others are or not, only individuals know their taste. Time passed quickly, and Zhou stayed at home for a while, but F-City was just a small city. Zhou's high-end fruit and later also sold vegetables, which gradually attracted the attention of some people. Moreover, in terms of development, this place was still too small. Zhou wanted to go out and have a career faster, which could provide a steady stream of funds for him to enjoy life. During this period, Zhou told his family about the money he got. According to the Taoist version, this matter caused a sensation. Everyone who heard it thought that Zhou was crazy about money. It was not until Zhou took out his mobile phone, turned on the hands-free function, and called the bank, that the bank accurately reported the remaining amount in Zhou's account. The family confirmed Zhou's words, and the atmosphere suddenly became excited. That day, Zhou's second sister was so excited that she almost gave birth prematurely. Fortunately, Zhou's mother was experienced and asked her daughter to adjust her breathing, which stabilized her. The family also calmed down because of the special situation. Zhou wanted to tell them that there might be a follow-up, but seeing the situation, he didn't say it. Otherwise, it would be exciting. Zhou left 5 million to his parents and told them that they could use the money to buy some real estate to leave a way out. He took the remaining money and said that he would go to a big city to make a living. In this way, if he doesn't do well in the future, he can still live a good life by renting, and at least he doesn't have to worry about getting married and having children. Zhou's father and mother also thought it was a good idea to keep it with them as an insurance investment for their son, so that Zhou wouldn't spend it all. The rest of the money was up to Zhou. Go out and see the world. Even if the business fails, or the money is spent, it doesn't matter. With that knowledge and funds, you can do anything in the future. Zhou also thought that he should give his parents peace of mind, so that he can go out and make a living. After all, they don't know that he has a space cheat. For ordinary people, if you invest all your money in business, it is still very risky. If you lose, you will lose everything. But it is a sure win for me. I will never lose anything. Zhou is leaving this small city. Looking at the airport coming and going, Zhou couldn't help but sigh. In his previous life, he always took the train and was reluctant to take the plane. After all, the price difference is still very large. Of course, except for the irregular special air tickets, but the service is really worse than nothing. But if you compare it with the train, it is still a big improvement. You can't afford the travel time, space, and taste. At the airport, Zhou looked at his mother's reluctant expression and walked over to hug her. "Mom, I'm leaving. You and Dad must take care of yourselves." He said a lot, but because Zhou always gave his parents the water of vitality, their health was very good, so Zhou didn't care about these. "Okay, I've told you everything your mom wants to say. Don't be so nagging. If you don't leave now, the plane will fly," Zhou's father said helplessly. He saw Zhou's little idea and helped him. In his heart, he kept saying that this kid had grown up and had a set of ways to comfort him. Push, urge, you just urge. What's wrong with me saying a few more words to my son? Are you jealous? Zhou's mother also pretended to be quite unhappy and turned her head to Zhou's father and said. She also knew that the child would grow up and fly away one day, but she would still be reluctant to let him go emotionally. Zhou looked at his parents and their faces. They were much better than before, but at this time, they were also a little sad. He went over and hugged his father. "Dad, I'm leaving. Okay, don't talk about leaving. Call me when you get there. Send everything you are asked to bring to your sister. Understand? Don't run away halfway. Come back when you have enough fun outside. Zhao's father said. Zhao Jixi nodded in agreement, then waved goodbye to his parents and walked into the boarding gate. Zhao's father and mother looked at their son's back for a long time before they retracted their gaze. After entering the plane, Zhao Jixi felt like a fish entering the sea and a dragon emerging from the sky. Although this metaphor is a bit exaggerated, as a person who has lived on his own for a long time, it would still feel good if he only lived with his parents for a while. But if he lived for a long time, he would inevitably feel unfree and want to return to the unconstrained life. Money, here I come. Wait for me. Zhao Jixi said secretly. The plane arrived at Zhonghai. Zhao Jixi got off the plane, pushing his suitcase and walking silently. After leaving the passage, Zhao Jixi saw a woman in fashionable clothes, with short hair that reached her ears, and the other side was pushed behind her ears, to reveal the big earrings on her earlobes. She had light makeup on her face, and her 5 fingers were painted with light red nail polish, which was very heroic. The other one was dressed in casual clothes, fresh and elegant, with a hat on her head, and a ponytail tied at the back exposed. She had a light pink and lovely aura, and a faint smile on her face, making her look very quiet. Zhao Jixi knew at a glance that it was his third and fourth sisters. The third and fourth sisters over there were smiling and waving, and the third sister kept shouting Zhao Jixi to hurry up. Zhao Jixi also smiled and waved, and quickened his pace, to walk over to them. When Zhao Jixi walked in front of them, "Bastard, come here and show me what's different." Third sister Zhao Hui pinched Zhao Jixi's face, and looked at it again and again. "It hurts, sister. Please be merciful. Fourth sister, save me. The future multi-millionaire is like this. It feels like this when you pinch it. Sister, you." Zhao Jixi was speechless, and could only stop halfway. Zhao Jixi and fourth sister Zhao Lin were both a little amused by Zhao Hui. Zhao Jixi teased Zhao Hui a few more times, and then they went out together. When they got to the door, they got into their beetle. The third sister kept saying to Zhao Jixi while driving, "How's Zhao? Not bad, isn't she pretty? I bought it for you. Look at this and that." Zhao Lin was embarrassed by Zhao Hui's show-off look. "Sister, please look a little bit like me. Look at how you show off." Zhao Jixi was also surprised. He thought it was borrowed from a colleague or friend, but she didn't expect it was bought by herself. "Sister, when did you buy the car?" "Haha, I bought it when I knew you had money. I thought of saving some for you when I saw you before, just because I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to find a wife in the future. Now that you don't need it, let's be extravagant for once." Haha. Zhao Hui said jokingly. Zhao Jixi knew she was not joking when he heard it. He remembered that in his previous life, the third sister was very generous to him, and it turned out that it was all saved by himself. Thinking about how much he had made them worry, Zhao Jixi's eyes were red. "Third sister and fourth sister made you worry? Oh, you kid, as long as you are well in the future, it will be the best reward for us, you know. Look at you, you are more feminine than me, and you are ready to cry. How old are you? Are you ashamed?" Haha, yes, Zhao. The sisters just hope that you will be well in the future. Fourth sister Zhao Lin also said, "Well, I will." Zhao Jixi looked at them and said solemnly, "And don't think that you are being sentimental. I don't have tears." The car window was not closed properly, and sand blew in, blinding my eyes. Okay, plus I didn't rest well on the plane, and yawned a few times, so tears came out. Okay. Don't think that you are so moved. Zhao Jixi said, while wiping his tears. If he wasn't moved, it must be fake. It's just that Zhao Jixi wanted to hide it in his heart, and there was no need to make it so sentimental. So he would never admit Zhao Hui's evaluation of being like a woman. Otherwise Zhao Hui would definitely make fun of him for this in the future. Even his own sister couldn't do that. Haha. When Zhao Lin heard what he said, she gave him an expression of obvious distrust, which made Zhao Hui, who was driving, laugh out loud, looking like a big sister. Zhao Hui, drive your car, drive carefully, don't laugh so unladylike. And what's with that expression, fourth sister? Zhao Jixi said to Zhao Hui anxiously, then turned around and said to fourth sister Zhao Lin in embarrassment. Chapter 10 Going on a trip. Zhao Hui and Zhao Lin's apartment was a little far from the airport, and the traffic conditions in Zhonghai were not bad at this time, so it took more than 40 minutes to get to the apartment complex. The complex where the sisters lived was not bad, and the security guard at the door was very responsible. The car drove to the parking space, and the three of them walked home with large and small bags. The third sister kept sighing while carrying things. Mom, they are really good. They didn't even think about whether you can take so many things, and they have to charge you on the plane. It's a big loss, really. Zhao Jixi sneered after hearing what her sister said. Third sister, if you have the guts, go and tell mom, and see how she will suppress you. Stinky boy, dare to tease your sister. Okay, you really haven't been standing up all the way. Can't you be quiet for me? And you are like a child. The fourth sister Zhao Lin was annoyed by them and said helplessly. The two of them were annoyed by the good-tempered Zhao Lin and hurriedly pretended to purse her lips. She was still holding something in her hands, otherwise she could have covered her mouth with both hands. The three of them returned home with laughter and noise and put the things on the ground directly. The three of them all lay on the sofa and sighed that they were exhausted. Zhao Jixi's sisters rented an apartment with 2 bedrooms and 1 hall. The 2 bedrooms had good lighting, one with a bathroom and the other without. The whole apartment was about 100 square meters. Zhao Jixi did not ask about these, but just estimated it by feeling. Later, he asked and it was almost the same as what he thought. You are good, but the dress is too childish. Sister, how long has the cat been there? You are still so rare. Dolls, cups, sheets, pillows, etc. How old are you? Zhao Jixi said helplessly after seeing these. Zhao Lin blushed when she heard it. What do you care, brat? Are you the sister or me? The sister. Get out of the way. She stretched out her hand and pulled Zhao Jixi out of her room. After dinner, the three of them kept chatting. When the moon rose in the west, Zhao Jixi's 2 sisters thought about taking a beauty sleep, so Zhao Hui and Zhao Lin slept in the same room, and Zhao Jixi slept in her room. The two took 2 days off to accompany Zhao Jixi to visit Zhonghai. In fact, Zhao Jixi had been there countless times in his previous life, but the 2 sisters didn't know about this and took Zhao Jixi to visit with great interest. The funny thing is that one time, the 2 of them were confused while walking with Zhao Jixi and forgot the way. The 2 of them wanted to find someone to ask, but Zhao Jixi took them around a few corners and returned to the main road. Looking at the surprised eyes of the 2, Zhao Jixi immediately thought that he had overdone things, so before they asked, he hurriedly said, "Didn't you just walk by? What's your memory? You have been in Zhonghai for so many years." The 2 of them were also confused and thought they remembered it wrong and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. But Zhao Hui couldn't bear to see Zhao Jixi's smug look and gave him a slap, which made Zhao Jixi depressed. Zhao Jixi had been in Zhonghai for a few days, and his heart had already flown to other places. It was not easy to pick up girls with his sisters here, and he was really useless. So he said goodbye to his sisters, and said he had to travel to other places. If he missed them, he would come to Zhonghai to see them. The 2 were busy now, so they agreed. However, seeing Zhao Jixi so idle, he was full of envy and jealousy. The 2 pairs of resentful eyes made Zhao Jixi full of goosebumps. After leaving countless guarantees, promising to mail special products to various places, and countless gifts, the 2 finally agreed to let Zhao Jixi go. Zhao Jixi left very leisurely this time, with only a few clothes and a backpack. He put the box of clothes in the space, carried a backpack on his body to pack, and went to the airport like this. Jay Chou has many places he wants to go, but he doesn't know where to go. He rarely plans anything for himself. He just does whatever he thinks of. Jay Chou is particularly envious of Tony Leung. I remember reading a report saying that Tony Leung is sometimes bored and will go to the airport at noon. He will catch any flight he can catch. For example, he will fly to London, squat in the square to feed pigeons for an afternoon, and then fly back to Hong Kong that night as if nothing happened. Jay Chou feels that this is life. Although this report is a bit exaggerated and untrue, after all, it takes 12 hours to fly from Hong Kong to London. If you take off at noon, it will be early morning. How can you feed pigeons in the square for an afternoon and then fly back to Hong Kong that night? But I won't go into these, but Jay Chou likes this attitude very much. So he rushed to Zhanghe International Airport to see where there are flights to now. Looking at the sign on the wall, Jay Chou took a look. He went directly to the check-in counter to queue up for tickets. After a while, Jay Chou came. I have to say that the efficiency here is quite high. Zhao Jixi saw that the girl in front of him was pretty good looking. Zhao Jixi looked at her and said secretly, "Hello, how can I help you? Do you still have tickets to Inner Mongolia? Which city are you going to?" "Somewhere in the grassland and there are flights will do." The girl felt strange looking at this man. He was pretending to be so cool in front of her. He didn't want to pursue her. He looked pretty good. I took a peek and found that he was a little handsome and had a nice and crystal clear skin. Maybe I could consider it. Zhao Jixi was waiting for the girl to reply, but after waiting for a long time, the girl didn't say anything, and he saw him in a daze. Zhao Jixi was embarrassed. What kind of quality is that? But if he knew that the girl was thinking about him at this time, it must be another feeling, so he urged the girl to stop. Miss, I want to ask you a question. You are the lady?" As soon as the words came out, the girl at the check-in counter immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing, but it was all the fault of the person in front of her. She immediately had a bad impression of him. What? Calling herself a lady? "I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry." As expected, women's hearts are like needles in the sea. Zhao Jixi didn't know what the woman in front of him was thinking. Zhao Jixi thought that he had made a slip of the tongue and said that it was not good to say this, so he told her that it was not related. In this atmosphere, the two quickly completed the transaction. Zhao Jixi bought a ticket to Helan, Harmony, Bu City. After more than 2 hours of flying, there was no romantic encounter, no beautiful stewardess, and no hijacking. They arrived at Hela Airport peacefully. Zhao Jixi was so proud that he wanted something to happen. He was really looking for trouble now. If something really happened, let's see what he would do. Zhao Jixi walked out of Hulanbu International Airport. Along the way, Zhao Jixi's eyes kept looking around, and he also liked a girl in his heart. He walked and looked out of the airport and set foot on the destination of this time, Helan, Harmony, Bu City. He walked to the taxi area and hailed a taxi, asking the driver to take him to a better hotel here. Anyway, find a place to stay first. It was already past 4 when we arrived at the hotel. After paying the taxi bill, Zhao Jixi walked into the hotel. The doorman came over to greet him immediately. Zhao Jixi smiled and said no, he had no luggage. Zhao Jixi walked to the service desk and opened a business suite. He followed the waiter to the room, opened the door, and walked in. He asked the waiter where to buy clothes. The waitress politely told her that there was a pedestrian street downstairs. The temperature difference between day and night in Helan, Harmony, Bell City is quite large. Zhao Jixi didn't bring any thick clothes, so he wanted to buy some. After thanking the waiter, Zhao Jixi went to the pedestrian street for a stroll. Speaking of which, it is different from the past. Now Zhao Jixi's shopping is really relaxed. In the past, he would look at the prices when he was shopping. Haha, now he doesn't do that, but it is only limited to ordinary brands. It is still a bit painful to buy luxury goods. I bought a few sets of clothes from 2 famous sports brands. Because of the large temperature difference in Helan, Harmony, Bell City, clothes of all seasons can be bought. I went to buy a few pairs of sneakers. When I was walking, I suddenly saw an outdoor equipment store. Zhao Jixi thought that it might be useful in the future, so he went in to take a look. The owner was a sturdy man in his 30s. He was wearing a camouflage suit. He had taken off his coat and was wearing a vest, revealing the solid flesh inside. He was more than 1.9 meters tall, with wheat-colored skin and a shiny bald head. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes with a knife-like face. There were a few wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. His eyes showed vicissitudes that were not commensurate with his age, but this could not hide his sturdy aura. Zhao Jixi knew that this was a man with a story, but who doesn't have a story now? The sturdy man came forward and greeted Zhao Jixi. The sturdy man was very talkative. After chatting for a few words, it was seen that he had a boldness that matched his appearance. The sturdy man introduced that his name was Jiang, and he was a local. Little brother is not bad, very much to my taste, haha, today you can buy it, and give you the best discount. Jiang patted Zhao Jixi and said, okay, then brother I won't be polite. Zhao Jixi said, as if he was taking advantage of me. Just because you call me brother, you can buy whatever you want. I don't believe you can buy everything. Okay, brother help me to get 2 sets of travel equipment. Male and female? Zhao Jixi blushed. No, I don't have a girlfriend yet, it's my own. I will have one soon. Haha, then I will accompany you for a while. You can cross out the things you don't want. Jiang said generously. Not long after, Jiang came over with a piece of paper, and there were densely written products, quantities, and prices on it, such as shoes, windshields, clothes, underwear, hats and headscarves, sunglasses, gloves, knee and ankle pads, tents, sleeping bags, headlamps or flashlights, anti-clash pads, anti-clash bags, water bags and kettles, compasses, stoves, windbreaks, personal tableau, fire, knives, ropes, communication equipment, raincoats, etc. Zhao Jixi didn't want to look at the rest. Chapter 11. Making friends on the phone. Zhao Jixi looked at the densely packed items on the list, and when he felt that it was almost done, he gave it to Jiang, and said to him, brother is that all? Yeah, how much more do you want? What I have prepared for you is more than enough. Jiang looked at Zhao Jixi and said, okay, brother just prepare these for me, 2 portions will be enough. Zhao Jixi said with a smile. Just look carefully, you just glanced at it hastily, be careful not to be cheated by me, I won't refund you then. Brother you look like you shouldn't do such a dishonest business, I believe you. Oh, that's never certain. Jiang said leisurely. For someone like you, it's a good thing for me, if I cheat you, just take it as a lesson. Okay, just because you dare to trust me so much, when you meet brother for the first time, I will make you my friend today. Don't leave later. If you are not afraid that brother will tie you up, let's go for a drink. Brother will treat you to roast lamb legs, which is a must. Jiang looked at Zhao Jixi in front of him, and felt that he was to his taste. It would be a pity not to make such a friend. Zhao Jixi was also very happy to hear that. He made a friend as soon as he arrived in such a strange city, and he was such a cosmopolitan character. How could he not be happy? So he also smiled and said, haha, if brother thinks that my few pounds of meat are valuable, why not tie you up? I'm really determined to eat your wine. Haha. Okay, straightforward, wait a minute and we'll go in a while. The store clerks have just gone to eat, and it should be ready soon. I'll ask them to prepare your stuff when they come back. Not long after Jiang finished speaking, 2 people came to the door, a man and a woman, and they came over to say hello. As soon as they saw someone, they were the store clerks who had finished their meal and came back. Seeing that several people came back, Jiang asked them to prepare the goods for Zhao Jixi's order. He then took Zhao Jixi to drink. Zhao Jixi also said, brother, I haven't paid you yet. Jiang rolled his eyes and said, I haven't paid you yet, why are you so anxious? Let's talk about it tomorrow after drinking. Zhao Jixi thought about it, and it made sense. He quickly agreed and followed Jiang. Jiang took Zhao Jixi to a store of his friend, saying that the food made by this friend was unique. He usually likes to eat here. The 2 sat down in the private room respectively. The dishes had not been served yet. The local white wine was brought up by Jiang. Without saying a word, he took it up and poured a glass for both of them, saying that he was happy to meet his brother today, and let's drink first. By the time the dishes came, the 2 had already drunk several glasses. Fortunately, the cups were not very big, about the height of a thumb, but it was still a lot to drink. When the dishes came, Jiang persuaded Zhao Jixi to try the special dishes here. The 2 stopped drinking and finished the dishes on the table. It must be said that the chef's cooking was really good. Jiang's body shape is not for nothing. Zhao Jixi still drank with a cheating space, and Jiang didn't feel dizzy even now. Zhao Jixi had to admire the Mongolian man. The drinking was so intense that the 2 drank for a while and the owner of the restaurant came in to toast. The owner was called Huangzhangyu, and he was the same size as Jiang. He came in to toast, but the others were so happy that they pulled him in to drink together. But that's not the end. Huang Zhang, whose friends often come here. He was looking for him, but couldn't find him. He didn't expect him to hide here and drink. The group of people were all very familiar with each other, so they pulled the three of them to sit down and eat together. But after a while, He Jiang's phone rang. He was a buddy, so He Jiang, who was a little drunk, started to brag with his friends that he had just met a younger brother who was a wine god today, and he must not be able to compare with him. The friend was not convinced when he heard it and said he would wait for him to come over to see if it was you. He bragging again. Zhao Jixi never thought that He Jiang had such a nickname, which did not match his temperament. Huang Zhang, who next to him, seemed to see Zhao Jixi's confusion and explained to him that He Jiang liked to brag after drinking. So one wave of troubles arose before another. The two were not far away and came over in a few minutes. At this time, the battle in the box was in full swing. The two who came were usually the best drinkers among the group of people. They were also strong men. Looking at Zhao Jixi, he couldn't help but cry. Since he had the space, he resumed the practice of some martial arts routines he learned when he was a child. His height kept growing up. He finally started to turn the tables. The sisters said that Zhao Jixi developed late. He started to develop again at the age of 20, but his height of 178 centimeters was so depressing among the big men. Since they were depressed, they couldn't let them have an easy time. Zhao Jixi relied on his youngest age and kept calling him brother and doing this and that. In the end, even the wine god who came was convinced. How can drinking convince people? That's not just talking. The wine god did it. He fell directly under the table. Even though Zhao Jixi cheated with space, he always moved the water from his mouth, so a little bit of water would be left. So Zhao Jixi was drunk and stood alone in the box, saying, "Get up and drink, let's drink, cheers," and sang a song with a ghost roar. Later, it was the restaurant's proprietress and the waiters who helped them to the lounge, which was also a place specially built by Huang Zhang for his drunken friends to rest. The next day, Zhao Jixi had a nightmare and was surrounded by countless pigs. Later, he was awakened by fear. When he woke up, he knew what was going on. The snoring of a group of big men was louder than the pigs. He touched his head helplessly, which was still a headache. Zhao Jixi stayed in this city for a while and visited many tourist attractions, such as Zishan National Forest Park, Bishan Japanese Invasion Fortress Site, Golden Horde Mongolian Tribe, Huenki Museum, Bayan Husho Tourist Scenic Area, Ziki Youth Cultural Exhibition, Bahu Museum, Danki Ganzhua Temple, Namonhan War Site, Urgan Russian Family Tourism Household, Mordayoga National Forest Park, Aolagua Hunter Point, Gaksan Cave, Dorfolk Park, Korean Family, Mantauli National Gate, Hulan Lake Ziohakao, Ushan Snowfield Hot Spring, etc. I won't go into details. During this period, several people also gathered together to drink and chat when they were free. Zhao Jixi became good friends with several people, which was also a big gain. Several people also took this little brother to play when they were free. Zhao Jixi did not forget to mail some local souvenirs and clothes to his parents and sisters while playing here. In particular, the green products in some places are really good, and Zhao Jixi also transplanted some into the space. They also mailed them dried beef, nay cheese, nay skin, grassland white mushrooms, Daxinganling wild mushrooms, fungus hazelnuts, deer products, wild vegetables, blueberry jam, *** lake canned food, and some products transplanted and grown in Zhao Jixi's own space. In particular, several barrels of water of vitality were transported by logistics. This thing is a bit big, and it is not cost effective to send it by express delivery. It is still much more cost effective to use logistics companies, but I have to go to the logistics company to pick up the goods at that time, and there is no door-to-door delivery. Zhao Jixi said that he found a clear spring in a deep mountain, and the transportation cost was not expensive, so he shipped some for them. When calling the sisters, Zhao Hui even praised Zhao Jixi for having a conscience, and said that she would change her name to Conscience Brother in the future, and said that her sister was good enough for you. Zhou Jixi was very depressed when he heard it and immediately threatened that if she dared to change it, she would not send it in the future and told her to go to the northwest wind. After this, Zhou Hui softened and Zhou Jixi was very fortunate. But he couldn't see it without the name change, and Zhou Jixi was very depressed when he saw it again because his sister's beautiful colleagues called him that. When he called his parents again, they were all concerned about him and asked how he was doing recently. Later, Zhou Jixi video called them and showed them his photos. He didn't look decadent at all when running around outside. He grew a lot taller, his figure developed horizontally, and his muscles were slightly bulging. Zhou Jixi also shaved his head, which was the hairstyle of the protagonist in the TV series Special Forces. Zhou Jixi wanted to shave his head in his previous life, but with that figure, the result of being a otaku for a long time can be imagined. Now the overall feeling is that he is a tough man, and his innocence in this life was also broken when he went out with several brothers. Fortunately, they listened to Zhou Jixi's situation and found him a so-called top brand. Now they don't accept ordinary customers. They said that they want to find a good technique for the first time. If a clumsy one leaves a shadow for the first time, he may be impotent in the future. Zhou Jixi didn't believe it at first. After all, he had been through many battles in his previous life, but he couldn't refuse the kindness of his brothers, so he agreed. But he didn't expect their sinister intentions, and from then on he was given the nickname of Mr. 2 Minutes. After all, even if your mind is strong, your body is still a virgin, so Zhou Jixi couldn't control himself, and the result was naturally tragic. So every time they'd rank, Zhou Jixi would tease them from time to time, and they would laugh at him, and he felt depressed. "Aren't you afraid that you will harm me in the future?" Zhou Jixi said depressedly. A few unscrupulous people said, "Hey, it's okay. Just be happy and let others talk about the rest." Zhou Jixi shouted in front of them, "You are not careful in making friends. You are not careful in making friends." So Zhou Jixi tried his best to practice his skills in his previous life on Linnea, and with his excellent physical fitness in this life, Linnea almost wanted to follow him. After several competitions, Zhou Jixi finally got his face back, and he always laughed at them. Originally, it was unknown how long this day would last, but it would still be a while. But a phone call completely changed everything. "Hello, Mr. Zhou Jixi, I'm the attorney appointed by Bud Chen." A burst of poor Chinese came from the phone. Chapter 12. Going to America. Zhou Jixi stretched out his hand and pinched his thigh. "Ah, it hurts. It's not a dream." Then he shook his head again, as if this would make his thoughts clearer, but this did not reduce the dreaminess in Zhou Jixi's mind at all. "Mr. Zhou, are you there? Hello, hello." At this time, the lame voice came from the phone. Zhou Jixi responded instantly. "Hello, I heard it. Well, I understand what you said. I will go as soon as possible." "Well, okay, that's it. Okay, goodbye. Bye." Zhou Jixi said in a serious manner, and the absurd look just now was not seen at all. I don't know whether to say that he has a good quality of mind, or that his skills in changing faces are comparable to those of women. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Jixi leaned on the sofa and quietly thought about what the person on the phone had said just now, combined with the text message sent by the old man, Bud, who Zhou Jixi had saved before. Zhou Jixi could already confirm that this matter was true. The call just now was from the lawyer entrusted by Mr. Badder in the United States. It turned out that Mr. Li Huaqiang entrusted them to handle a property donation. The amount involved is about more than $1 billion US. Even if Zhou Jixi thought that he could make a lot of money in the future, he never thought that he would have so much money all of a sudden. More than 1 billion. According to the current exchange rate between the US dollar and China, it is more than 7 billion RMB. Even if there is a space, Zhou Jixi can't have so much money in China in a short time, and he has to arrange everything well and not disclose the secrets of the space. It is really difficult in China. But now he is going to have it all of a sudden. Zhou Jixi feels like he is dreaming, a dream that he can't bear to wake up from. And with this money, Zhou Jixi will be much more convenient to do anything in the future. For example, why something is delicious, he can just build a laboratory and hire a group of scientists to slowly study it. It will be reasonable to produce any results at that time. Think about the black-skinned watermelons of the Japanese devils. Zhou can't help but admire them. And their Wagyu beef is produced by large farms and laboratories. Who would suspect that they have any supernatural phenomena? They have reasons and evidence. People will only think that it is another scientific research result. If they can't find the reason, it is an accidental product of science. Anyway, there are countless such examples in the world. They are scientific and normal. Now people's beliefs have become a sect called science. This is a fact that has been recognized in this century. Vertical barbicides. You don't have to take unnecessary risks and sell fruits and vegetables. In the future, if you buy a farm, you can also auction it. Just like some famous wines, you can implement share auctions. A certain amount is auctioned off every year. Generally, they are not circulated in the market. Some are fake knockoffs. For example, where does China get so many Lafite and so on? China consumes more than their winners produce. Not to mention how many shares some people in China can get with this consumption. How many of them are fake? No wonder foreigners think that the rich in China are stupid and have a lot of money. Vertical bars. Zhou's thoughts were running wild and his heart was beating hard. It was already past 1 in the morning, so it was no wonder that he felt like he was dreaming. It's really tactless to call so late. It's also a pity that I worked out until this time today. But since it's good news, I won't mind it, haha. Zhou came back to his senses and complained a little, but he couldn't blame him. Who told him that the time difference between the two countries was so big? He had just started working for a short time. Zhou took out a bottle of milk from the refrigerator in the living room and drank it in big gulps to relieve the thirst caused by the exercise and the news. Zhou drank until his hand crushed the box of milk, then he stopped. He shook the milk box and felt that there was only a little bit in it. Zhou threw it directly into the trash can and turned back to the bedroom. Zhou was so excited that he couldn't fall asleep. He closed the bedroom door and felt the temperature rise. Besides the warmth of the bedroom, the beauty on the bed also made him feel hot. A head of black hair was draped over the tender white back. He could see a sexy line along the back. He looked at the buttocks covered with a thin silk quilt. Although he had experienced the smoothness and elasticity, the round and exaggerated perfect curve still made Zhou fascinated. Zhou never tired of touching the long white legs and the tender feet painted with red nail polish. Although the woman on the bed was lying on her back and couldn't see the scenery in front of the mountain, she gave him a strange desire. Action is worse than thought. Zhou has been learning to be a man of action recently. At this time, he once again asked himself to do so. Zhou walked to the bed and lay on the left side. He put one hand slowly around her from behind, lowered his head and gently sniffed her hair and blew air into her ears playfully. The sleeping beauty on the bed was awakened by the guy who ruined the view in front of him. The woman turned around and looked into Zhou's eyes, adjusted her body to make herself more comfortable and natural, and one of her legs began to tease Zhou's lower body. One hand teased the ends of her hair, and she said in a lazy tone, "You said you would wait for your next show, but you didn't see anyone. After waiting for a long time, you must have gone to rest, because you couldn't do it anymore." The woman said it playfully. Zhou looked at the charming woman in front of him, and the heat that had already aroused him could not be resisted. "Haha, baby, can I do it? You will know if you try it. Then come on, don't wait and beg me to slow down the number of degrees," the woman said jokingly while looking at Zhou and stretched out her hand to flick Zhou's high. At this time, Zhou had no desire to speak. He quickly lowered his head and kissed the woman's mouth, blocking her words. He reached out to grab the perky peach-shaped buns, and the other hand reached out to the bottomless abyss that had already flooded. The battle was really tense. The two of them were panting. The woman under him was unwilling to be oppressed and insisted on turning over and singing. At this time, there was only the woman's panting in the room, and the room was filled with endless spring. The next day, Zhou was still sleeping in the house. Suddenly, he felt an itch in his nose. He couldn't help but reach out and scratch it, but the itch kept coming. He reached out and scratched it again, and Zhou woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful face laughing at him, and there was a feather left in his hand as criminal evidence. At this time, Zhou Jixi didn't know who the culprit was. Zhou Jixi hugged the woman and pressed her under him. "Woman, you are naughty in the morning. Didn't you get enough lesson last night?" Looking at the woman under him, Zhou Jixi pretended to say viciously, his hands still dishonestly climbing a high mountain somewhere. The woman laughed softly. "Sir, I know I was wrong. I came to wake you up for dinner, but it was so hard to do." The woman looked at Zhou Jixi and said in a fake voice, blinking at Zhou Jixi with a pair of charming eyes, "Morning is the time when lust is high," not to mention Zhou Jixi, a young man with blood. Although his stomach was a little empty at this time, looking at this delicate young lady in front of him, he would not change, even if he wanted to eat a full banquet. "What food do you want to eat? You are teasing me like this. Let me eat first and then talk." After saying that, Zhou Jixi kissed her. The woman could only make a woohoo sound to protest, but her body movements were particularly coordinated with Zhou Jixi, clearly wanting to tease Zhou Jixi. After some activities, Jay Chou carried the woman, who had turned into a pool of soft flesh, into the bathroom, and took a bath together. During the bath, he touched her all over, and she kept laughing. After they packed up, they went out to have breakfast. This time, the woman began to take care of Jay Chou. She drank a small bowl of porridge, and then watched Jay Chou drinking porridge, handing him 2 slices of bread with sauce and meat, and a pancake, like a newlywed wife. And our Uncle Zhou, Jay Chou also stuffed everything into his mouth without refusing. He ate as much as the woman gave him. The woman seemed to know that Jay Chou was very good at eating now, and her hands were constantly moving. Since Jay Chou started practicing his old boxing routines again, he has been eating more and more, and his strength, muscles and height have also been growing. Now he is a bigger version of Jay Chou than when he first came to this place. Through the video, Jay Chou kept showing off his muscles to his parents and sisters. The parents were very pleased to see that their son not only did not lose weight, but also grew stronger outside. They felt relieved and thought that young people should play outside more. Staying at home all the time was just lazy. Look at how strong he is now, just like the cow raised by the third brother, Zhou Jixi's third uncle. Zhou Jixi was embarrassed when he heard this analogy and sighed why his mother used such a vivid analogy. Zhou Jixi's sisters asked Zhou Jixi to hand over his current photos and posted them one by one on their own space, which made their colleagues depressed. Why? The sisters said that those who don't have this body type, whose faces don't meet the standards, and whose muscles don't have blocks should stay where they are cool. Our miserable male comrades were even more resentful, so Zhou Jixi's photos were taken by many people to take pictures of villains without his knowledge. After eating the food on the table and drinking the milk handed over by the woman, Zhou Jixi was full. The woman looked at Zhou Jixi, who had eaten at least 5 servings of food, and then looked at that sturdy body. She couldn't help but think of the vitality brought by that body. She always felt that feeding so much food was still effective. Thinking of this, the woman couldn't help but laugh and quickly covered her mouth with her hands and smiled. Chapter 13, Going to America, Part 2. Seeing the woman suddenly reveal a sly smile, Zhou Jixi was confused, and his mind was full of question marks. Did she think of something when she saw me eating? I can't think of it as a pig or something, so I started laughing. Zhou Jixi was a little confused. Hey, Zhou Jixi's intuition this time is really comparable to that of a woman. He really guessed the woman's thoughts, but he was wrong about the animal. It's not like a pig, but like a horse or a breeder. Zhou Jixi couldn't figure it out, so he asked. It's not simple. So he licked his face and asked, Sister Yu, what are you thinking? It's so funny. Tell me quickly and share it with me. Sister Yu looked at Zhou Jixi's innocent look and laughed again. Zhou Jixi was very depressed. He scratched his head with his right hand, got up, picked up the woman, and sat her in her seat, and then put her on his lap. With this plump buttocks, Zhou Jixi couldn't help but feel distracted again. But thinking of Sister Yu, who was always smiling, Zhou Jixi felt that there was still something to do. Sister Yu was suddenly picked up and sat down again. She screamed and her smile disappeared immediately. However, her eyes were like crescent moons, indicating that she still wanted to laugh, but she just held it back. Sister Yu turned her head and put her arms around Zhou Jixi's neck, kissed the corner of his mouth gently, and licked the sauce off Zhao Jixi's mouth with her tongue. Zhao Jixi pretended to be fierce, stretched out his hand and slapped her plump buttocks, which immediately rippled. "Tell me quickly, otherwise I will whip you later." Her cheeks also turned red, as if she had blushed. She stretched out her mouth and gently bit Zhao Jixi's earlobe, and told Zhao Jixi what she had just thought of. Zhao Jixi's heart burst into tears when he heard it. Who said that women are not sexual? Who said that women like to talk about love affairs, but not to do sex? This is a perverted woman in front of me. She was thinking about that thing while eating. I didn't think about it myself. I was sad. I was despised by women. Well, Zhao Jixi was full, and it was time again. The two of them didn't even clean up the table, and rushed to fight. A picture of fighting in broad daylight. After the passion, Sister Yu lay in Zhao Jixi's arms, one hand still spinning on his red dots, having a lot of fun. Zhao Jixi leaned on the bed, smoking Sister Yu's latest cigarette in his mouth. There was a faint mint smell, very fragrant and fresh. After taking 2 puffs, he handed it to Sister Yu, who was playing with dots. The bright red lips held the cigarette, and took a deep breath. After slowly exhaling, she handed the cigarette to Zhao Jixi. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Sister Yu said lightly. Zhao Jixi was surprised, and thought to himself, how could she know? How do you know that I have something on my mind? Sister Yu looked at Zhao Jixi's surprised expression. She was secretly proud in her heart, and said rudely, "Haha, you little brat, why are you playing deep with me? Who am I? You are still young, and you are just good at coaxing me, your Sister Yu, into bed. But if I don't want you to, there is really no chance. Tell me what's going on." Zhao Jixi also didn't see the woman so proud, and with a crisp sound, Zhao Jixi stamped her plump buttocks again. The woman panted softly, and flicked Zhao Jixi's point, causing Zhao Jixi to almost choke on the cigarette in his mouth. "I may have to leave," Zhao Jixi said lightly, but his tone still revealed reluctance. "But, I thought it was a big deal. Just leave, I won't die without you." Sister Yu said leisurely in Zhao Jixi's arms, took Zhao Jixi's cigarette in her hand, and took a puff, and then gave it back to him. Exhaling, Sister Yu said slowly, "Where are you going? Are you coming back?" Zhao Jixi lifted Sister Yu up with his right hand, and put her face against him for a more comfortable feeling. "I'm going to America. I don't know when I'll come back. I might settle down there, but I'll come back. You're so beautiful, how can I bear to leave you?" Zhao Jixi kissed Sister Yu's forehead. "Nonsense, I'm not going to marry you desperately, but you want to run away. I can understand that. We've only been together for a short time, and you're running away abroad. I finally got to eat the tender grass, and you're running away now. Haha, what nonsense are you talking about? You're still a sister." Zhao Jixi slapped her plump buttocks again. "You are just a little seductress, don't be so seductive. I was surprised when I received a call yesterday saying I was going to the United States. At most, you can come to the United States if you miss me. Food, clothing, housing and transportation are all on my side, and I can also travel by the way." Sister Yu listened to Zhao Jixi's words, grabbed the arm around her waist, pulled it to her mouth, and took a bite. Zhao Jixi frowned and said nothing. Looking at the teeth marks on the arm, there was still some blood, and Sister Yu sucked it with her mouth to wash the blood off the arm. "Okay, I'll leave mark for you to remember, otherwise you won't remember who I'm in the future," Sister Yu said happily, as if she had completed a work of art. Zhao Jixi looked at the teeth marks on his arm, then looked at Sister Yu, and could only be speechless. The two of them lay in silence for the whole afternoon. Zhao Jixi didn't know what Sister Yu was called, but he knew that everyone called her Sister Yu or Xiao. He didn't know what she did. The two of them met at a banquet. Zhao Jixi followed He Jiang, Huang Zhangyu and other big men to drink. Later, when he went to the toilet with one of them, Luo Gang, he ran into an old acquaintance of his, and was pulled into their room to drink. Zhao Jixi went there in a daze, and started drinking at the table. Sister Yu was there. She should be doing business, because Luo Gang was the head of the Municipal Police Bureau. Zhao Jixi didn't ask what position he held. As for the one at the table, he should also be in the government system. Zhao Jixi sat at the table with Sister Yu. The wine jars were all very powerful, and their tolerance was experienced. Zhao Jixi looked at Sister Yu, a weak woman, and wanted to be a hero to save the beauty, so he winked at Sister Yu, got up and drank with those officials, and drank them all. Later, he insisted on sending her home, so the two of them got drunk and had sex, and got entangled together. Zhao Jixi had no idea that Sister Yu was not a weak woman, but actually a tigress. She liked to ride on Zhao Jixi, even when she was not exercising. The two of them lived shamelessly like this. Sometimes Zhao Jixi went out to play for a few days and came back here. Sometimes they would go shopping together. This has become Zhao Jixi's base camp in this city. He doesn't even need to stay in a hotel. Who would want to stay in a hotel with a beautiful sister taking care of him? Unknowingly, it was night, and the two were too lazy to cook, so they ordered the hotel's takeaway to be delivered to the house. Zhao Jixi specially ordered a romantic set meal, and also asked for red wine and candles. He asked Sister Yu to go to the room, and Zhao Jixi set up the table well. The two happily enjoyed a candlelight dinner, and Zhao Jixi went online to check the visa agency, and prepared to go abroad. Sister Yu looked at Zhao Jixi. Baby, don't worry, I'll help you. I promise you can get to the United States soon. Now come to the bed. Sister Yu said, while posing on the bed. Zhao Jixi looked at the woman, then at the computer. In this dilemma, he certainly chose the woman. So Zhao Jixi's passionate nightlife arrived. In the bright room, only the two people's breathing and the echo of passionate collision were left. Zhao Jixi has been to many places in the past 10 days. He is almost a frequent flyer. First, he went back home to see his parents and the changes in Zhao's father and mother. They are more energetic and younger than before, and their bodies are much stronger. Zhao's father always said that he no longer feels dizzy, his waist doesn't hurt, and his feet don't feel sore. He has no problem climbing more than 10 or 20 floors in one breath. It's much better than that bone powder. Zhao Jixi was happy when he heard it, but he couldn't help but complain. I didn't hear that my father had so many problems before. You still thought you were a grandfather. It refers to Zhao's father's father, because Zhao's father is already a grandfather. Zhao's mother kept looking at Zhao Jixi, complaining, now that it's out in the wild, it's much better than when I raised it at home. Look at how firm its meat is. No wonder wild things are so expensive in the market now. There is some truth to it. Zhao's mother kept talking with shining eyes. Zhao Jixi could only ask the heavens in silence, tears welling up in his heart. Mom, your son is a human. You think he's a pig, and you even let the domestic and wild ones jump out. After being cooped up at home for a few days, he found a representative agency with connections, prepared photos, household registration, ID card, etc., and went to apply for a passport. Because he had connections, he was able to get through the inspection after a few days. When the Public Security Bureau was inspecting, they used the fugitives on the internet for comparison. Zhao Jixi was sweating. It seems that fugitives in movies have to smuggle to escape. It was all forced by their uncles. It is certain that life is not easy. Zhao Jixi stayed at home with his parents for a few days and met with a few friends and classmates to keep in touch. They all envied Zhao Jixi for being able to travel everywhere, and looking at the photos in Zhao Jixi's space, they wanted to fly directly to the grassland to enjoy the vast sky and sea there. Zhao Jixi took his passport and flew to Hohut and gave his passport to Sister Yu, who asked someone to apply for a visa. Zhao Jixi only had to fly to the Beijing embassy, meet the visa officer, answer a few questions and exchange a few words, and it would be approved after a few days. While waiting for the visa approval, Zhao Jixi was leisurely studying English at Sister Yu's house, or getting together with He Jiang, Huang Zhangaiyu, Luo Gang and their group, drinking some wine, and hanging out with Sister Yu. Chapter 14, America, Here I Come. In a blink of an eye, a few days have passed, and it is time to leave. Zhao Jixi bought 3 little Tibetan mastiffs, all 3 months old. This is the most suitable time to adopt them. Tibetan mastiffs start to recognize their owners in April or May. He didn't want any good breeds, he just took them if they looked good. After all, so many novels said that with the cheat of space, dogs and other things will become smarter. What's more, he has his own standard. Now he is taller and stronger than in his previous life. How could he have such height and strength in his previous life? so he can upgrade almost to gear, and these little dogs must not be bad. I believe that becoming smarter and stronger is a certainty, but I still have to test it. After all, I haven't tried it before. Zhou Jixi looked at the three little guys in front of him. They were small and furry and very cute. He liked them very much. Zhou Jixi liked to raise some small animals, and especially envied the feeling of being surrounded by pets in rural novels. Zhou Jixi went to the pet store and bought a bunch of high-end dog food, and also bought a bunch of eggs, ready to mix with the dog food for the laughing dogs to eat. After thinking about it, he decided to buy a few chickens, ducks, and geese. He would raise them in the space anyway. It didn't matter if he raised one or several. He could kill the chickens and eat the meat later. Zhou Jixi asked someone to transport all the things to the designated place. After Zhou Jixi looked around and made sure that no one was around, he immediately put the things into the space. Zhou Jixi left in a hurry and returned home alone. After entering the room, he closed the door and locked the safety, and then Zhou Jixi entered the space by himself. In the space, the little goblin saw Zhou Jixi, and the goblin on duty flew over to greet him, meeting the young master. "Well, comrades, you have worked hard," said Zhou Jixi, who came out with a leader's style. The little goblin seemed like an excited soldier seeing his master, but this is the truth. "Serve the young master." Zhou Jixi frowned and looked at the little goblin. It seems that there is no sentence after that. "You don't do your homework again. I will punish you by not having wine for 2 days." When the little goblin heard Zhou Jixi's words, his expression was like an eggplant hit by frost. He replied depressedly, "Thank you for the reward, young master." Zhou Jixi raised his eyebrows, and the little goblin's words brought up a thought in his mind. "Oh, I punished you, and you still thank me for the reward." The little goblin knew at this time that his chance to atone for his sins had come. He looked at Zhou Jixi with a servile expression and said, "Thunder and rain are the grace of the Lord. It is a great favor for us to have the attention of the young master." "Haha, okay, well said. You did a good job, and you will be exempted from the punishment, but you have to pay attention next time," Zhou Jixi said happily. "Yes," said the little goblin. From the above dialogue, we can see how vulgar Zhou Jixi is. He is a young man who has been seriously poisoned by domestic TV dramas. And since Zhou Jixi used to drink and moved the wine to the space, he found that the little goblins actually liked to drink it. So Zhou Jixi gave them a share of wine every day, and the little goblins were suddenly very happy and more motivated to work. Zhou Jixi also took the opportunity to make up a few vulgar dialogues, asking them to do homework in the future and come to satisfy his bad taste when they have time. Now the space has slowly expanded a little because of the growth of the mother tree. Zhou Jixi fixed the poultry that were moved in a small cage built with his mind. It prevents them from running around and destroying the plants in the space. Zhou Jixi felt it carefully and found that the poultry were also absorbing the energy in the space. The poultry were coveting the water of vitality. They seemed to be able to smell the fragrance of the water in the cage. They stretched their necks out of the cage towards the direction of the water of vitality, calling cluck, cluck, or quack. Zhou Jixi found that the poultry were also absorbing energy, absorbing more than plants, and they only absorbed without giving out, except for excrement. After converting it, he had a plan in his mind. It seems that he can't raise more animals in the future, otherwise the appearance and harvest will be disproportionate, which will affect the space. The little goblins were like children who saw something new. Those who were not on duty flew over the poultry to watch, and from time to time, there were brave ones who flew down to tease them, making one or two of them very angry, but they couldn't do anything about the little goblins, and could only cackle at them. Zhou Jixi looked at all this with amusement, and moved to the mother tree, summoned a group of fairies, told them how to take care of poultry, and asked them to feed them crops in the space every day. There are also 3 puppies. Zhou Jixi is now ready to raise them in the space first. He taught the little fairies how much they eat every day and the recipes. Eggs and dog food are all bought. In the future, they just need to be fed regularly and quantitatively. After the space is ready, Zhou Jixi returned to the room, and Zhou Jixi waited for a few days. After saying goodbye to his friends and sister Yu, Zhou Jixi stepped onto the boarding gate of the plane and flew to Beijing. Zhou Jixi went to Beijing to rest for a day and contacted his sister's classmate in the United States. It was introduced by Zhou Jixi's fourth sister. She was a close friend of his eldest sister in high school. Zhou Jixi was in the same high school as Zhou Jixi, and their family was in that high school. Zhou Jixi vaguely remembered seeing this sister when he was a child. Maybe it was a few years later that he didn't have much impression of her. He only remembered that her glasses were broken by Zhou Jixi. Zhou Jixi heard that the whole family of Zhou sister had immigrated to the United States. He was studying law in the United States. At that time, he heard that she was also in Los Angeles, which happened to be the place where Zhou Jixi was going this time. He could ask her for help. Otherwise, he would be in the dark and would be in trouble if he didn't know anything. The next day, Zhou Jixi came to the T3 terminal building of Beijing Airport, and he couldn't help shouting in his heart, I'm here, America. He boarded the Boeing 777 of United Airlines. Zhou Jixi bought a first-class ticket. After all, he had money, and he would soon be richer. How could he treat himself badly? Of course, he had to enjoy it. Zhou Jixi showed the ticket to the stewardess, and he also looked at the stewardess, and found that this big foreign horse was not bad, with brown hair, a pair of beautiful big eyes and light blue pupils, plus a beautiful face and a proud figure. Zhou Jixi was immediately moved and reached out to take the ticket. He didn't know if he felt it wrong or it was true, but the big foreigner hooked Zhou Jixi's palm with her little finger. Zhou Jixi smiled politely at the stewardess and walked in. There were not many people in the first class cabin, and the seats were all very spacious single seats with some dooley space. Zhou Jixi was sitting by the window. After putting his backpack on the luggage rack, Zhou Jixi sat down. The seats in the Boeing 777 first class cabin have a large adjustment range. There is also a large screen TV installed in front of the seat. On the left side of the seat are the entertainment system buttons and the chair adjustment buttons. On the right side are some service buttons, and under the display screen is a place to put your feet. Zhou Jixi, who was sitting on the chair, fastened his seat belt under the broadcast, and saw the big foreigner coming in. Zhou Jixi asked, and knew that she and her colleagues were here to check the seat belts. The plane quickly took off, and a broadcast in English and Chinese came on the plane saying that the seat belts could be put down, and asked everyone not to disturb others' rest. Zhou Jixi immediately became excited. He pressed the service button with his left hand. After a while, a stewardess came over. Unfortunately, it was not the same one as before. However, she was not bad looking, and was of Latin American descent. Zhou Jixi smiled politely, and pretended to be curious, and asked her if he could ask the stewardess to come over to serve him. The female stewardess smiled and said, okay, sir, I'll ask Jane to bring it to you, if you need anything. She also flirted with Zhou Jixi in a very ambiguous way. Zhou Jixi didn't know what she meant. She was a bit masculine, and wanted to hang him, but she was also testing him. If you want to have a sister now, you have to prepare everything well, and then play this role. You can't give people the impression of being half-hearted, otherwise you think women are all spoons. Seeing that you have money or something, they will throw themselves at you like moths to a flame. Of course, I won't talk about some brainless ones. There are still a few who want a one-night stand. A few dates and inspections are still necessary. The seduction, counter-espionage, and probing are enough to make a spy film, or a long trilogy. Zhou Jixi smiled shyly, but he was a little embarrassed by this open-minded foreign girl. He forced himself to suppress himself, and said to the foreign girl in a light tone in English, please give me a cup of coconut, thank you. But Zhou Jixi was shouting in his heart, a very open-minded foreign girl, isn't she? The happy days are not far away. Isn't she able to bring glory to the country in the future? He should be despised. It was obviously his lower body that was thinking, and he was still thinking about bringing glory to the country. He didn't even feel ashamed to go abroad. The foreign girl walked away with a delicate smile under the appropriate lifting, and infinite ambiguity emerged from Zhou Jixi's mind. In the service area of the cabin, the woman opened the curtain and saw Jane Christine, who was tidying up. She couldn't help but tease her. Hey Jane, there is a handsome guy outside the first class cabin who keeps missing you. He specifically wants you to serve him. He is the strong handsome guy with healthy skin on the second seat on the right. Tell me if you have seduced him in advance, otherwise he won't respond to my flirting with him. Tell me, he won't respond either. As she said that, she walked over and saw Jane take the cup from her hand, then took out a cup of coconut milk from the cabinet, poured it into a cup, and handed it to her while talking. Jane took a cup of coconut milk and put it on the plate and said to the woman, "Oh Catherine, my poor baby, yes, I took the initiative. I found him when he just got on the plane. He is like a ray of sunshine on a cloudy day shining on me, full of warm taste, and you can only get wet in the rain." Jane smiled and said to Catherine, holding her chest with one hand, and walked out confidently. Catherine smiled helplessly and cursed a word starting with F. Zhou watched Jane come over and smiled at her, feeling even more nervous. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he had dated a stewardess, and a big beautiful stewardess. In his previous life as a homeboy, he had fantasized about this scene so many times at night, and now it was happening right in front of him. It was like a dream. Beautiful world, beautiful capitalist society, America, here I come. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15 Chat. Sir, your coconut milk. Jane handed the coconut milk to Zhou and secretly thought in her heart, it's really a delicious piece of chocolate. The sweet taste is right in front of me. I really want to take a bite. Jane's tongue couldn't help licking her lips, and she smiled at him. Is there anything else I can help you with? Jane said. After taking the coconut milk, Zhou found that there was a phone number on the gasket of the cup. Looking at Jane again, he found that she suddenly threw a wink at him, and Zhou also winked at her. He said to Jane, "Yes, can you help me find my heart? It just ran away when I entered the plane." Jane blushed when she heard the words, but recovered quickly. "Okay, sir, if I see your heart, I will notify you immediately," Jane answered seriously. Zhou saw that someone around had already looked over, so it was not good to chat with Jane in detail, so as not to affect her work. He quickly said to her, "My name is Jess Zhou, you can call me Jess." Zhou paused, pretended to look at Jane affectionately and said, "But, no matter what you call me, I like it very much." Jane also found the same problem, and she was very happy with Zhou's attentiveness and thoughtfulness. Jane still received the meaning of the introduction of the chocolate man Zhou and looked at Zhou with a smile. She bent down and pretended to help Zhou adjust the entertainment switch, but secretly whispered in Zhou's ear, "Jane Brown, you can call me Jane, I will like it too, a cute oriental boy." After saying that, Jane took the plate and left. Zhou was just savoring the feeling of being squeezed, and when he came to his senses, he found that she had left. "Haha, Jane Brown, I remember it, a cute big foreign horse." Zhou smiled slightly and said softly. After more than 10 hours of flight, Zhou was bored watching TV DVDs and listening to music. Or they would talk about life and ideals with the flight attendant. During the period when Zhou did not press the service button, Jane would bring some snacks to Zhou and give him a wink or something, and even cover him with a small quilt when Zhou fell asleep. This made Zhou's boring journey very pleasant. People who are new to first class cabins can't help but sigh that first class cabins are different and the service is so humane. But the old birds can see at a glance that this guy is obviously hooking up with this big foreign horse, and they can't help but sigh that being young is good, and it's easy to pick up girls. Now I can only spend money, and I don't have any technical skills. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane has landed at Los Angeles Airport. The temperature outside is 68 degrees Fahrenheit. The plane is taxiing. For the safety of you and others, please do not stand up or open the luggage rack. After the plane has completely stopped, please unfasten the safety belt and pack your carry-on items to get off the plane. Please pay attention to safety when taking items from the luggage rack. Please go to the baggage claim area to pick up your checked luggage. Passengers who need to transfer to other places at this station, Please go to the transfer counter in the waiting room. Thank you for choosing United Airlines. See you next time. After hearing the broadcast, Zhou Jixi thought to himself, I finally calculated it. The American Empire has never been here before, but now I'm here, and I will conquer it. What a domineering statement. Zhou Jixi said in a domineering manner, but suddenly he laughed. Hey, what a pity that it is impossible. I didn't travel back to the ancient times, otherwise I could become a charlatan with a space and establish a country to conquer the American Empire. What a pity. This building is a bit crooked, but it is right to grasp the present and enjoy it well. We small people can't afford to play hegemony. What's more, with my level, I will be beaten up, no matter where I play. At this time, the broadcast on the plane interrupted Zhou Jixi's empty state. This plane has come to a complete stop due to parking at the jet bridge. Please get off the plane from the front, middle, back, boarding gate. Thank you. Zhou Jixi got off the plane and soon came to the pickup gate. He saw a lady holding a white paper with his name written in Chinese, so he walked over with his backpack. Hello, I'm Zhou Jixi. Are you Sister Zhou? Zhou Jixi had a shallow impression of her, so he had better confirm it. So he said to the lady. When the woman heard Zhou Jixi's words, she looked at Zhou Jixi with surprise. He was tall and strong, with healthy wheat-colored skin, as if the eyes could see the crystal clear skin. A head of sturdy short hair in the middle of the head, not very delicate facial features, combined with a resolute face, showed a strange temperament, especially the deep eyes, which were crystal clear, as if they could shine at night, and the pupils of the eyes seemed to reveal endless secrets, making people always want to explore involuntarily. A pair of seductive eyes. I don't know how many women would be defeated by its gaze. Zhou couldn't help but come to a conclusion, because she herself couldn't help but be stunned when she looked at it. Zhou quickly came back to his senses. Hello Zhou Jixi. Yes, I'm Zhou. Haha, I haven't seen you for a few years. I didn't expect you to change so much. If I hadn't seen the photos in your sister's space, I really wouldn't recognize you. I really couldn't tell that the brat who used to peek at the sisters taking a bath has grown up so big. Haha. Zhou Jixi was at a loss when she heard what Zhou said. Her face turned red, and she was extremely beautiful. Her ears were also red and hot. Sister Zhou, how could it be possible? It was my cousin who said she had a surprise for me, so I climbed down. I'm also a victim. How could I peek at the sisters taking a bath? Didn't my cousin admit it later? Zhou Jixi defended himself. Oh, it wasn't intentional. I understand. Zhou nodded in understanding. But Zhou Jixi blushed when he said the next thing. Forget it. Seeing that you are so handsome now, I won't bother with you. But some time ago, your sister Tao said that she had shown you her innocence. Now she is not married anyway, so she will just make do with you. He said with a teasing look on his face, his eyes bent like a fox under his glasses. Zhou Jixi imagined in his mind the sister Pan Tao, a homophonic nickname of Fat Tao, who left a deep impression in his mind when he was a child. At that time, she gave him a mountain of pressure while he was sleeping, and Zhou Jixi almost died. Or she gave him a bear hug and let himself drown in the surging suffocation. Although there was a little enjoyment at that time, there were more painful memories. A 7-foot-tall man was drowned by a fat girl. Where is the dignity in marriage? What will happen in the future? He quickly shook his head to shake off the horror movie in his mind. Sister Zhou, I really didn't see anything. It was so foggy at that time that I could only see the legs. Oh, no, I didn't see the legs either. Zhou Jixi was embarrassed to explain, but the more he explained, the more wrong it became. He was interrupted by Zhou. Don't worry. Sister didn't say anything. I saw it. Zhou gestured with her hands, looking very generous. Seeing that Zhou Jixi wanted to explain, she said, let's go. How long do you want to stand here? She pulled Zhou Jixi and started to walk away, not wanting to listen to any explanation. Seeing Zhou like this, Zhou Jixi could only feel helpless and aggrieved. Like a defeated rooster, he lowered his head and let Zhou pull him towards the parking lot. Sitting in Zhou's car, Zhou Jixi knew she was joking, but he still felt a little depressed when he thought about it. Zhou looked funny. She was just using this incident to ease the unfamiliarity between the two of them, so that they wouldn't feel awkward when they got along. Jijing, I'll just call you Zhou. We've been friends since childhood. In America, you can call me sister. My name is the same as G. Haha, do you want to have an American name too? Zhou said. Yes, GG. Zhao Jixi nodded in agreement, and then excitedly said, but I have an English name, so you can just call me Jess, the English homophone of Jess. My dad was foresighted, or not, it should be our ancestors. I was born in the G generation, and they gave me the Z character. It's not easy to keep this character. Now that I'm in America, this name is still usable. I checked before coming to America, and Jess has a meaning in Hebrew, which translates to God's gift and God's presence. According to my understanding, it means a blessing of our ancestors. It's GG. She looked proud and even made a joke in the middle of her speech, waiting for Zhou to come to the rescue. The process of chatting is to close the distance. Such jokes and support are indispensable. If you can't do it, it means you haven't grown up yet. The purpose of chatting is to bring people closer. What can be better than arousing other people's curiosity and making them feel closer to you? So learning this art well can be used in all aspects and will benefit you for life. Zhou also looked at Zhao Jixi with a surprised and funny look on his face. He looked like you can ask me and I will tell you, so he had to support him. Oh, so magical. The ancient people's ranking of seniority is too wonderful. Then your name has twists and turns? Zhou looked like he wanted to know, and he almost said tell me quickly, tell me quickly. Speaking of my name, it was not originally mine. There are 4 rooms in our family. At the beginning, my great-grandfather said that it would be east, west, south, and north, and the first male in each family would be named one. When saying this, Zhao Jijing also imitated his great-grandfather's tone of speech, which made Zhou laugh, and almost passed the red light, causing Zhou to roll his eyes, and ask Zhao Jijing to speak more seriously. After the limelight died down, Zhou motioned Zhao Jijing to continue. At that time, my elder sister was born, but she didn't get a name. My second uncle's family gave birth to a child first, and she took the east. My father was anxious, but unfortunately the second child was my sister, so he couldn't sit still, so he started to act like a rogue, and insisted on taking the west. My uncles couldn't persuade my father, so he just accepted it. But it really worked out. The third and fourth children were also girls. My father said at the time that, even if he went out to fight gorillas, he must give birth to a boy, otherwise he would be so shameless. So I, the West, am actually the youngest, and the 2 brothers in the north and south are older than me. Haha. Chapter 16 Taxation. Discrimination against women. Now we emphasize gender equality. Uncles doing this is wrong. Zhou said angrily. Zhao Jixi was helpless. Sister, you are in the United States. The national conditions are different. Besides, the people of the Celestial Empire didn't believe in this. Carrying on the family line, raising children to take care of the old age, and seeing the dead off, burning paper in front of the grave, are the traditional ideas of the Celestial Empire. Some of them cannot be replaced by women. What's more, even in the American Empire, it is not necessarily equal to men and women, otherwise there would not be so many feminist movements. Zhao Jixi helplessly explained to this long-time immigrant. Okay, I know, I haven't been away from the Celestial Empire for a long time. You make me seem like I don't understand anything. Let's not talk about this. Zhou waved one hand and said, paused. Zhao Jixi opened her mouth and was about to speak. Zhou started talking again. Zhao Jixi had to swallow the words back into her mouth. Jess, you didn't make it clear on the phone. What are you doing in the United States? Zhou asked again. At this time, Zhao Jixi said to Zhou in a serious tone, Sister G, I have a property to inherit, so I want to ask you to help me look at it. After all, I don't know anything in the United States, so I'm bothering you. Zhou nodded and said oh, and then what? Property inheritance? How much money? Who's your relative? Zhou asked several questions in a row. Oh, don't ask so many questions at once. Zhao Jixi complained and explained to Zhou. After all, he still had to rely on her in the next few days. It's for the 2 old people. because I gave them some help. They might die soon, so they want to give me some of their belongings. It's a relatively large amount. We will talk about the details after we stop the car. It's not safe to say it in the car. Zhou didn't say it too clearly and didn't say the amount of money. After all, it was still on the road. If Zhou couldn't stand the stimulation and drove the car off the road, it would be called death before success. Zhou also nodded and said no more. He was so surprised just now that he asked some things that he shouldn't have said, and now he is a little annoyed. The two chatted about some funny and embarrassing things in their childhood. When they arrived at the hotel that Zhou had booked, they were closer to each other, but of course not the distance between men and women. And the most important thing is that Zhou is average looking and wears glasses. Apart from his good temperament and figure, Zhou really has no sex appeal. Besides, they knew each other when they were young, and they are also his sister's friends. This makes it even more impossible to have that idea. If something goes wrong, he will be responsible. Zhou has no plans to get married now. The two came to the hotel that Zhou had booked online, which is the Four Seasons Hotel in Beverly Hills. The Four Seasons Hotel is a hotel with a very beautiful environment. Each of its rooms has a private balcony. The modern decoration style is simple and generous, which is more suitable for tourists who like simplicity and comfort. And the interior is also very luxurious. Each room is equipped with a flat screen TV and an internet docking station. When you are tired, you can directly enjoy the Beverly Hills, which is spelled out in letters, from the window. And it is only a dozen minutes drive from downtown Hollywood and only 1 block away from the shopping center, which is very convenient for playing and shopping. Walking into the luxurious facilities inside the hotel, a breath of exquisite luxury hits you in the face, and the gorgeous chandeliers reflect the brilliant and shining hall. Zhou walked to the lobby service desk, spoke fluent standard English, and gave his ID to the waiter. The waiter immediately helped Zhou to check in. Zhou booked a large 1-bedroom suite. After all, it could be 1 person or 2 people. If you are a little crazy, it is still possible to add a few people. Zhou is now going to treat himself well and decide to enjoy life and cherish the hard-won opportunities. If you suddenly wake up from a dream and have not enjoyed anything, it would be a waste of tears. After completing the check-in procedures, Zhou did not go to the guest room, but invited Zhou to have a cup of coffee together. There is a restaurant in the hotel. Zhou did not refuse Zhou's invitation, because she knew that Zhou was going to talk about that important matter. The two of them communicated, so that Zhou would know how to help Zhou. When they got to the restaurant, they asked the waiter to find a quiet corner. They ordered a cup of coffee and tipped the waiter. Just like in the movies, tips are required everywhere in the United States. Of course, you can't just give as much as you want, otherwise everyone will look down on you. Some places will directly ask you to give a tip of no less than a certain amount to someone, and there must be a minimum tip. However, this is a phenomenon formed by society after all, so it is better to follow the crowd. Zhou took a sip of coffee to moisten his throat, and then told Zhou that the lawyer of a couple of elderly people he had saved called him, and said that the elderly had a large amount of property to hand over to him. He asked him to come to Los Angeles, USA to sign the documents, so he wanted to ask her to go with him to take a look. After all, it is better to be prepared. It is better to be on guard against everyone. In fact, Zhou's caution was completely unnecessary. After all, the elderly had not died yet. He was just entrusting the lawyer to transfer it. There were accounting audits, financial appraisers, and third-party government witnesses in the middle, so the property was not authorized, and the bank and the government would not let anyone transfer it casually. Moreover, you can earn a lot by transferring it to the government. The tax system of American imperialism is very complete. It will intervene in the wealth of both the dead and the living. It is eager for you to transfer and gift it to many people so that the wealth can be redistributed. Zhou, let's say that the US government imposes high taxes on the transfer of personal assets. Although this tax is commonly known as inheritance tax, it actually includes 3 types of personal asset transfer taxes. One is inheritance tax, the second is gift tax, and the third is intergenerational asset transfer tax. In 1916, the federal government only imposed inheritance tax. Later, in order to prevent people from evading inheritance tax by giving gifts during their lifetime and transferring the inheritance to the next generation or several generations of their children in the form of trusts, the federal government successively imposed gift tax and intergenerational inheritance transfer tax. Since 1977, the United States has applied a unified tax rate table for inheritance tax and gift tax. Zhou nodded, indicating that he understood. Zhou took a sip of coffee and continued, haha, let me tell you, inheritance in the United States is a troublesome matter. That is, the inheritance tax must be paid by the heirs, and they have to pay the tax first, before they can inherit and distribute the property. The law stipulates that the estate administrator or executor must be responsible for paying the tax in cash within 9 months after the death of the original property owner before the estate can be distributed. If you don't have enough money at the moment, you can apply for an extension of payment, but the period must not exceed 6 months. Ah, what about me? Zhou was humiliated when he heard this, thinking to himself, how many hundreds of millions I would have to pay. Zhou waved his hand and asked him to listen to him. Paying taxes first and then dividing the property has become one of the biggest criticisms of the US estate tax, because this method will cause the heirs to be in a dilemma of being unable to pay taxes on time due to insufficient cash. Of course, the US estate tax does not mean that all inheritances obtained by the heirs are taxed. The inheritance left by a person can be deducted from debts, funeral expenses, and charitable donations, and then personal exemptions. Only then will the remaining inheritance be taxed. You have to pay gift tax. If the old man dies, you may not get the money. After all, let alone the direct or collateral heir, you are not one of them. You also have to pay a sum of money to get the money, and it is not something that can be done in a short time. Zhou nodded again to show his agreement. Then what should I do? Zhou said. In the United States, gift tax is to prevent the rich from leaving their wealth to their descendants. When a person gives his property to his descendants or others while he is still alive, the government will collect gift tax. Therefore, there are many rich Americans who make charitable donations, but it is almost impossible to find people who can leave all their property to their descendants. All this is due to Uncle Sam intervening. Although the property is earned by you, Uncle Sam wants to share the property left by the old man after his death like the sons of rich people. Uncle Sam is not satisfied with being a son, he also wants to be a grandfather. If any of you want to transfer your property to your descendants or others while you are still alive, you must first pay tribute to the grandfather. At this time, it is not called inheritance tax but gift tax. The American Empire is so cruel, so don't interfere in everything. KO. Zhou complained. Zhou glared at Zhou and said, don't interrupt, don't say bad words. Zhou quickly made a zipper motion with his hand on his mouth, and then made a gesture of please continue the group fight without disturbing me. Zhou looked at him with amusement, but he said with a smile, but it's not bad. There is an advantage for Americans to give property to their descendants when they are alive, rather than leaving an inheritance to their descendants after death. That is, it will not cause trouble for the descendants or beneficiaries when paying taxes. The gift tax is paid by the donor, and the beneficiary only gets the property without paying taxes. This avoids the embarrassing situation that the beneficiary cannot get the inheritance because of the lack of cash to pay the inheritance tax in the inheritance tax. Zhou's face was full of peach blossoms. It was like a roller coaster listening to this. So I don't have to pay taxes and I can get this money? Zhou said happily. Well, but then I have to ask the financial planner and the accountant to discuss it. It's so cost effective. After all, you are still a citizen of the Celestial Empire and may have to pay personal income tax. At that time, ask a lawyer to plan it. After becoming an American citizen, if you don't want to, you can apply for a green card first. In that case, you can avoid taxes in the Celestial Empire. However, the tax system of the Celestial Empire is based on the principle of territoriality, that is, you pay taxes where you are. So I'll study it, and it may be okay. But it's better to become a naturalized citizen, so that it will be easier to manage the property you inherit here. Besides, I heard that there are many immigrants from China. Don't you feel any psychological pressure about this? Zhao Jixi weighed the pros and cons. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. The fat meat in hand will have to be taken by those pigs, and they will have nice cars, good wine, beautiful girls, and mistresses. Why does it feel like others are going to PO, and I have to pay for them? It makes me sick just thinking about it. Haha, it's okay. I don't care about this. I'm actually a stateless person. The world is one. It's the same everywhere. The name of human beings will not change. Zhao Ji said shamelessly without changing his expression. Zhao Ji didn't say anything about this. All love has value, and it is not impossible to consider it, as long as the price is right. What's more, it is a large sum of money. No one would be willing to do it. Moreover, such a large sum of money may not be safe in China. The damn laws in China, haha. The United States is more comprehensive, of course, referring to legal property. The two chatted casually for a while, and agreed to go to the office together tomorrow. After drinking coffee, Zhao Ji said sorry, that she had to leave first, and her fiancé at home said he wanted to give her a surprise. Zhao Ji heard it. How could he say anything? The young couple is improving their relationship, and you still want to be Cheng Yaojin. So he asked for the bill, and got up to send her out. Chapter 17. Getting Rich. All kinds of requests. Recommendation for fattening calves. Collection. Everyone, come here. California, the United States. The sun is always so bright and shining, and people who are basking in the sun don't want to move. The Hood Law Firm is located in the City of Angels, Los Angeles, in the center of the City of Angels. The high-rise buildings are arranged in an orderly manner, and the buildings and statues of different styles are fashionable and exquisite. The pedestrians passing by on the road are all in suits and leather ties, and the women are also in professional clothes, which are fashionable and sexy. Zhao Jixi got out of the car and looked at everything in front of him. The pedestrians on the road were moving. Zhao Jixi himself seemed to feel that time had stopped. He stood still and passed by the pedestrians, feeling a lot of emotions in his heart. His thoughts couldn't help but drift east and west, and the whole person was stunned there. Is it going to be rich soon? I'm rich when I go in. Am I rich? Not rich but rich? Such questions always pop up in my mind. Looking at the boy in a daze in front of him, Zhao Ji hesitated whether to go up and call him. He raised his hand to check his watch, stomped his feet, and took 2 steps forward, and said to Zhao Jixi, Mr. Zhao. The sudden voice in his ear woke Zhao Jixi up from the chaos. Oh, what? Sorry, Sister G, what did you say just now? Zhao Jixi touched his head awkwardly and apologized. Zhao Ji looked at him, and smiled lightly and said, it's okay, your condition is still mild. Anyway, I'm not surprised by this trip. Haha, can we go in now, Mr. Zhao? Of course, I can't wait, let's go in. Zhao Jixi said excitedly. Zhao Jixi walked forward a few steps and suddenly stopped again, almost causing Zhao Ji behind to rear end and hit him. He patted his chest and thanked himself in his heart. Fortunately, I looked ahead when walking and didn't think about things like the person in front. What are you doing? Stopping suddenly, Zhao Ji said unhappily. Zhao Jixi looked at her and said, I always felt something was wrong today. It turned out that there was something wrong with you. Zhao Ji was shocked. Ah, what's wrong with me? She couldn't help but be shocked. You know, this little brother in front of her may be a billionaire after today, and it's in US dollars. That's a long-term meal ticket. Of course, this is a meal ticket for work, not for Zhao Jixi to be a lover. Otherwise, if he is willing, it's actually not bad. Zhao Ji was also thinking about it in her heart, and she couldn't help but say, I was born before you were born, and you were born when I was old. In fact, she didn't know that Zhao Jixi had shot her a long time ago. For her, it really didn't matter if she was like that. If Zhao Ji knew Zhao Jixi's evaluation of her, he would definitely beat him up. What are you thinking, Gigi? Zhao Jixi said to Zhou, who was in a daze. Ah. Zhou also woke up. His face couldn't help but blush, and he secretly encouraged himself. Zhou, you are an independent woman. You have an honest, kind, brave and promising boyfriend. How can you give in to the evil money? Come on, Zhou, you will have everything you want. What am I thinking? I'm asking you what's wrong with me, Zhou said unhappily to the person who made her heart scramble. Zhao Jixi looked at the woman in front of him and thought to himself, sure enough, all women are the same. The weather in July changes so fast. I was wondering why you suddenly called me Mr. Zhao today, so I felt weird. Why didn't you call me Zhao? Dizzy, you just realized it now? You're so confused. I've been calling you that since I left the house today. It's working time now. My boss, you have already hired me. In other words, you have to pay me. Zhou slapped his forehead and said unhappily. Haha. Haha. Zhao Jixi smiled awkwardly. Suddenly he said, well, hurry up, or you'll be late. This is very rude in the United States. Let's go. As he said this, he quickened his pace and walked forward. Zhou followed with a breathtaking smile. After entering the gate and getting on the elevator, the two walked to the front desk. The office was bustling with activity. Zhao Jixi said to the aunt at the front desk, hello, I'm Jess Zhao. I've made an appointment with Mr. Hood. After hearing the voice, the aunt immediately stood up and said, hello, Mr. Zhao. Attorney Hood has already told you that he is waiting for you in the office now, and accountant Mr. David Williams is also waiting for you in the office. Oh, David is here too, I see. Zhao Jixi said. Good people are really rewarded. It seems that my rich life is about to begin. Haha. Zhao Jixi was secretly delighted in his heart, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but show a small arc. Zhou next to him was now envious and jealous. Of course, grabbing this business was the most realistic thing. That's troublesome. Just when Zhao Jixi was about to say something, he remembered that he didn't know the woman's name. However, the auntie on the other end didn't embarrass the protagonist. After all, she had decades of business experience and immediately said Mary Smith. Zhao Jixi also said immediately, hello, Ms. Mary Smith. Can you tell me which room it is? I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, it's my mistake. Zhao Jixi smiled and said, it's okay, ma'am. Seeing you, I believe that even angry people can't bear to get angry with you. Zhao Jixi said this very reluctantly. However, the effect of this sentence is still good. You can see the auntie on the other side. Well, it should be a lady who still has charm and is a little fat. At least not those super fat women, right? Zhao Jixi was defending himself in his heart. Ms. Mary Smith had already walked over to Zhao Jixi and said, you are such a considerate person. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely go on a date with you. Thank you for your compliment, ma'am. I think the two gentlemen inside are also waiting anxiously, so Mr. Zhao, I will lead the way. The auntie threw a coquettish eye and said with a sweet smile, well, I use the word giggle, you can imagine it yourself. Here it is, the two gentlemen are waiting for you in the office. Mary said, and then she knocked on the door. Come in, a voice came from the door. Mariah turned the door knob and went in. What caught her eye was a desk full of documents and a large bookshelf next to it. At the end of the bookshelf, there was a rest area with several potted plants and a set of sofas. Two people were smoking cigars in the smoke, and a pile of documents were neatly arranged on the coffee table. There was not much ash in the ashtray, and neither of them had been here for a long time. Zhao Jixi suddenly thought of it. Mr. Huode, Mr. Jess Zhao is here. Mariah said. Okay, thank you, you go and do your work. Jess, excuse me, let's sit down and talk. Huode stood up and came over with David. Several people shook hands and greeted each other. Zhao Jixi spoke to the two people first, saying, this is Zhao, my personal consultant. Then he turned to Zhao and introduced, Sister G, this is lawyer Mr. Huode, accountant Mr. David. They are both very good. Hello. Hello, please sit down. After greeting each other, several people sat down at the desk. Zhao Jixi also looked at the two people secretly. Although they had talked on the phone, they had not seen them in person. Huode looked a bit old, dressed in a serious way, or three-piece suit, and meticulously back hair. black and white mixed, but he did not look vicissitudes of life. His eagle-like clear eyes, a face with distinct features, and a mature and professional style. Instinctively, people can't help but feel at ease, as if he is a very trustworthy person. David also wore a similar dark suit and leather shoes, a pair of gold-colored thin white glasses, and slightly dark skin. It can be seen that he should be of Latin descent, with a loyal and steady look. He is a bit low-key and not ostentatious. He looks like a reassuring accountant. After they sat down and exchanged a few pleasantries, Hood saw that the young man in front of him was a little absent-minded and knew that he didn't want to hear him talk about this now. He immediately introduced the main topic of today. Mr. Zhou, I believe you have understood the purpose of coming here today. Zhao Jixi nodded and said, yes. Okay. He handed over a document. This is the property list that Mr. Bud Chen entrusted me to give you. Take a look. Zhao Jixi took it and looked at it. Accountant David explained beside him, there are a total of 5 properties. One is a store building on 49th Street on 5th Avenue in Manhattan Island, New York, and the other is a storefront building on 50th Street. The annual pre-tax rent is about more than $80 million, but the rent on 5th Avenue is still growing. It is estimated that it will bring in more than $100 million in the future. The current market value is assessed at $300 million and $410 million. Zhao Jixi looked at the list, but was still stunned when he heard such a straightforward quotation. David and Huod were also very jealous, but they hid it under their good professional cultivation. They kept wondering if this Chinese boy was Bud Chen's illegitimate son, otherwise why would he give him such a large sum of money? However, they would not ask about their employer's private life, just do their own duty. Zhao Ji was already stunned, her mind was blank. He has become a rich man. Zhao Jixi suppressed his shock, came back to his senses, and signaled David to continue. There are also 2 high-end rental apartment buildings in San Francisco, which are worth about $180 million according to market evaluation, and can bring fixed profits every year. If the comprehensive profits in the past few years are not too volatile, it can bring in $15 million a year. Zhao Jixi's mind seemed to be swept by a storm again, all made up of US dollars intertwined, slowly sucking him in. Good man. Good man, if I do it a few more times, won't I become the richest man? Sure enough, good things will be rewarded. Good things will be rewarded. His chaotic thoughts were hit by happiness and went straight to his head. If it weren't for the space, Zhao Jixi had no doubt that he might become a modern-day Fanjin who passed the imperial examination. Chapter 18 Inheritance. David waited quietly for a while and then said, there is another one, a farm, located in. When David mentioned the farm, Zhao Jixi's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly interrupted David. Although he knew it was a bit impolite, it was too exciting. What, you are talking about a farm, the kind for planting and grazing? Yes, sir. Sorry to interrupt you, but can you introduce this farm? Zhao Jixi apologized first. After all, he was introducing it responsibly. David smiled and said it didn't matter. Seeing Zhao Jixi's excitement, he knew that he was very interested in this. Sure enough, the Chinese are very obsessed with land. Why did David have such an idea? Don't you see that the rich people in China are now enclosing land all over the world? After doing real estate in China, they come to foreign countries to make trouble. The United States has now called it an invasion of China. Perhaps 100 years later, the whole world will be planted with red flags because of the rich people in China. It really liberated the world and realized the path of great power. Of course, this is a joke, but it shows the Chinese people's love for land and their landlord complex. In the United States, once you buy land, it belongs to you, unlike in China, where you have property rights for a certain number of years. Okay, Mr. Zhao, this is a large integrated farm located in California, but it became somewhat abandoned after Mr. Bud bought it. The farm has an area of 1,140 square kilometers, or about 110,400 hectares of land, including forests, swamps, mountains, large areas of grassland, lakes, streams, etc. It has 2 vineyards, 2 wineries, a golf course, and a small horse farm. The scale of agricultural and animal husbandry development on the farm is not large. Mr. Bud originally bought it mainly for vacation, so he cut down on a lot of things. After all, he had no intention of running it. But now the farm has appreciated a lot. If it is put up for sale now, the estimated price may reach more than 250 million. In addition to production, the farm also has many luxurious facilities. I think you will like it. From the 10,000 square foot main house, you can overlook the Merced River and the vast grassland. There is also an indoor swimming pool. Various recreational activities can be carried out on this vast land, such as trout fishing, lake boating, hunting, and watching wild animals. David said a little excitedly. In fact, after he was hired by the old man, he also went there to enjoy himself. Later, he also had the idea of buying a farm. In the United States, farms are a common commodity. As long as you have money, and as long as you like it, you can buy it. You don't need to apply for approval, or host banquets or bribes. Once you buy it, it will be passed down from generation to generation forever. Many farms are outside the city's planning, and are not restricted in use. You can buy a production farm with good soil to grow crops. You can buy a breeding farm with average soil to raise cattle and horses, or you can choose a farm with beautiful scenery and convenient transportation to build a building, a hotel, a sanatorium, a golf course, and turn your farm into an entertainment venue for people to play. Maybe one day, the farm you carefully built will be as world famous as the Butchart Gardens on Victoria Island, attracting millions of visitors every year and making a fortune every day. David is also a high-income person. Although his stable income is not as rich as those of the rich, he can buy a small one if he can't buy a big one. So he bought a small farm for the whole family to use for vacation and go fishing and riding horses in his spare time. It can also relieve the fatigue caused by boring work. Zhou felt like he was the reincarnation of the illegitimate son of a god. Seeing that he was not doing well, he simply gave him a cheating device and a fortune to do whatever he wanted with. It felt so happy. This farm was definitely the one Zhou liked the most. He liked it more than the previous ones. Although the value was not as good as those properties, it was what Zhou needed the most. And it was such a big farm. Just a number didn't give a sense of how big it was. The current size of Zhou's farm could be compared with Changming Island of Zhonghai, and it was even bigger than it. If it's not intuitive enough, you can go to the ferry to check the map. In addition to these, there are several technology stocks and company shares, including 1.5 million shares of Apple, with an average price of $140 at today's opening price, worth $210 million. 1 million shares of Google, with an average opening price of $420 today, worth about $420 million. There is also 2% of Facebook shares, which is now valued at $8 billion, or $160 million US dollars. These are Mr. Bud's most optimistic investments, and they are also what Mr. Bud left for you, after disposing of other stocks and assets. David said. Zhou was no longer thinking about Bud's money, but was sighing at the old man Bud's keen vision. Although Zhou was a *** in his previous life, he still knew the technology companies with the highest growth rate in the United States and the most valuable technology companies. These future companies are almost well-known companies, and they are related to every moment of people's lives. It has created a large number of billionaires. Zhou knew Apple because of Jobs, not to mention Google. Everyone knows more or less. Facebook has gradually attracted attention for its tax evasion incident because of its co-founder. Although its opening stock price was quite high, its stock price shrank very quickly. Later, it was only half of its original price. However, it is still several times higher than now. Others include shares of sports companies, 20% of the shares of the NBA's Golden State Warriors, and 10% of the shares of the Premier League's Arsenal. There is also $50 million US dollars in cash. This is the property stock shares and cash that Mr. Bud will give you. There are more detailed tables in the information. Zhou was actually numb when he heard this. He felt that money was just a bunch of numbers, but a bunch of happy data. Those strings of zeros always made Zhou happy. The next thing was some legal issues. Zhou discussed them with Hood and David. During this time, several people ate pizza in Hood's office. Zhou signed one transfer document after another, and was busy all afternoon. With several people busy, Zhao Jixi turned on the computer and played Tetris, or crossed his legs, and watched them busy. Time flies by like a white horse, and it never comes back, but it has caused ripples. In the next few days, with the help of several people, Zhao Jixi went through the naturalization procedures under the pretext of investment immigration. Zhao Jixi only needed to make proof of assets and investment, as well as some other odds and ends, but these were not the main things. In fact, as long as you bring a large amount of Franklin, the Americans will never turn you away. She opened the door and lay on the bed, then spread her legs to welcome your arrival. The number of special cases handled by the United States is definitely comparable to that of China. Zhao Jixi quickly arrived at the Immigration Bureau and took a separate naturalization test with the chief examiner. Zhao Jixi's English reading and writing were no problem, and there were also some American history and laws. In fact, the United States has only a few hundred years of history. Compared with the history test from China, it is really nothing, and it can be said to be weak. Besides, Zhao Jixi's mind has become more and more active recently, and his memory has become much better. He is definitely comparable to the general geniuses in this world, but there is still a gap with those gifted humans, so it is necessary to study hard. Although it is possible to cheat and bribe, Zhao Jixi did not do it, because he did not want to leave a stain on a small matter. During this period, he also went to the space to work overtime using the characteristic that the space-time is longer than the real time. Zhao Jixi was even proud of it. In the past, the protagonists of novels all practiced magic skills in seclusion in the space. Brothers study hard in seclusion? Is this happiness? Or happiness? But it's still a pretending artifact. Maybe I can become a genius in the future. But he was full of helplessness and secretly shed tears in his heart. Sure enough, behind every genius there is a history of hard work. Even a romantic man like me is no exception. Zhao Jixi, who was studying hard in the space, thought silently. Later, when Zhao Jixi went to take the exam, he found that it seemed that he could cheat unconsciously by putting the book in the space. Zhao Jixi was depressed immediately, really depressed, especially the dream of breasts, which was the same as the 2 dots on his chest during the secondary development. It was like punching cotton with a punch, and it was indescribable. After completing the naturalization procedures at the fastest speed, Zhao Jixi signed his name on all the documents. At this time, everything really belonged to him, legally and reasonably, and after tax, Zhao Jixi did not need to pay separately. During this period, Zhao Jixi hired David as his accountant and accepted his accounting team in full, so that Zhao Jixi, who did not know much about the United States, would not be bothered by the complicated tax issues in the United States. And many things in the future can help Zhao Jixi, making Zhao Jixi proud of his decision. Originally, he wanted to hire HUOD to help him manage his legal business in the future. After all, Zhou was too young for a lawyer, so he could only be an assistant and consultant. Unfortunately, HUOD said that he was about to retire, which made Zhao Jixi a little regretful. However, he introduced his son, a colleague who is also a partner of the firm, to Zhao Jixi. At first, Zhao Jixi thought that the Americans were also nepotistic, but Hood's son, Harvey, was so good at work that Zhao Jixi and Zhou were convinced. Speaking of Hood's son, Harvey, he is also a very powerful character. He is an outstanding graduate of Harvard Law School. He is also a legendary existence in Harvard. Maybe proud people always find ways to prove themselves, so they did not enter their father's firm after graduation. Instead, they chose to join another law firm, from an assistant lawyer to a famous lawyer, and a junior partner of this firm. Later, when he was about to become a senior partner, Hood recruited his son back, and made him a partner of his own firm. Not only was there no gossip in the company, but they were also very glad that Hood had this relationship with Harvey. Otherwise it would not be so easy to dig Harvey, but the price paid was not expensive. In Harvey's words, forget it, or translated into Mandarin. That is, brothers should settle accounts clearly. Zhou became Zhao Jixi's assistant and consultant. No matter whether he could take care of the matter or not, Zhao Jixi would ask him when he was free to show his care for the consultant and his support for his work. Zhou also liked this well-paid job. Although personal relationships were involved in getting this job, Zhou was not a pedantic person, so he gladly accepted it and did his job well. Zhou now tried to be a frequent flyer. He flew to Fifth Avenue in New York to say hello to the tenants and renegotiate the contract. Then he flew to San Francisco to say hello to the general manager of the property company responsible for managing the apartments there, and also signed a contract casually. Another thing is to hold a party, to get in touch with several major tenants. Chapter 19 My Farm My Wealth. After completing the mission in San Francisco, the group took a short break. Then they were ready to go to the last stop of the trip, which was also the place that Zhou was looking forward to the most. That was the farm, one of the largest private farms in California, located at the foot of the Sierra Nevada mountains, surrounded by Yosemite National Park. It only takes 2 hours to drive from the farm to Yosemite National Park. Several people boarded the plane at San Francisco International Airport in California and flew directly to Mariposa County. Mariposa County is a very small city. When Zhou looked at the information, he found that there were only 17,130 people in a county, and the capital was Mariposa. It was very large, with a total of 3,758.38 square kilometers, and the per capita area reached 4.56 people per square kilometer. But among the 58 counties in California, the United States, it is not the most exaggerated. There are counties with a per capita area of 1 person per square kilometer. Compared with China, it can only be said that it is not calm. Yes, it is not calm. When looking at the information, Zhou was very curious about how much such a large farm would cost. The farm's $250 million valuation also includes the cattle, sheep, horses, main house, warehouse machinery and equipment. Some of these things were deliberately made old and the prices were low to reduce the tax. It can be seen how cheap the land here is. Zhou's farm is equivalent to 1/3 of Mariposa County, but Zhou's farm spans 2 counties, and part of it is still in Merced County. The capital of Zhou is Merced, which is much more prosperous than Mariposa, with a population of 210,000. Mariposa is one of the entrances to Yosemite National Park. It is a small city with beautiful environment and full of natural atmosphere. Zhou came out of the Madras Yosemite Airport and took a deep breath, experiencing the city full of natural atmosphere. Although the Sparrow is small, it is well equipped to describe this city. The farm has sent someone to pick him up at the airport. The man is a white man in his 40s, who is a little fat. However, Americans are all about the same age. Don't look at the many handsome old men in the movies. In fact, obesity has always been a problem in American society. The man looks very energetic, with a typical American face, a stubble under his nose, a cowboy hat, a checkered shirt, jeans, and a pair of boots. Zhou's first impression is simple and clean. The white man is called Atwood, which means the man in the forest. His family has lived here for 3 generations. He is a typical local tyrant. Atwood came over to greet Zhou. After all, he will be his boss in the future. He should take the initiative to leave a good impression on his boss. After all, he doesn't know what kind of person Zhou is. Although there is no saying in the United States that you can't hit a smiling person, there are still slangs with similar meanings. Zhou has seen the information of this person from Harvey. When Old Man Bud was not interested in managing the farm, he still made a good profit every year. He is a very capable person. Harvey suggested that Zhou could continue to employ him. Zhou also likes people who work for him and are capable. He greeted Atwood with a smile, and the atmosphere was very appropriate. Several people got on the pickup truck driven by Atwood, which was a product of Ford. This type of vehicle is very popular on the farm. The farm is about 20 minutes away from the airport. The nearest one is only 30 minutes away, and the farther one can go to Merced in 40 to 50 minutes. It is very convenient to go there and back. Zhou sat in the front seat of the car and chatted with Atwood about the farm and life. During the time, he also expressed his hope that he could continue to stay and work for him, and the salary and benefits would remain unchanged. Atwood agreed very readily after hearing this. After all, He still liked this job very much, and the salary and benefits given by Old Bud were really good, much more generous than some of the surrounding farmers, and they never defaulted on payment. After all, the sequelae of the US economic crisis are still there. The farmers were also affected by the group of vampires on Wall Street. If they did not have a strong backing, they would still live a very tight life. The car was about to drive to the gate of the farm. At this time, there were more trees on both sides of the road. Zhou looked at the trees on the road with relish. They were American redwood trees, all very tall, and standing on both sides. There were wooden signs nailed to the trees, which said private territory, please do not approach. Atwood may have seen Zhou looking at the wooden sign, so he explained to Zhou that this was already the scope of the ranch, but the gate was set in front. After a while, we arrived at the gate of the ranch. We saw a pair of giant stone pillars standing there, with a large iron gate in the middle. There were also some art statues in front of the stone pillars, which looked very grand. On the top of the stone pillar was a very large stone sign, which read Sky Farm, which was the name of the farm. Next to the door was a row of fences, which were very wide, and could be seen almost everywhere Zhou could see. They surrounded the ranch very well, and demarcated the scope of Zhou's private territory. Atwood explained that these fences are composed of 3 parts. One part is this kind of wooden fence, and the other is an iron fence, which is the kind of barrier wall made of a piece of wood and a few iron wires, just like in movies and TV shows. This part is on the periphery. The other part is a thorny shrub fence composed of plant fences. They are composed of subtropical evergreen sclerophyll forests. It is a typical vegetation in the Mediterranean climate. It is an evergreen tree or shrub community. The leaves are evergreen and hard, with well-developed mechanical tissues, often covered with hair, or degenerated into thorns, to adapt to the hot and dry climate in summer. The surface of the leaves is not shiny, but often has hairs, and often has glands, that secrete aromatic oils to reduce water evaporation. Sclerophyll vegetation is usually not tall. In addition to the forest composed of trees, there are also many low shrubs. The structure of the jungle is very simple, and it is difficult to see vines and epiphytes. It is mainly distributed along the Mediterranean coast, California in North America, and the east and southwest of Oceania. This was planted by Old Man Bud a long time ago. Now it is growing very well and almost replacing the wire fence. As long as more investment is made, the ranch can be well surrounded. The remaining wooden fences are inside these fences, mainly around the main house, and become private territory among private people. Because when the old man bought this farm, he actually wanted to buy the land inside the wooden fence and the grape farm in Mercer County for vacation and private investment. But the farmer didn't want to. You just want to buy a good location. How can it be so good? So he had to buy it together, otherwise he wouldn't sell it. The old man calculated that it was not much more expensive, so he bought it all together. But after buying it, Old Man Bud felt that the land was also a good investment, so he tried to consult the county government to see if he could buy some more. The Madrid-Poza government, which didn't have much money, agreed, and the old man bought all the surrounding land and expanded the land to both sides of the Merced River. The Merced River is a river in California, USA. Its source is located in the south of Yosemite National Park, and then it flows into Yosemite Canyon. Later, it was blocked by the new Exchequer Dam to form Lake McClure. At the Crocker-Huffman Diversion Dam, its water was divided and poured into the Merced River irrigation area. The remaining water flowed southwest through the mountains in the San Joaquin Valley and poured into the San Joaquin River. Old Man Bud's enclosure movement allowed him to enclose a large lake, and in the upper part of Lake McClure, the land of Old Man Bud's farm surrounded it on all sides, enclosing it as a private lake, and it almost became the farms in a lake, following the Merced River down, cutting the farm into 2 parts. Only then did the farm occupy one side of the shore along the shore of the lake, splitting the lake in half from the middle, and the people on the other side had the right to use half of it. This measure gave the ranch a large amount of water rights. If the Merced River was not protected by the US National Wild and Scenic Act, it could flow freely to Lake McClure, and the old man would definitely have cut it off, bought the entire lake, and left only a little to flow down to other people's irrigation areas. Walking along the Merced River is the main way to enter Yosemite National Park. There are many leisure opportunities along the Merced River, including fishing, kayaking, whitewater rafting, camping, hiking, swimming, and picnicking, and you can also use motorboats in the lake, build a water park or something. Zhou was very excited when he heard the above in the car and just wanted to get there quickly. Zhou in the car was stunned by the gate in front of her. In the past, she always looked at luxury buildings and envied them. There was nothing shocking, but the one in front of her made her feel shocked. Zhou couldn't hold back her words and wanted to vent, so she chatted with Harvey, who was sitting next to her. Why Harvey? Think about it, classmates. There are two people, one old and one handsome. Who would you choose? What's more, David looks a bit rigid, and Harvey is only in his 30s, in the prime of his life, and there are many common topics about law, so it's easy to talk. But that would be hard for Harvey. He had met dozens of wealthy people, including several wealthy ones. He had seen all kinds of mansions, so he didn't feel much about this one. He thought it was pretty good, a good place for rich people to vacation. Sitting next to Zhou, he was polite and would serve the same boss in the future. He knew that Zhou had a good personal relationship with the boss. He listened to her speech very seriously and occasionally said a few golden words which could hit Zhou's G-spot, making her more and more excited. Harvey also sighed and surprised from time to time, cooperating with this excited woman. In fact, he was bored to death in his heart, so it made sense for the lawyer to be black-bellied and black-hearted. Chapter 20 The Farm. Zhou, comrades, we finally have a place to stay. I wonder if you like the style of the villa. And what else? Yes, it is recommended for collection. You all know it without me saying anything. Atwood drove to the front door, pressed the remote control switch, and the iron gate slowly opened, and the car drove in. Zhou could already see the style of the house. After driving a few steps forward along the road, this luxurious villa completely entered the eyes of Zhou and others. Zhou got out of the car and looked at the villa. He couldn't help but take a breath. It was so beautiful and luxurious. In front of the villa was a lawn that had been rested. On the right side of the lawn, a cobblestone road led to the villa. There was a staircase under the villa. Going up the stairs, there was a stone leisure platform on the right, which felt very grand. There was also a square table and several creative chairs on it, and next to it was a fashionable white parasol with a matte texture. If you lie on it in the afternoon, you can look at the vast grassland and rolling hills in front of you. In the evening, you can also watch the sunset here. It feels like I'm the only one in the vast world. On the left, you can see a swimming pool made of stones. The swimming pool is of different heights and looks like it has 3 layers. It is fan-shaped with an inner circle and 2 outer circles. In fact, there are only 2 swimming pools. The outermost one is used to collect overflow water. There are also a series of treatment facilities underground to ensure the cleanliness of the water quality and the recycling of used water. The American designer is very thoughtful. At least Zhou thought that a pool is a swimming pool. Next to the swimming pool is a row of lounge chairs and parasols, as well as a diving platform. Go up the stairs, and you will reach the gate. This is a 3-story house mixed with stone and wood. It looks very beautiful, with light green and white intertwined, which looks clean and simple. A double opening door opened the door to a compartment, with a chandelier on the top, a bench on each side of the ground, and several cabinets for shoes and tools. There is a mirror on each side, and there are several hooks next to the mirror, which can be used to check your image and hang clothes. There are also several exquisite decorations and several oil paintings of people and landscapes on both sides. Walking into the hall, there are 3 windows on the 2 walls on the left, arranged in a 7-shaped pattern, like a small space, with several sofas and a low table. There is also a fireplace in 2 of the windows, which is a characteristic of Europeans and Americans, and they will install it regardless of whether it is useful or not. The arrangement makes this area feel small and warm, which is very suitable for old friends to sit together. It is not as formal as a reception, nor is it as grand as a living room. Just a few people sit together, holding beer and talking about past embarrassing things, as if they can feel a taste called friendship. However, Zhou can't say what he feels about the fireplace. Anyway, it is quite special. It should be, because when he was a child, he watched a movie, Game of the Brave, in which a bunch of scary objects came out of the fireplace. At that time, Zhou didn't have a fireplace in China, but there was a table. At that time, Zhou's table was a board on the top and cabinets on both sides, and the middle was empty, which was a bit like a fireplace, which scared Zhou for a while. The right side of the house is similar to the left side, but there are only 3 sofas left. Facing the huge French windows, one can quietly appreciate and enjoy the comfort and laziness of one person. In the living room, the very luxurious large sofa almost surrounds the entire living room. The coffee table in the middle is also very generous, almost as a bed. There is also a carpet on the ground that Zhou does not know the brand, but it can be seen that it is very exquisite and must be very expensive. A TV is placed in front. The luxury of the living room continues in the reception room. The reception room is designed to be very comfortable and elegant. The white arch is very exquisite, and the decoration is magnificent. Several people walk to the kitchen again. Because the villa is large, the kitchen is also very atmospheric. The open kitchen has a cabinet with a central island style, which feels pretty good. A central island can be used as a dining table and a good storage place. There are 2 restaurants, one is a slightly smaller and warm family style, and the other is a long square table with candlesticks on the table and candles on it. However, there is a tea room next to the restaurant, with several rattan-woven tables and chairs placed in it. Sitting on them, you can also see the entire grassland, and the view is very good. Go to the back, and open the glass door. You can see a small lake, which is artificially dug, so it is not too big. This part of the house is connected to the lake, and the wall of the inner room is glass, so you can see the lake. Walk out and turn a corner, open the door and you will see a wooden bridge extending to the lake. There is also a small boat under the bridge, and you can go boating in it in your spare time. Zhou and others visited the bathroom, indoor swimming pool, squash room, family entertainment room, etc. Among them, the bathroom is Zhou's favorite. The bathtub is super large, with massage and surfing functions, and the bathroom is equipped with a large LCD TV. The most terrifying thing is that the corridor connecting the bathroom and the living room is 40 meters long, and it is paved with high quality granite imported from Australia. You can sprint 40 meters and then jump into the super bathtub and perform surfing in the bathtub with waves. Several people came to the 2nd floor, where they looked at the bedrooms, study, bathroom, etc. There was also a large platform designed on the 2nd floor that could be used for gatherings, chatting, and viewing the scenery. They went to the 3rd floor again, and finally they finished the whole house. Zhou had a rough idea in his mind at this time. There were many bedrooms, and each had a bath and colored lights. Zhou especially liked the master bedroom. He really liked this house in his heart. Zhou still remembered that during this period, Old Man Bud called him and told him that there was a basement here. In addition to being a shooting range, there was also a wine cellar down there. The password to open the wine cellar was your palm print. He asked him to go and see it himself in the future. There would be surprises. Zhou planned to go and see it when he moved in. There were also tennis courts, golf courses, a guest house, and a caretaker's house around the house, who was usually responsible for taking care of the villa's hygiene. There was also a small horse farm with complete facilities, and now there were several horses. After the few people sat down in the living room, Atwood introduced to Zhou. There are more than 3,000 cows on the farm, all of which are local elite beef cattle. There are also more than 300 Wagyu cattle. Wagyu? Zhou knew this kind of cattle. Wagyu is the most expensive cattle in the world, and the most expensive one is Japanese Wagyu beef, which is famous for its tender meat, rich nutrition and good taste. For a long time, Japan has banned the export of Wagyu breeds abroad. California had imported Wagyu before this, but after Japan banned exports, the quantity has not been increased. Atwood took over the Sky Farm batch from a local farmer earlier, and it was a good deal. But now there are farms in Australia that raise Wagyu cattle, but the cost of raising them in Australia is higher, because farmers add high quality red wine to the cattle feed, in order to improve the quality and yield of meat. This wine is also very expensive, and a glass costs $16 in the international market. The current price of Wagyu tenderloin in Europe is more than $500 per kilogram, which is about 3,000 Chinese yuan. The price of some particularly tender Wagyu beef is even higher than this. The Wagyu cattle are raised with very strict feed and quality control. Each Wagyu cattle has a certificate to prove its pedigree when it is born. Since birth, Wagyu cattle are fed with milk, grass and protein-containing feed. The ranch will also hire a specialist to massage the cattle and give them beer to make the meat more tender. After a while of explanation, Zhou finally understood. My goodness, this is not a cow, it is simply the evolution of a cow. It is so awesome. This is a moving gold. But it is not easy to cultivate gold. Not only do they need to eat well, but they also need to live. That's fine. They also need a massage. Imagine drinking beer. Its Australian cousin drinks red wine and getting a massage. I have never lived like this before. I can't afford to be hurt. People are not as good as cows. Although they are kept in captivity and will be killed sooner or later, especially bulls, they can be said to have drunk fine wine, had sex with fine cows, and left offspring for the people. They have left enough marks in their lives. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? Zhou thought boredly. At present, they are all in the north of the farm, where the employees live. In the past, Old Man Bud actually wanted to come here for vacation and didn't want to raise anything. The land can still maintain its value, and there is no need to be careful. Later, I met Atwood. Under his management, the farm turned profitable, so I increased my investment. However, I didn't want too many cattle and sheep to bother me, so I moved most of the cattle and the cowshed to the north and east of the river. Most of the cattle live indoors, so this one is on the riverside, but it's also far away from the villa. There are also a small number of cattle and sheep here. After all, it has to look like a farm. The irrigation system of the farm is very complete, and most of the pastures have been connected. Every year, our cattle can't eat all the grass, and we can make a fortune by selling grass. The planting industry on the farm is only a small part, which is just used to supplement the needs of farm breeding. So our farm has achieved self-sufficiency, and the market price fluctuations of grass and beef outside have no impact on us. Atwood's face was flushed, his tone was excited, and his words were full of pride. But it is true that Atwood is also worthy of pride. The achievements of Sky Farm are the result of his hard work, and of course, they are inseparable from the support of Old Man Bud. He is a smart man, and will not put the cart before the horse. Now there is a new boss, and he hopes to get his support. Zhou also understood his attitude, so he expressed his position to Atwood. I have always believed that professional matters should be left to professionals. Besides, you have done a good job. I have read the report given by the accountant. The farm has made a profit every year, and the profit has also increased. So I think Mr. Bud's vision is very admired. He has left me a fortune. Zhou said with a double meaning. Atwood felt that he was talking about him. Although this may be a polite remark, he was still very happy that the boss flattered him. Zhou paused for a moment, and then said with a smile, "It seems that I have to give you a red envelope. I hope you will be satisfied. I don't want you to change jobs at that time, then I will be in trouble. No, I'm very happy here, and I'm satisfied with the salary," Atwood said hastily. What he said was the truth. After all, he had worked here for so long and still had deep feelings for the company. He had never thought about leaving. Chapter 21 Red Envelope. But Zhou really prepared a red envelope. He had thought about this problem on the way here. After all, a new boss should have a new look, and what better way to motivate employees than the US dollar? I believe that in capitalist countries, the US dollar will pave the way, haha, and it will definitely be unimpeded. It is said that a new official will start with 3 fires, and he will treat his employees with both kindness and power. Zhou is now giving kindness first, which is considered a fire. In the future, he will give a big stick depending on the situation, but it is better not to give it if he can. Zhou believes that if you are good, I'm good, and everyone is good, everyone will have a good life if they are calm and simple. But if you want to make trouble for him, haha, the consequences will definitely be tragic. For a person who has become rich overnight, money is no longer a problem, and of course a longer temper is not a problem. So don't try to test a rich man's patience with you. What is the most important thing in the 21st century? If you still say it is talent, then you are weak and still have illusions about society. The most important thing is money. With money, most problems are not problems. What's more, finding a capable person is not all about money. In this way, for the rich, things that can be done with money are never called problems. But Zhou didn't want to go through so much trouble, so he still had to build good interpersonal relationships. So he took out a red envelope from his bag and handed it to him, saying, "This is a little gift from me, you must accept it." Atwood was a little hesitant about whether to accept it, although he also wanted it. Seeing him like this, Zhou pretended to stare at him with a sullen face and said, "That's not giving face." As Zhou's face sank, the people here were originally revolving around him, and his sudden change in attitude made the atmosphere in the entire reception room suddenly heavy. For a moment, no one reacted. It was fine just now. Why did it suddenly become like this? Atwood saw Zhou say this, thinking, oh no, the boss gave you a benefit in front of so many people. That means he thinks highly of you, and you are still hesitant. That bastard said that, if there is a boss in China who gives you something, you have to refuse it 3 times before you can accept it. What nonsense. But the boss's temper is a bit strange. It seems that I have to be more careful in the future. He was regretting it in his heart, but the number of hands was not slow, so he accepted it without being hypocritical. Haha, I would never refuse the boss's gift, but the boss gave such a generous bonus all of a sudden, and I suddenly didn't react. With such a generous boss like you, I think my future work will be better, Atwood said with a laugh. I didn't expect this person to be quite good at flattering. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. It's a pity that he has a sharp face. Several people around him suddenly had this idea. In fact, Atwood also suddenly discovered that he actually had this talent. He thought that the boss might be a special person with a strong aura. Seeing that Atwood had understood, Zhou couldn't help but praise himself in his heart. This sudden big stick was effective. How could I be so smart? Zhou boasted in his mind without any shame. After seeing that things were developing according to his own script, Zhou quickly laughed and said, haha, you were fooled by me. I was joking. You didn't think I would be angry about such a small thing. He said to several people with his hands and feet dancing. It was a very clumsy big stick and very clumsy acting skills, but it was still useful, right? Why would they not give face? No way, everyone said in their hearts. However, everyone present was smart. How could they not cooperate well on such a small matter? One by one, they pretended to be scared and enthusiastically discussed their feelings just now. Of course, there were also people who were really scared. As for who it was, only they themselves knew. But now the atmosphere on the scene suddenly returned to the initial enthusiasm. Seeing the atmosphere improve, it's still the harvest season at the vineyard and winery, and it's very busy now. Kate is sorry that he didn't come. Atwood said again. It doesn't matter. He has already called me. I admire his serious work attitude. After all, he works for me. How can I blame an employee who works hard? Zhou said it very generously, and his expression and words also showed sincerity. He didn't say this for perfunctory. Zhou kept chatting with Atwood for a long time, and had lunch together. Atwood brought beef and potato stew together, and some fruits and vegetables made a salad. With the Cabernet Sauvignon wine placed in the villa, everyone was chatting happily during the meal. They also found some content about Chinese Americans to take care of Zhou, who had just arrived in the United States. The meal was also a happy one for both the host and the guests. Several people tasted a bottle of red wine, but didn't drink much because they had things to do in the afternoon. After the few people finished eating, David went to work. The farm was now officially handed over, and the financials still needed to be audited. It was not a question of trust or not, it was a business principle. A system without supervision and strict regulation would only breed corruption, so the necessary work still had to be done. Zhou's team had done it several times before, and the members of this team were also experienced, so they were still very fast in doing things. They were originally planning to rest in the villa at night. Knowing that Zhou was coming, Atwood had already told the villa's maintenance staff. so the necessary necessities of life had been bought, and basic life was enough. If the boss had requirements for a specific brand, then we had to talk about it again, and then buy it. However, Zhou and others did not rest in the villa. Speaking of it, Zhou was still a little superstitious. However, after experiencing such a magical thing in the space, Zhou felt that there were still gods and immortals, so there was still a sense of awe in his heart. Usually, he would not do anything to blaspheme the gods, especially for the saying that the Celestial Empire had such a long history. Zhou still believed it a little. The calendar on his phone said that it was not suitable to move today, so he would wait a while. It was not urgent anyway. Besides, the hotel was already booked, so the few of them left the farm to stay in the hotel. After another day, after dealing with legal documents and financial issues, things were finally done. But only for Zhou. The others still had tasks. Zhou was a geek in his previous life. Although he did not know much about stocks, he knew about Apple, Google, and Facebook. There was also Gaopeng, the founder of group buying. Unfortunately, Zhou only knew that its equity was quite profitable at the beginning, but later it lost so much money. Facebook was also the most disappointing. Zhou now has a goal. He instructed Harvey, David, and Zhou to select people to form a team to help him mortgage and invest in Apple and Facebook. Google's growth is too slow. When he makes enough money from Apple in the future, he will buy Google's stock. Its stock price will continue to rise in the next few years. Unlike Apple, its stock price later fell to 2/3 of its peak. So Zhou asked a team of several people to mortgage the fixed assets he got to the bank for negotiation in exchange for cash to buy Apple stocks and invest in Facebook. And while Facebook has not yet gone public, they should increase investment now and make a fortune in the secondary market before it goes public and then exit. Think about the richest man in Hong Kong, Li Yi, who invested in Facebook and turned it up 6 times, and that was after the company's stock price fell. So several people had to negotiate with the bank and then give the most suitable plan to Zhou. He also asked for the sooner the better because Apple's stock has been rising. Harvey was of course very happy to accept it, which was another large commission. Zhou went to watch over him and help him casually. Everything was still based on Harvey. After all, his ability was still good. Zhou was also quite willing, because this was considered a formal establishment, not a temporary worker. What's more, he could be closer to his boyfriend, so why not? So after just 2 days, the few people separated, and the 3 of them returned to Los Angeles to form a team. Zhou decided to live on the farm for a while, and live the life of a big landlord. Before leaving, Zhou asked Zhou if he had told his sister about the matter. She said she hadn't. After all, she wouldn't say anything without the boss's consent. Although there was no employment contract signed at the beginning, Harvey and others drafted a contract later and signed a contract. There was a confidentiality agreement in it, so she wouldn't talk about it. Zhou said he knew it at the time, and without saying anything extra, he sent them on the plane and then went back to the farm with Atwood. In fact, Zhou asked this for no reason. He hadn't figured out how to tell his family yet, and if this news didn't come from his own mouth, but was told by outsiders, how would Zhou deal with it? Oh, you're still keeping it secret, even though you've made a fortune. We still know about it from others. Thinking about how it would be approved by TKO, Zhou felt a chill. Shaking his head, he quickly got rid of the idea. Seeing that it was a good day today, Zhou decided to move to the villa. Looking at the villa in front of him, which will be his first home in this foreign country in the future, Zhou felt very complicated. I now have my own home, a villa. I have everything that was simply a fantasy in my previous life. Life is really wonderful, and my life now is really wonderful. Zhou moved into the villa and hung Zhao Shizangzu in the villa. Offering sacrifices to inform the heaven and earth, and burning incense and paper are of course indispensable. Zhou didn't know where to buy these things, so he asked Atwood that day, "Hey, Atwood, do you know where to buy some Asian religious sacrificial supplies in the town here?" As a local snake, he certainly knows something. "Boss, this thing should not be available in Mariposa. I remember there are Asians in Merst. There may be some there. Do you need me to ask someone to help you check it out?" No, I want to take a look myself. Thanks, buddy, otherwise I really don't have any clues. Zhao Jixi smiled and patted Atwood, waving his hand and said, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 Preparing to move into the villa, revised. Jay Chow drove the farm pickup truck out of the farm gate. The warm wind blew in his face. The open car window played rhythmic country music. Jay Chow slapped the steering wheel in the car and sang a high-pitched chorus, giving off a cowboy vibe. In fact, when Jay Chow drove out, he remembered that he didn't seem to have a driver's license. The car was rough, and I was a little uncomfortable at first, but I got used to it after driving it for a while. After all, the roads in the United States are vast and sparsely populated, so you don't have to worry about hitting people you're not used to. I don't have a driver's license yet. If I get caught, it will be a disaster. It's not safe. Let's go back. The laws in the United States are not as easy to fool as those in China. Think about it, life in China is still pretty good. In China, minors without driver's licenses can drive sports cars on the road. If they hadn't hit someone, no one would know about it. This shows how easy it is to fool the traffic police in China. They still report about traffic police eyes every day, and they just bully the powerless and moneyless people. Zhao Jixi thought about it in the car and started to plan to drive back. At this time, there were really no cars on Highway 59 in California, just a few farm pickups and some trucks. Suddenly, Zhao Jixi heard a hello sound from a distance. The sound was loud but not sharp. There was a shout that wanted to break everything. The sound overwhelmed the country music Zhao Jixi was playing and gradually approached. A car passed by the side of Zhao Jixi's pickup truck. It was a sports car, and it drove very close to the pickup truck. Zhao Jixi was startled, but before he could recover, several cars passed by on both sides of the pickup truck. One of them even flashed its rear lights. Provocation, damn it. Zhao Jixi couldn't help but swear. The fire in his heart began to burn. But just when he was about to speed up to chase, he remembered that his car was a Ford F-150 SV Traptor, translated as Ford Raptor in China, or 3-valve SOHC engine with a maximum horsepower of 320 and a maximum torque of 390 pounds-per-foot. Weighing 5,863 pounds, the small pickup truck has good off-road capabilities and pulling power, but when you want to increase the horsepower, you may have to work harder. Not to mention that it is a speed competition with a sports car, and you can't even see the rear lights. A basin of cold water was poured down, extinguishing Zhao Jixi's anger. I drove back to the farm feeling depressed. There was already a young man waiting for Zhao Jixi at the farm. He was a young man named Alan Hunter. He was Atwood's son, and was also working on Zhao Jixi's farm. Atwood heard that Zhao Jixi didn't have a driver's license, and needed a designated driver, so he introduced his son to him. Alan Hunter was a somewhat introverted man with a cowboy hat on his short hair, a plaid shirt, jeans and a pair of long boots. He looked a little delicate, a bit like the comrade in Brockback Mountain. Haha, but don't look at him like that. He is quite capable on the farm. Alan had attended the Kingsville Ranch Management College, which is known as the Harvard Business School of Cowboys. The college has a 2-year curriculum, and not only provides students with graduate courses in business administration, but also includes animal nutrition, wildlife management and other majors required for running a ranch in the curriculum. In the past, people who wanted to become ranchers often chose to study zoology and agriculture, and the knowledge and skills related to ranch management were acquired through actual work. Now, to become a rancher, you also need to have business administration knowledge and wildlife management skills. Alan likes ranch life very much, but if you want to have a good salary with some ordinary knowledge, it is not enough. Although the salary structure of Sky Farm is not bad, Alan's girlfriend is not very satisfied. After all, if you want to live a better life after marriage, you still need more money, so she cleverly helped Alan apply for this college. Alan did help the farm solve many problems after returning from school, so old man Bud also gave him a good salary to keep him on the farm. so that he could be more comfortable. Zhou is now a model of the predecessors plant trees and the descendants enjoy the shade. The management team that old man Bud has built for the farm is all elite, so he doesn't need to ask too much, and the farm can run well. So even if Zhou doesn't know anything now, it doesn't matter. Anyway, there are people who know to work for him. No more small talk. Zhou sat next to Alan and just chatted with him for a few words, and then he was in a bad mood and was still thinking about the provocation of someone throwing a car just now. I'm a rich man now, and it's a bit too embarrassing to throw someone a face like this. No, I have to get my American driver's license quickly, and now I'm going to order a sports car to play with. That's it. Haha. Zhou suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. Alan, who was driving, was startled, and he stepped on the brake unconsciously, as if he didn't think about it. Poor Zhou almost hit his head, but fortunately they were fastened with seat belts, so both of them were fine. Boss, are you okay? Alan quickly pulled the car down and asked Zhou anxiously. But how could he not be anxious? He was just about to leave a good impression with the new boss, and this happened. Zhou saw Alan's anxiety and quickly waved his hands and said, "It's okay, it's okay." He didn't mean to blame him, not to mention that this matter was caused by himself. "Sorry, it's all my fault," Alan said apologetically. No, this is my fault, not your buddy." Zhou saw that he wanted to say something, so he quickly said, "Okay, let's not talk about it. Do you still want me to apologize?" Haha, okay, buddy, let's go. I'm still waiting to move into the new house. No, that's it. Let's go, buddy. I'll treat you to authentic Chinese food tonight. Okay, haha, I'm honored. The two drove the car to Merst, walked around, and asked the locals on the way. There really are people selling these. The shop was opened by a Chinese couple who also immigrated from Province F. They opened a small supermarket here. Because there were Chinese and Asian people around, they sometimes needed these things, so they also bought a batch of them and put them in the warehouse. The sales were average, but they were all old customers. Because they would use these things on certain festivals, it was also a relatively stable income. The boss entertained Zhou very warmly. Zhou was very happy to meet people of the same Chinese descent in a foreign country. Several people chatted about family matters and some things in their hometowns. It was a great conversation. Zhou bought some incense and paper and a lot of snacks and drinks. He said goodbye to the two couples. The two saw Zhou's look and knew that he had something to do today, so they didn't try to keep him, but still asked him to come and walk around more often when he was free. After putting the things in the car, Zhou took Alan around again and bought a lot of things. Anyway, Zhou didn't care now that he had money, not to mention that the things were not very expensive. Zhou suddenly realized why women like shopping. It's really fun to go shopping. On the way back, Alan couldn't help but ask, "Boss, are all Chinese so enthusiastic?" Alan asked. He was shocked by the two people just now. Just now, the two of them bought things, but the boss didn't collect the money. Zhou gave them a card, but they didn't swipe it. Fortunately, Zhou had cash on him, actually in the space. He wanted to give them cash, but they pushed each other, and the scene was very hot. Alan thought they were going to fight, and his fists were ready. But after a while, several people smiled and said they were going together. Zhou looked at Alan's questioning face and suddenly felt that he was very cute and funny. Haha, yes, we have a saying, when fellow villagers meet, they shed tears. What? When two people from the same place meet, they have to cry together. Translated into English. What's the logic? Does it have anything to do with him not taking your money? Alan said in disbelief after hearing Zhou's words. Not only did Zhou fail to explain it clearly to Alan, he also made the child fall into more speechless doubts. Oh, that's not what I meant. Zhou paused. No, that's what I meant. He was confused now. Zhou felt that he couldn't let a foreigner look down on him, and he had to explain this sentence to him today. After carefully searching the pitiful amount of knowledge in his mind, he found that, if he wanted to explain this sentence in English, his knowledge reserve was still a little bit lacking. Zhou was going to start talking nonsense. This is our tradition. Probably, it should be possible. That's what you mean. For example, you are in a strange place, you don't know anyone, and you happen to meet someone, and this person is from the same place as you, with the same skin color, the same local special language as you. Wouldn't you feel that he or she is very kind? Alan nodded to indicate yes. My sentence means this. Add a little appropriate exaggeration to show that they are really excited to cry for meeting each other in such a big world. Zhao explained to Alan seriously. Alan seemed to understand and nodded. But he didn't bother to care whether Alan understood or not, because the car had already arrived at the farm, and Zhao was afraid that he would not know how to explain it if he continued. He was really at the end of his skills. When he came back, Zhao deliberately checked the time. The phone showed that it was already past 11 o'clock, but fortunately, he was still in time. Because moving house requires choosing an auspicious day, choosing a good day and an auspicious day depends on which day in the lunar calendar is suitable for moving into the house. And also pay attention to not conflicting with the direction, that is, the zodiac day of the family members. The time must be before noon, and the moving time should be before noon as much as possible, because before noon is called yang, and afternoon is called yin. Try to move house during the yang time. Chapter 23. Check into the villa. It was a sunny day. Outside the gorgeous lakeside villa, a man was seen carrying large and small bags, followed by another man who was also carrying a bunch of things. The two slowly walked towards the villa. These two people were Zhou and Alan. He was seen carrying the rice bucket, passbook, bank card, 2 bottles of oil, a red envelope containing 138 yuan, a lifetime of wealth, 2 brooms and mops, and a few pieces of gold in his pocket. Because when you move in for the first time, you must hold some valuable things in your hands. You can't walk in empty-handed. Holding things means that the family will be very fulfilled in the future and have more and more wealth. After entering the house, Zhao offered the offerings: chicken, fish, meat, 3 portions of fruit, 3 cups of water, and 3 cups of wine, then lit incense and candles, and burned paper to prepare for worshipping the 4 corners. The 4 corners are: 1 is the Buddha in the northwest, 2 is the Bodhisattva in the southeast, 3 is the gods in the northeast, 4 is the ancestors in the southwest, and the 5 earth dragon gods in the 5 directions, the landlord god of wealth in front and behind, the foundation master, etc., and worship them one by one to pray for peace and tranquility. These are some traditional moving activities. Zhao can't remember too much, but there is Baidu. Just check it online and you will know. Zhao did it according to the rules and his memory. Alan followed Zhao buttocks to help with chores. He was very curious about Zhao complicated religious rituals, and some ideas came up in his heart. It's really the mysterious East. There are such complicated rituals for moving a house. It's really great. This year's holiday must go to the boss's hometown with Zixi, Alan's girlfriend, to experience the weight of 5,000 years of civilization. Thinking of this, Alan couldn't help but smile. Zhao didn't know that his behavior had attracted a fan for the Chinese Empire. It should be too, maybe. But if he knew, he would be very proud of himself. Just this one worship activity of Zhao's could actually scare him. Then Zhao would definitely find a way to take him to see the sacrificial activities of his clan. That was solemn and dignified, and extremely complicated. His place was obviously a small place, but the rules of sacrificial worship were so scary. Looking at Alan following behind him, Zhao, in line with the principle of making the best use of things, asked Alan to hold the lit incense and walk around the room. Enter from the left side of the house. Let the thick smoke sweep up and down the hall, toilet, kitchen, ceiling, wall and foot of the wall. Exit from the right side of the house. Go to a safe place outside. Extinguish it and discard it. This means that evil spirits can be removed. But Alan didn't quite understand what evil spirits are. Zhao explained that it was bad luck, and said that holding it might make a woman suddenly pregnant, and then give birth to something scary, so there was a B ultrasound and so on, and it had to be checked clearly. He also told him that he should be careful when doing it with his friends, and not to go to some small hotels to save money, because it is very dangerous if evil spirits enter the body. Alan's face turned green after hearing this, and he was really scared. I guess he has been there, and quite a few times. Look how scared this kid is. It's so funny, haha. Zhao Jixi secretly thought, while looking at Alan's expression, and finally he was defeated by him, and couldn't help laughing. After watching Zhao Jixi laughing, Alan realized that he was deceived by his boss, and immediately cried and laughed at this boss who was younger than him. There are still many things to pay attention to when moving. For example, a new house needs to be firelit. That is, in the first 3 days before moving in, all the lights in the house should be turned on for 3 days and 3 nights, until you move in on the 3rd day. This is called a firelit house. The meaning of lighting for 3 days and 3 nights is that once the fire is lit, the house will be prosperous. Zhao Jixi did not do these things. Zhao Jixi chose a few important things to do, and the others were just like that. This thing is also a matter of believers. There are also guests to be invited when moving, and you can't take a nap. You have to lie down for a while when sleeping at night, sit down and work casually, and then go to bed. Zhao Jixi just did some of what he could do. Zhao Jixi prepared a lot of ingredients for lunch, so he asked Alan to make do with it and try his cooking skills. So Alan stayed in the afternoon and had a hearty lunch with Zhao Jixi. It was authentic Chinese food, and Zhao Jixi also took a lot of ingredients from the space to cook together, so even with his mediocre skills, the food he cooked tasted delicious. Moreover, Alan is a very cunning person. He is very picky when eating. He even picked out the part of the dish that came from the space and ate it. You can't judge a person by appearance. Zhao Jixi couldn't help but sigh. After lunch, Alan said goodbye. He still had some things to deal with on the farm. Just now, his father called him over for something. When he heard that he was helping the boss, he had no choice but to put down the work at hand and come over. Now he has to go back to finish the work. Zhao Jixi also said, "No need, the boss is here." I didn't say anything. Why are you in such a hurry? Boss, if I don't finish my work today, I have to wait until tomorrow to do it. This will hinder others. And now I have to work hard to get more people's recognition. So I'm sorry, boss. Alan said. The Americans are different from China. Although public relations are important, work is the focus. Unlike China, flattery and party building are the first priority, and ability and work are second. Zhao Jixi thought in his mind. Looking at Alan, Zhao Jixi was also very happy in his heart. It was not bad to have an employee who focused on work. So he didn't feel unhappy because he was leaving. So he nodded in agreement. Good man, I'm very happy as your boss. You go. Hey, thank you for your understanding. Alan also said happily, and then left the villa area. Hey man, remember to tell Atwood, if you are not busy tomorrow, I would like to go and see those cute animals. Zhao Jixi suddenly remembered that he had not yet visited the animals and plants on the farm, which seemed a bit too irresponsible. Okay, boss, I hope you will still think they are cute after seeing them. I'm leaving first. Alan was stunned for a moment when he heard Zhao Jixi's words, and then said with a smile. Zhao Jixi suddenly gave Alan a weird smile, which made him a little puzzled. What's the expression? Really, am I that funny? Am I too good to him? It seems that I have to put on a stern face and pretend to be majestic in the future. Zhao Jixi muttered to himself. He turned and walked into the villa, cleaned up the leftovers on the table, and washed the dishes in the dishwasher at the sink. Fortunately, this thing is relatively simple to operate, so it did not cause Zhao Jixi any trouble. However, Zhao Jixi had to do all these by himself, such as pouring out the dishes and wiping the table. Oh, it's really not good to have no woman at home. He was complaining extravagantly again. He didn't even think about the fact that he had been through this before. It had only been a short time since his rebirth, and he had become so inflated. It was indeed easier to go from frugality to luxury than from luxury to frugality. After only a few days of being taken care of by someone, Zhao Jixi couldn't help but begin to miss the days when someone cleaned up. It seems that there was a cleaner here before. I have to ask Atwood tomorrow. If she still doesn't come, just hire another one. What is she doing? She didn't come, even when the boss is here. She's more of a big shot than me. Zhao Jixi complained resentfully, but in fact he still had to clean up for himself. He felt very unbalanced inside. He was indeed a petty-minded man, and was still making excuses for himself. After a while of busy work, he finally cleaned up and walked around the villa carefully, as if he was looking for the lord of his territory. He looked here and there, so leisurely. When he walked to the swimming pool, he thought that he had been away for a long time after dinner, so he might as well take a swim. This is an indoor swimming pool. He had seen it in pictures before, but had never encountered it in real life. He took off his clothes and jumped into the swimming pool naked. Anyway, there was no one else at home, so it didn't matter if he was alone. The villa was equipped with a complete constant temperature system, and the swimming pool was also taken care of by someone. But why did you leave when I came? It's so disrespectful. Well, this petty-minded man exploded again. How did he know you would come over at this time? He didn't even think about it. This villa also has a complete set of solar power systems. All the energy in the house is supplied by this system. It is very environmentally friendly and energy saving. The electricity generated in the system is more than enough to supply this villa. It's just that it was not cheap when it was installed. The swimming pool has a massage function. This swimming pool combines the dual functions of a massager and a swimming pool, allowing people to enjoy the fun of hot springs and swimming at home. At the same time, the massage swimming pool also has heating and constant temperature functions, saving electricity and energy. The water source for hydromassage is clean water that has been disinfected with ozone. The swimming pool also has bubble baths, aromatherapy, and colorful lights, which people can enjoy. After swimming for a while, Zhou lay down on the air mattress in the swimming pool. Wearing a pair of sunglasses, he looked at the sky through the glass on the top. The sky was blue and the clouds were white. Zhou couldn't help thinking how long it had been since he last looked at it. In his previous life, he didn't have the mood to look at it. Besides, he might not be able to see it. Pollution in China was getting worse and worse. There was also a large area of smog. The sky was almost invisible. There was still blue sky and white clouds to be seen there. It can be said that the United States still has some advantages. Although it is an industrial power, it has done a good job in environmental protection. Although there are places with serious pollution, it is definitely not the case here. If anyone dares to open a polluting industry around here in the future, I will sue him. No matter if he pollutes me or not, I will sue him to bankruptcy. Zhou suddenly thought viciously. But now it is certain that this buddy is basically a novice in the law. But in the future, he can get more voice by funding political parties and sponsoring politicians. In the United States, more US dollars means more voice. Bored of lying down, Zhou went to play squash again, which is to use the racket to hit the ball against the wall continuously. The sweat was so severe that the whole body was covered. Later, he sprinted into the big bathtub for a good bath. In the evening, he returned to the bedroom, turned on the TV, and drank a few bottles of red wine alone. Zhou was really happy today. He had everything he dared not imagine in his life. He just wanted to stay here well, not make phone calls, and not contact anyone. Enjoy this luxury that belongs to him. He was afraid that, if he walked out, and the phone was answered, it would become a dream, and he would wake up. There are so many things that he hasn't enjoyed yet. What a pity. So forgive this otaku, who stayed at home alone when he was enjoying himself. Chapter 24, Touring the Farm. The next day, the breeze blew across the lake behind the villa, creating ripples. The timid bird was startled and flew away with its wings flapping. The playful breeze was like a mischievous child, teasing the bird but not satisfied. Instead, it aroused its interest even more. It blew across the grass and trees, and then playfully blew into the open windowsill. On the second floor of the lakeside villa, in the spacious and unique master bedroom, several empty bottles of red wine were casually placed on the carpet, and there were unfinished red wine glasses next to them. The TV in the bedroom was still on. The blonde and blue-eyed TV anchor on the screen had the characteristics of a European and American woman. She was wearing a few pieces of cloth casually and was reporting the weather forecast to people with a lively face and body movements. Of course, if there was no weather board behind her and she could add or remove clothes as well as the weather changed, the audience would have thought it was some special movie. I won't continue the small talk. Let's look at the person lying on the bed in this room. The silky sheets on the round bed have slipped onto the carpet, and only the part covering the thighs is still on the bed. And a pair of pure white shorts with 2 yellow palm prints on them, which break into the camera in a sultry way. The oatmeal colored skin and muscular body make people reluctant to move the camera away. At this time, the man lying on the bed seemed to feel the cool breeze, goosebumps appeared on his skin, and his body trembled involuntarily. He opened his heavy eyelids, and perhaps felt something, and reached out to scratch behind his buttocks. Just when he wanted to sleep for a while, the phone rang. The man was unhappy, and made a noise on the bed. He said "Ayo," and took the pillow next to his head to cover his head, trying to stop the annoying ringing. But the ringing was still ringing, so he had no choice but to get up. A face with sharp edges and slightly deep eye sockets, a bit close to the European and American race, wheat-colored skin and simple short hair, should have given people a cold feeling, but the sleepy look gave people a cute feeling, so cute that people couldn't help but want to pinch his face. He took out the mobile phone from the trouser pocket beside the bed, picked up the phone without even looking at it, and said weakly, "Hello, who is it? Calling so early, don't you know that it's hateful to disturb someone's clear dream?" Atwood, who was calling on the other end, had a blank face. He didn't understand a word Zhao said, except for hello, because he was speaking Chinese. So after Zhao finished speaking, he said, "Hi boss, this is Atwood." Zhao on the other end of the phone also reacted, "Oh, Atwood, I'm sorry, I didn't check the caller ID just now. What's up?" Zhao switched to English and spoke. He was finally a little alert, but he said it with a little embarrassment, and touched the short-haired head with his hand. Atwood also smiled on the phone. "Boss, you didn't just wake up, it's afternoon now." Zhao took down his phone, and took a look. It was true. The phone showed 12:40. He shook his head and felt ridiculous. He couldn't help but sighed that he was really lax after relaxing. Since his rebirth, except for the beginning period, he got up earlier at other times, and started to practice routine boxing. Facing this sudden wealth during this period, he also relaxed a lot on himself. "Haha, I just moved to a new house yesterday. I celebrated it myself in the evening, so I slept late. What's the matter? Although I'm the boss, as a young man, being so lazy will give people a bad impression." So Zhao still found a reason to explain it. In fact, Atwood didn't mean anything, he just said it casually. After all, this place used to be used by old man Bud for vacation. Who would get up so early when they come for vacation? It's just that Zhao told Alan yesterday that he hoped to have a formal tour of a farm, so he chose this time today to make a phone call to inquire. Moreover, for Americans, vacation is for a good rest. After all, the work pressure in the United States is so great that sleeping in is a luxury during normal times. Of course, you have to make up for it during the vacation. Atwood still told Zhao the purpose of the call. "Oh, yes, I'll take a shower and come out right away. I can't wait to see those lovely herds of cattle and sheep, and those great Wagyu beef. You must wait for me, buddy, for their luxurious life," Zhao said anxiously. Atwood could already imagine Zhao expression at the other end, and couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Haha, okay, you are the boss, how could I not wait for you? Thanks, buddy, I'll be there right away. I'm going to take a shower. Bye." After that, Zhao hung up the phone impatiently and threw it on the bed, rushed into the bathroom, and said turn on to the voice-controlled shower head that covered every corner, then took a quick shower and wiped his body and his not-so-long hair with a bath towel. Sure enough, short hair is more convenient. During this time, he sighed about his hair, put on his clothes and pants, and went out. At this time, Atwood had driven the car not far from the villa, and happened to see Zhao going out. He blew a long whistle at Zhao, making Zhao look over. Zhao heard the whistle from a distance, turned around and greeted Atwood. "I'm coming, man. You don't know how fast I washed. I almost forgot to wear shorts, and my little brother was almost caught in the zipper. Fortunately, I was lucky and he survived." Zhao, who walked over, also said to Atwood half jokingly. Atwood couldn't help laughing when he heard Zhao words. "Boss, your joke is so good. I really am. Haha. I'm telling the fact, not a joke. And is it that funny?" Zhao said depressedly. If he had known this, he would not have said it. Hearing what he said, Atwood laughed even harder and said intermittently, "Boss, you are laughing. It's really funny. Ha ha ha." Zhou Jixi pretended to be angry and said, "I'm the boss, and you are still laughing." Atwood saw Zhou Jixi like this, and he also cooperated to hold back his laughter. But the twitching muscles on his face showed that he was still laughing. Zhou Jixi could only choose to ignore it, and found a topic to attract Atwood's attention. "Hey man, where are we going now? Let's go to the Wagyu breeding room first, and let you see this moving gold. Then go to the cattle pasture on the other side of the river, and then go to see the lambs. There is also our planting area, golden wheat and that lovely corn. There is also a fruit forest. We also grow some pistachios, strawberries, citrus, apples, pears, peaches, apricots, plums, cherries, raspberries, Baden apricots, walnuts, etc." Atwood explained proudly. "Ah, do we grow so many things? Yes, we are a comprehensive farm. In fact, these are mainly what Mr. Bud wanted to plant at the beginning. The quantity is not too much, but it is still better than the average farm. Then let's go and have a look." "Let's go," Zhou Jixi said excitedly. Atwood took Zhou Jixi to the warehouse, and a four-wheeled motorcycle drove out of it. He patted it with his hand and said to Zhou Jixi, "Boss, this is our tool today. We needed to cross mountains and rivers. Don't we ride horses? Can't we ride horses on farms and ranches?" Zhou Jixi said with a questioning look on his face, and his body also gestured the horse riding action brought by a divine song. He still wanted to ride a horse, but Atwood gave him a four-wheeled motorcycle. Although it was a little attractive, it was not a horse after all. Zhou Jixi had a dream of being a Wenhao in his heart, riding the best horse, sleeping with the most beautiful girl, and having the best martial arts in the world, beating those bastards so hard that they could only move their mouths. The dream of a hot-blooded and violent man. Although it is a bit impossible now, riding a horse to pick up girls is a bit outdated, and it has become supercars and yachts, but trying the ancestors' way of picking up girls is also a dream. I thought about it at the beginning, but the domestic tourist attractions that lead horses for walking, even if they are riding, are really two pitfalls. Although there are some high-end places where horses can be put on the road, Zhou Jixi could not afford it in his previous life. The tuition and membership fees alone are a large expense. With that spare money, it is better to find a few more girls to talk about life. Atwood said in surprise, "Boss, you can ride a horse." "No," Zhou Jixi said bluntly. Atwood was a little upset. "No, you gestured so well, and said it so lightly." Of course, Atwood could only think about it in his mind. "Boss, we will find a horse for you to try after we get to the grazing area. After all, if you don't know how to ride, you are not suitable for riding such a long distance." Atwood patiently explained to Zhou Jixi. "Okay, let's drive this one." Jackie Zhou compromised. After all, what Atwood said made sense. He was not the second generation brainless kid, and did not have so many bad habits. However, he was still envious of the lives of the second generation brainless kids. Although he kept cursing them, it did not prevent him from being envious and hating the rich. Besides, he was the first generation kid now, the father of the second generation kids. Remember what that said, the second generation kids were nothing. I want to be the father of the second generation kids. That's real ability. Atwood began to teach Jay Chou how to drive a four-wheeler. This is the accelerator, and this is the brake. Just remember that it is very simple to drive. As long as you can drive a motorcycle, it is very easy to drive this. Well, let me try. Jay Chou got in the car and turned on the key. He gently stepped on the accelerator with his right hand, and the car started. He then tried the brakes. After driving a few circles left and right, he said, "Okay, buddy. It's very simple. Let's go." Chapter 25. Touring the farm. The two drove a four-wheeled motorcycle on the road, planned in the farm. The grass around them was growing very well, but Zhou Jixi still felt something was wrong. I didn't notice it before, but now when I look closely, I seem to feel something. I couldn't help thinking. Zhou Jixi stopped the off-road motorcycle and walked underground. Grass that was above the knees was densely covered around Zhou Jixi. Zhou Jixi squatted down and touched the ground with his hand. No reaction? Strange, isn't it true that you can feel something just by stretching your hand in the novel? And I must have felt something just now. I must have felt something. It's strange. Zhao Jixi couldn't help but think in his mind. Boss, our land planting arrangement is very reasonable, and the land here has not been planted much, so it is very fertile. You see, these grasses are growing very well. Atwood saw Zhao Jixi touching the land and thought he knew something about this, so he said to him. Yeah, Zhao Jixi nodded to show that he knew, and didn't say anything to Atwood, nor did he want to explain. What he had in his mind now was that strange feeling. It should be a problem of attention. I was just in that state of lightness and agility, and my body and mind were closer to nature. But now I can't concentrate. It's really a pitfall. If you want to give me this ability, you should give it enough. Now I'm neither up nor down. It's easy to wither, do you understand? Zhao Jixi couldn't think of a way, so he could only complain about the space. Boss, it was Atwood next to him. Seeing that Zhao Jixi had been standing there for a long time, he couldn't help but call him. Ah, Atwood, what's the matter, man? You scared me. Zhao Jixi was startled and couldn't help complaining to him. Atwood was also helpless. Boss, you have been in a daze. I think we seem to have stayed here for a long time. It's time to set off, he explained to Zhao Jixi. Zhao Jixi was a little embarrassed. After all, it was his own problem, and he complained to Atwood because of this. Thinking about it, his face was a little hot, but it was embarrassing. I'm sorry, Atwood, it's my fault. Well, let's continue. Zhao Jixi is a good boy who can correct his mistakes, so after realizing his mistake, he can apologize to Atwood without any hesitation. Atwood smiled heartily. Okay, I accept your apology. Let's go, boss. We haven't reached our destination yet. The two rode a four-wheeled motorcycle and drove very slowly. Atwood knew that Zhao Jixi was not familiar with the route, so he didn't drive fast in front. Zhao Jixi was also happy to do so, just in time to feel the atmosphere here. The sky here is clear and bright. The blue is pure, as if it has been selected by aliens, washed by the magic power of the gods, and dyed by the colors of the painters. Full of artistic creativity, only a few colors interweave such a beautiful picture of clothes, which is really shocking and can't stop. Zhao Jixi felt like he was wandering in this winding green romantic mood. The colorful staff huts were hidden under the green trees. The lazy sheep were soft cotton balls on the grass. The white clouds were low and the green was lush. This was the Sky Ranch, and this was only part of his farm. It was like emeralds scattered under the sky. It was so broad and heroic, yet so peaceful and bright. The contradictions intertwined and presented a dazzling appearance. Inadvertently, it left a fairy tale pattern in people's eyes. Is this my farm? Zhao Jixi was a little confused by the beauty. Before he had seen this kind of scenery, Zhao Jixi thought it would be beautiful, which was normal. But he would never think that it would have such a big impact on him as it is now. The large grassland, accompanied by the soft hills, made the vision extremely comfortable. Compared with those people living in dire straits, Zhao Jixi suddenly felt that in this beautiful country, being willing to be a cow was also an extremely happy thing. Is it possible? But people are all kinds of weird, and they think all kinds of things. Haha, but what does that have to do with me? Zhao Jixi couldn't help but sighed, but he laughed at himself again. What is a paradise? What is like a dream? While driving a motorcycle, while admiring the sheep on the opposite hillside pasture, can you experience that dreamy state of mind? Atwood looked at Zhao Jixi's fascination, and couldn't help but reveal a sense of pride. He was very happy that the results of his construction could give people such a visual shock. Although this has a lot to do with Zhao Jixi not living here, but it doesn't hinder his happiness. The corners of his mouth hung up, and his right hand couldn't help but move his hat. A subconscious action, an act of trying to cover up something, but this time no one looked at him. Because besides him, there is only Zhao Jixi here. There are also animals running by from time to time, such as deer. Getting closer and closer, when Zhao Jixi saw the cattle and sheep, it was actually not far away. This side is our small pasture, which is mixed breeding. Atwood said. Won't those sheep destroy the grass? Zhao Jixi thought of a habit of sheep. Sheep usually bite the grass roots when eating grass. It doesn't matter. The place here is too big, and we are just a small group, so it doesn't matter, Atwood explained. On the tender green pasture, the sheep were leisurely strolling. Zhou looked at them, and they also looked at him curiously. The clouds in the sky were hanging very low, seemingly within reach, but affected by the wind. The clouds moved very fast. As the clouds in the sky changed, the color of the grass on the ground also changed, sometimes darker, sometimes lighter. The green grass was covered with white sheep, and such a scene would never make people tired of it. Zhou found that in the future, you will see more cattle and sheep here than people. So, Zhou couldn't help but laugh. So humans and the like are extremely precious. After all, if you see too many cows and sheep, you will have a special feeling when you see people. Even men are no exception. There is a reason for Brockback Mountain. As expected, most stories come from reality. Zhou looked at the sheep here. There are many types and different appearances. Some are pure white, while others have black feet, black mouths and black ears. Hey, man, what kind of sheep is this? It looks different from them. Atwood took a look and said to Zhou, this kind of sheep with black feet, black mouths and black ears is commonly called black-faced sheep. Zhou looked at the sheep and nodded to show that he knew it. It's really appropriate. The call is very vivid, very good, Zhou said to himself. He looked at the sheep again. Sheep, you can do it. I believe in you. It's delicious. Zhou said such a meaningless sentence in Chinese to the sheep. What do you like about it? You are talking so strangely. Well, Zhou really likes it. I have been here for so long, and have never eaten mutton. I have eaten more beef now. But mutton. Zhou licked his tongue and swallowed unconsciously. The sheep that was eating grass leisurely felt a cold air for no reason. Even the thick wool could not stop it. It shivered all over. Maybe it felt the malicious eyes, so the sheep stopped eating grass here and ran back to where there were more sheep. Although the weather is hot now, the air conditioner is on at home. It must feel good to cool down the temperature and eat mutton. As for the electricity bill, I can tell you, Kit, I'm not short of money, understand? And I don't need to pay for electricity. I have a full set of solar energy system, and there is plenty of electricity. Seeing the sheep that ran away, after thinking for a while, Zhou thought to himself, this sheep also knows the strategy of a water ghost. It runs to where there are many sheep and stays with the sheep. This way, the chance of being killed is small. This is already a supernatural thing, so smart. Going forward, there are large tracts of green grass, scattered with large tracts of lambs, not crowded, not fighting, no tea poison, talking about love, leisurely. The mountains are full of grasslands, and cattle and sheep are seen everywhere. These cattle and sheep are truly pure and natural, and they are on the grassland all year round. Their living environment is enviable. At this time, Zhou can already see the farm staff who are grazing cattle and sheep. The two cowboys are riding on horses, and their agile riding movements make Zhou envious. There aren't many cattle and sheep here, but Old Man Bud used to graze some sheep here for the sake of appearance. So the work here is still very leisurely, and there is a big difference from the environment on the other side of the river. So the grazing studio here works in shifts, so that there will be no imbalance for the cowboys working. Hi, boss. Hey old hunter. The two cowboys also saw the two people coming, rode over to greet them. Looking at the two people galloping over, Zhou was a little envious. A faint jealousy filled his heart, and he had no choice but to increase the horsepower of the motorcycle. Increase, brake, increase again, brake again. It was very pretentious, but it made the two cowboys stunned. See eyes, what is the boss doing? Pan looked at C's with a puzzled look, and asked with a puzzled face. I don't know, how are you smart? Think about it. C's didn't understand either. Hey guys, how are you? I feel really good to see you. When I see a group of cattle and sheep, there is an Atwood by my side. You don't know how lonely I'm at that time. Zhou concealed his narrow-mindedness and pretended to find a topic to talk about. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.